dear colleagues, a very good morning to all of you. Please make yourselves comfortable. We are ready to start. Now, dear Minister Svenja Schulze, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, dear viewers online, a very warm welcome to the Berlin Peace Dialogue 2024. My name is Nora Müller. I'm a member of the advisory board, and I have the honor of navigating us through a day full of interesting, sometimes controversial, but hopefully always productive and constructive discussions. And what a day this is. Today, all eyes are on the US, and as the Americans go to the polls, we feel that we also tune in, knowing that the result of this historic election might tip the balance on global stability. I think this is a good reminder for us that our discussions here don't take place in a vacuum. Quite the contrary is true. They take place against the backdrop of an increasingly changing global balance of power, of a rules-based international order under threat, of mounting geopolitical tension. No wonder that all of this can be felt not only globally, but also in local and in regional conflicts. So the $1 million question of this conference really is, what should civilian crisis prevention and peace building look like in this era of geopolitics? Now, before I hand it over to Kira Finke and Lars Wagner, the chairpersons of the advisory board, let me briefly walk us all through the proceedings and the program of this day. We are very privileged to have Minister Svenja Schulze with us today. She will kick us off with a keynote speech. But not only will she kick us off with a keynote speech, but we're lucky to have her stay on for a conversation with my esteemed colleagues Ginger Schmitz and Professor Andreas Heinemann-Grüder, who will ask very polite and very tough questions to the minister. So in this spirit of very polite and very tough, we will continue and move on to the first panel of this day on the topic, what's the value of values, German foreign development and security policy in an age of geopolitics. Look forward to a spirited discussion with a stellar international panel moderated by Jana Puljarin of the European Council on Foreign Relations here in Berlin. And then, after this session, you will hopefully have enough ideas to carry you through the luncheon break and to keep you all not only awake, but also engaged after the coffee break, or excuse me, after the luncheon break. That's always a challenge. We've put a particularly challenging and controversial issue on the agenda for the early afternoon. Compromised peace, compromises with autocracies, question mark. Along with a fantastic international cast of speakers, Julia Leininger of the German Institute for Development and Sustainability, there she is, will discuss the potential, but also the limitations of cooperations with autocracies, and sham democracies. Then you will get on your feet to move around a little, because then we will have 3 parallel breakout sessions on crisis early warning in a changing climate, on climate challenges, peace solutions, lessons learned from environmental peace building, and on the war against Ukraine and Russia as the greatest security threat in the Euro-Atlantic sphere. And by the way, this session will take place here in the main hall of the conference. Quick housekeeping remark to our online viewers, and I thank you for your patience. You can also, of course, participate in those breakout sessions. By now, you should have received a WebEx link if you want to participate in either the session on early warning or environmental peace building. For Ukraine, you can just stay on the live stream because the session will be streamed here from the main hall of the conference. And then, as we're getting closer to the finishing line of this conference, we will have a great concluding panel on the role of civil society as an actor in peace building, chaired by our colleague Antonia Witt. There she is, of the Peace Research Institute Frankfurt. So, that is what you're in for today. Oh, and one more thing I should mention. They say that a picture is worth 1,000 words. We also believe that, and that is why we have a graphic recorder with us. Please say hello to Miss Viz with a triple Z. Ms. Viz will be with us throughout the day, and you're invited to peek over her shoulder to see what she produces during the day. Great to have you. So, now is a very good moment to introduce two people who do a fantastic job in sharing the advisory board on civilian crisis prevention. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Kira Finke. Your applause. Kira is the head of the Center for Climate and Foreign Policy at DGAP, the German Council on Foreign Relations. She is also a guest scientist with the Potsdam Institute for Climate Impact Research, and she's been a member and a co-chair of the advisory board since 2018. Another very warm welcome goes to Lars Wagner. Lars is Deputy Commissioner Crime, and I have to say, whenever I say this title, I go like, oh, did I do something wrong? Lars is Deputy Commissioner Crime, by now retired, at the German Police University. He's a lawyer with a degree in criminology, and his area of expertise is international police relations. He has been the co-chair of the advisory board since 2023. Lars, great to have you with us as well. And as they say, without much further ado, please come up to the stage.
Is the mic on? Yes, this one. Okay. Dear Ministers, State Secretaries, members of the German Parliament, guests and colleagues of the Advisory Board. Welcome to the Berlin Peace Dialogue of the Advisory Board, which this year will take place on the premises of the Federal Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development. I would like to thank you in advance, Minister Schulze, and your staff involved in this event. Fortunately, the Berlin Peace Dialogue is meeting with growing interest, so that this year we were able to record over 400 on-site registrations and more than 200 online registrations. These growing numbers of participants reflect the increasing interest in the necessity of discussions and solutions for civil crisis prevention and peace building in time of globalization, of crises and turning point in history called Zeitenwende. Consequently, the theme of this year is the importance of crisis prevention and peace building in an age of geopolitics. Wilhelm von Humboldt coined the phrase as early as 1792, for without security, there is no freedom. In my opinion, this quote has lost none of its relevance to this day. Increasing globalized conflicts characterize the turn of an era which we live. It has become an unfortunate reality that some of these conflicts, as we are currently experiencing so painfully, must ultimately be countered militarily in order to achieve and maintain the freedom quoted by Humboldt and desired by us all. It is therefore necessary to massively upgrade the Bundeswehr in terms of personnel, material, and budget. However, this must not and should not be at the expenses of civil crisis prevention and peace.
Prävention und Friedensförderung gehen.
It is important to do one thing.
Hier gilt es, das eine zu tun, ohne das andere zu lassen. Ursachenorientierte und nachhaltig wirkende zivile Krisenprävention ist unabdingbar geworden. Vor dem Hintergrund erforderlicher, ursachenorientierter Problemlösungen. Gerade in diesen herausfordernden Zeiten. Es stellt sich daher die Frage, warum und wie könnte eine Stärkung der zivilen Krisenprävention umgesetzt werden? Hinsichtlich der ersten Frage, warum zivile Krisenprävention in diesen Zeiten wichtiger denn je ist, sei mir ein Vergleich mit der Bekämpfung von Krankheiten erlaubt. Wer die Ursachen von Krankheiten oder Konflikten frühzeitig erkennt und präventiv handelt, hat die größten Heilungs- bzw. Erfolgschancen. Ist die Krankheit oder der Konflikt erst einmal ausgebrochen, wird es mit fortschreitender Zeit und Auswirkungen zunehmend schwieriger, kostenintensiver und gefährlicher, diese zu heilen. Eine alte Erkenntnis der Kriminologie kommt daher zu der Schlussfolgerung, dass jeder Euro, der für die Prävention aufgebracht wird, ein Vielfaches in der Repression erspart. Ich möchte das kurz erläutern, indem ich ein aktuelles, sozial wichtiges Thema anspreche. Es gibt eine Langzeitstudie, die Ängste der Deutschen. Diese Studie wird seit über 30 Jahren durchgeführt und das Ergebnis war in diesem Jahr, dass sich die Menschen insbesondere über hohe Preise.
More than half of the 2,400 respondents fear that society and the authorities will not be able to cope with the number of refugees. 51% stated that further immigration from abroad would lead to tensions in society. In my opinion, the fact that we already have these tensions and that difficult political shifts have occurred as a result has become obvious in the last elections. Consultants of the study come to the conclusion that fundamental problems with immigration and integration have not been addressed for a long time. This is a challenge for politicians. In this context, I consider it utopian to want to solve the issue of illegal migration through national or European border controls or an increase in sending the people back alone or as a priority, despite the necessity of doing it. In view of the enormous length of the German and European borders alone, it cannot succeed. And if you look at the population growth after the next few decades on the African continent alone, and the massive reduction in arable land there due to climate change, it is more than clear that the problem will not be reduced, but rather massively expanded. This challenge, like many others, can only be solved sustainable if they tackle its causes, the cause of flight, and try to minimize them locally in a preventive manner. Meaning, we already can recognize the fact that if we don't solve or minimize these causes in the countries where they arise, they will come to us, but more serious and more expensive. This is one of the main characteristics of a globalized world. So, prevention is therefore the main means of choice here. However, it should be noted, and that is important for us as the advisory board, that prevention is neither effective per se, nor does it have resources per se. This requires further measures, which the advisory board has always pointed out in its previous statements, and which I will briefly discuss below. First, in addition to the current and probably also in the near future necessary increase in military capabilities, civilian crisis prevention must not take a back seat, but must be equally strengthened. Second, the reason for this is the realization and experience that conflicts can only be resolved early, effectively, and sustainable if the actual cause of the conflict and not just its symptoms and effects are tackled at an early stage, as early as possible. Civilian crisis prevention offers the necessary multidimensional means for this, which are orientated towards multi-causal causes. Third, in order to achieve this, we need political decisions that sustainably strengthen civil crisis prevention, especially in times of the globalization of conflicts, by providing it with a binding increase in budget and personnel, so that it can act early, sustainable, and effectively in such a way that conflicts are minimized as early and as far as possible in the development phase. Fourth, the question of the actual effectiveness of civil crisis prevention must be given greater and special importance, as we can no longer afford, in view of the seriousness of the situation and the enormous costs involved, to allow measures, projects, or missions with little or no effectiveness to continue without either adapting or terminating them. In this context, for example, the United Nations efforts in southern Lebanon or Haiti, which have been ongoing for more than 10 years, are worthy of special consideration. Fifth, in this respect, the obligation for independent scientific evaluation of all projects and missions above a certain budget size is of crucial importance. Only if we have reliable scientific knowledge of what actually works and what does not is it appropriate and justifiable to initiate, implement, or continue these cost and personnel intensive measures. The interdepartmental evaluation of the Afghanistan mission by the BMZ, the Foreign Ministry, and the Ministry of Interior is a positive example of a reliable gain in knowledge in this respect. Here, constructive and concrete suggestions for improvement for future measures were developed, independently and on the basis of scientifically reliable context and deficit analysis. This is precisely the method of choice for making civil crisis prevention resilient and sustainably effective for the future. With that, I come to the conclusion. First, in the light of these findings, the advisory board has repeatedly made it clear in its previous statements on the topics of guidelines for civilian crisis prevention, planning objectives, and evaluation that civilian crisis prevention should be strengthened in a binding manner through the agreement on the definition of planning objectives provided for in the coalition agreement, which has not yet been implemented. Second, that its effectiveness should be consistently evaluated and independently and scientifically. Third, with an adequately and bindingly equipped civil crisis prevention, which in turn can prove its sustainable effectiveness through independent scientific evaluation, it would be impossible to counter the actual and future challenges of globalization and turning point of history. Fourth and last point, in times of increasing global crisis, we cannot afford limited or unproven effective civil crisis prevention, as repression only cannot solve these conflicts in the long term. With this basic consideration in mind, we at the advisory board are looking forward to the upcoming intensive discussion with you during the conference and the development of constructive results. With it, I would like to end and hand over to my co-chair, Kira.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear Minister Schulze, we are hosting today the 6th edition of our annual conference, the Berlin Peace Dialogue. Looking back at those years, prevention often had to take a back seat. In the whirlwind of geopolitical crises, priorities are shifting between the present and the future, between reacting to shocks and preventing predictable disaster. But prevention, as Lars Wagner said, is key. It starts with being able to have open conversations. It starts with the words and the framings that we use. Do we treat others as equals, listen to their viewpoints and weigh their arguments? Do we frame migration as a threat to our security or an opportunity for our economy? The lenses we choose define our discourse. To allow for different shades of challenges to emerge is part of our work at the Advisory Council. It has also increasingly become clear that our work cannot end with words and promising rhetorics. It requires also cash, commitment, and reliable counterparts for efforts that can only deliver results through alliances. These three C's have, however, become rarer. Germany must strengthen its partnerships with developing regions by offering tangible benefits, supporting sustainable income generation and job creation. In a highly competitive international landscape, Germany must redefine its role, recognizing the interdependence of soft and hard power. Values form the underpinning of both the use of soft and hard power. In our first panel, we ask, what's the value of values, and discuss the politically relevance and credibility of the guiding documents of German policy. For example, the National Security Strategy, the Climate Foreign Policy Strategy, the crisis guidelines, which are further being developed at the moment. And we discuss their relevance for policy in violent conflicts and fragile countries. Our second panel dives deeper into the question of partnerships and the limits of compromise when dealing with autocratic states. Autocratization of political regimes is a global trend. A whopping 73% of the world's population live in autocracies. This trend also bears important implications for international cooperation and world peace, as autocracies are fueling violent conflicts and seek to change norms internationally, undermining the rules-based order. The panel will address the difficult accusation of double standards in German foreign security and development policy. When violent conflicts break out and attempt of stabilization fails, the countermeasures to the conflict spiral need to be evaluated. However, we also need to recognize that not all prevention attempts were wrong if violence does break out or if a situation deteriorates. Some efforts, such as opening education opportunities for women and girls, are never in vain. Geopolitics, the framing that we chose for our conference today, is inherently linked to our geography and therefore cannot be disentangled from humanity's most pressing common security threat, the transgression of the planetary boundaries. Climate change, biodiversity loss, pollution, all of these intersect with existing crises. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change concluded that all inhabited regions of the world are experiencing scientifically observable climate impacts. This means that also all crises, be it economic, political, or humanitarian crises, are happening against a background of a changed environment. Climate change can shape conflict genesis, but also be an additional pressure on existing humanitarian crises when, for example, crop yields fail, aggravating the situation of people living in fragile and conflict-affected countries. This underscores the need for stronger climate mainstreaming, with emissions reductions remaining central to effective crisis prevention. For this reason, we are hosting 2 workshops on this topic, one on early crisis warning in a changing climate and one on environmental peace building. Science-powered early warning systems, uniting knowledge across disciplines and mainstreaming climate as a risk factor are key to address and reduce crises in a changing climate. Moving from early warning to early action requires powerful interministerial and cross-sectoral partnerships, unlocking synergies to tackle climate and other crises together. Germany needs institutions for strategic foresight on multidimensional crises. Our conference, which was already mentioned, coincides with the US presidential election tonight. The decisions voters will make in the US bear serious implications for the course of the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine, the transatlantic partnership, and the upholding of the international rules-based order. A multitude of risks can emerge from a second Trump presidency, as can be read in the Project 2025, a plan to undermine democratic institutions, weaken women's rights, and hollow out multilateralism that Trump allies have put together to be ready to take action. From the Harris and Walz campaign, another vision of the US and the world has been put forward, one that respects international law and safeguards common democratic values. The US election is marked by deep polarization. What remains clear is that the pressures on the EU to remain a pillar of stability in the world have risen. In a contested reality where disinformation is rife, the independence of advisory bodies to the government, such as our advisory board on civilian crisis prevention and peace building, is key. In the age of geopolitics, civilian crisis prevention is at crossroads. Many of you in this room work in the field of security, development, foreign policy, or researchers of this area. Let us make sure to stay on the right course when making the decisions that are to come. Thank you.
Kira and Lars, thank you very, very much. So much food for thought by 9:30 in the morning. Now, it is my great honor and privilege to introduce and welcome again our host here at the BMZ, Minister Svenja Schulze, an untiring advocate, I would say, for global equality and for adequate funding for development policy. In the best sense of the word, I think the minister is an old hand in federal politics. In the previous cabinet, she served as Minister for Climate and Environmental Issues. And before that, she had a 7-year stint as Minister for Innovation, Science and Research in her home federal state, North Rhine-Westphalia. We are very happy to have you with us, Minister, at a crucial moment, not only in global politics, but also in German domestic politics. For now, the coalition is holding. Liebe Frau Ministerin, wir freuen uns sehr, dass Sie heute bei uns sind. Ich darf Sie...
Minister, I am delighted that you are with us today.
So ladies and gentlemen, I will speak in German, so please make use of the headphones and the translation. Sehr geehrte Damen und Herren, sehr geehrte Abgeordnete.
Ladies and gentlemen, members of Parliament, during the night I came back from Lebanon. The suffering of people there shocked me deeply. The violence in the region has displaced huge numbers of people. Over 1 million people have been displaced by the fighting in Lebanon over the past few weeks, and their numbers keep rising every day. This country had already been faced with a very difficult situation even before the current escalation, and it is hardly able to cope with this new challenge. The Lebanese people are very eager to help, but even prior to the escalation, it was very difficult to provide services to the many people because Lebanon is hosting more refugees per capita than any other country in the world, and you can see that every day. The people who were displaced often find no places in the emergency shelters, which are overcrowded. They're sleeping and living in the open, in parks, on the beach, in the streets, and they lack everything: food, sanitation, healthcare, education for their children. The suffering is incredible. And it is obvious that Lebanon will not be able to cope with this humanitarian crisis on its own. It will require support from the international community. That is why Germany, together with international partners, is now increasing its support. I would like to use this opportunity to thank the German Parliament very much because it has made available funding at very short notice. The Budget Committee has proven very flexible on this in order to meet the most urgent needs of the displaced people. And it has also been good to see that the long-term development cooperation, which we have engaged in Lebanon for 10 years, has been able to flexibly provide food assistance and to keep schools in operation for education and simultaneously use them as shelters. A lot has already been moved forward, and I'm sure that we can advance it further with international support. Simultaneously, through our development policy and through civilian crisis prevention, we are working globally to prevent such emergencies from happening in the first place, as has already been said during the introduction. We are working to enable societies to prepare for crises and prevent them and make them resilient and to overcome the structural causes of conflicts. The point is to defuse conflicts before they escalate, and that is not easy. But it is a job that is essential, because sustainable development is only possible if people live together peacefully, and such peaceful coexistence requires that people see opportunities for themselves. They need to have options for lifting themselves out of poverty. They need an opportunity to enjoy participation. When it comes to peace building and fostering human security, civil society is a key partner for German development cooperation. So it is very appropriate that the annual conference of the Advisory Board to the federal government for civilian crisis prevention and peace building is taking place in the Development Ministry for the first time. I would like to thank the members of the board very much for their committed work and our good cooperation. Through your expertise, You are providing important input to us at the German government for our decision making. And you are important allies when it comes to moving forward on a sustainable security policy. A security policy that goes beyond military security, a security policy that places the well-being and security of people at the center. And I also want to thank all the dedicated civil society workers and activists who are working tirelessly for civilian crisis prevention. They are lending a voice to people worldwide who are socially disadvantaged. They are able to reach those people on the ground who need support most urgently. And this particularly applies in contexts where government-to-government cooperation is difficult or impossible due to conflicts. Thank you for your strong and courageous commitment. For instance, in the Civil Peace Service, which has its 25th anniversary this year, this committed work is indispensable, especially in the current global situation, because the world is becoming more and more multipolar. The international rules-based order is coming under increasing pressure. Geopolitical tensions are rising, wars and conflicts are increasing, like in the Middle East, like in Ukraine, like in Sudan. And depending on the outcome of today's presidential elections in the US, it is quite possible that challenges will become even bigger. And in my view, the answer to these challenges is clear. In order to resolve the conflicts in this world, we need more international cooperation, not less. We need more confidence building across national borders. We do not need a formation of blocs, no us versus them mentality. We need more crisis prevention and more efforts for peace building. And ladies and gentlemen, this will only work if we have true partnerships, partnerships that are based on respect, openness, and reciprocity, partnerships that take account of the interests of all sides. For us in Germany and Europe, this means we need to listen even more to our partners in Africa, Asia, Latin America, and Eastern Europe, and reduce our impetus to present them with ready-made solutions. We need to openly speak about their interests and our interests, and we need to be a credible partner to the countries of the Global South when it comes to reducing global inequalities, when it comes to jointly eradicating the structural causes of crises and conflicts such as poverty, hunger, and inequality. This requires strong development policy, and it requires strong international cooperation and strong civilian crisis prevention. Thank you for coming today and joining this important discussion. Thank you very much.
Dear Minister, thank you very much also for reminding us of a comprehensive understanding of security. We will now let you take a breather for 15 minutes or so. Because today is a transatlantic day, I will quote Ronald Reagan. He once said, "Before I refuse to take your questions, I have an opening statement." You, thankfully, Minister, won't follow in his footsteps. You will join us again here on stage for a discussion with Ginger Schmitz and Andreas Heinemann-Grüder. But for now, I will invite the two of you, Andreas and Ginger, to come up here, and we will digest together a little bit what the minister said, and we will also try to give you a sense of how the advisory board looks at the question of crisis prevention in a geopolitical world. Please make yourselves comfortable. And we will start with quick round reactions, Ginger, to the minister's keynote address. What is your spontaneous, immediate response?
Love the question. Thank you, Nora, and thank you for giving me the opportunity of sharing some thoughts and ideas. And regarding the immediate response, I guess I would like to thank the minister for recognizing the Civil Peace Service, for recognizing civil society engagement, and I guess for honoring the people upholding not only the civil peace service, but civil society engagement, conflict transformation, and civilian peace building. And all those people, not only the colleagues we have in our institutions, but especially those working on the ground and who bring these work to life. Because personally, as a representative of a civilian network or civil society network, I find it very fitting to give this work this prominent stage today, but it is not common, I guess, and we don't have these occasions very often, so thank you for that. And I hope that over the course of this event and the conference, we will have some more time to discuss about how can we strengthen and uphold this important work. And I'm looking forward to this and to the discussions during the day.
Ginger, thank you very much. And I forgot to properly introduce you. I have to apologize. Ginger is not only a member of the advisory board, but also the managing director of the platform Peaceful Conflict Transformation. So really a voice from practice, I would say. And now let's go to Andreas Heinemann-Grüder, who comes from the academic side of things. He's also a member of the advisory board and currently a fellow, senior fellow at the GPPI, the Global Public Policy Institute. Andreas, your immediate response to what the minister said.
I'm very touched by the humanitarian assistance you provide currently in Lebanon. And it's good to have these structures to provide immediate help. On the other hand, I ask myself, we for long somehow administered the misery. In Lebanon, in Palestine, in Sudan, in South Sudan, in Syria, maybe for long also in Afghanistan. So we felt that we can stabilize the status quo, and if the status quo doesn't get worse, we don't have to invest. And so I think one of the main lessons to be learned is we shouldn't live under the illusion to stabilize. We have to transform, and we have to set agendas for transformation. Otherwise, reality will hark back, and we can only provide help, humanitarian assistance.
Andreas, on that point of stabilizing is not enough and we have to go for transformation, let me try and dig a little deeper here. We will try to look at the issue of this new geopolitical world that we all have woken up to during this conference. And what struck me is that in an op-ed that you and some other people wrote, you asked the following, and let me quote this: "Are the use of force and the threat thereof the only language that will be spoken and understood in international relations from now on? Because the might makes right approach is replacing rules-based multilateralism." That is a pretty gloomy picture that you're painting. So what are the characteristics of this new geopolitical world, and how is that relevant to our topic here, to crisis prevention?
I think we have to understand the depth of the problem we are in. So an old world is somehow disappearing, and a new world takes shape, and we do not yet know what shape it ultimately will have. But we see the return of the global conflict over political regimes, the systemic conflict between autocracy and democracy. We have this conflict inside our societies too. It's not just a conflict in international relations. We have a change in global capitalism. We for long, as the West dominated global capitalism, globalization, that is changing. There are new players coming up who question the technological supremacy of the West, the role of the dollar, and so on. We see the BRIC states, and we see many of the global South linking up to the BRIC states because they think they have better conditions to offer. So that is another another challenge. I think democracy and human rights, for long we thought after 1989, 1990, that's the only game in town. But it's no longer the only game in town. We have lost a little bit the air superiority, the normative superiority, maybe also because we did not practice what we preach. So we complain about, the erosion of international law. And of course, we contributed to that too with interventions that were not legally justified. And I have to recall only 2003 Iraq and 45 Western countries participating in that, that sent a message to others, anything goes. And so we have to understand there are not just, enemies out there, but we are part and parcel of, we co-constitute this world, and we contributed to that. And we have also those, like Trump in the United States, who think, violence and power is the only language understood. And at times I think, 20 years ago, we here discussed responsibility to protect. And it seems from a ancient world. It is something like a world of myth and fairy tales.
So now we're in a world of many shades of gray. Ginger, again, I wanted to bring you into the conversation because you lead the platform for peaceful conflict transformation, and I wonder, against the backdrop of what Andreas has said, this new multipolar world of shades of gray and of erupting conflicts regionally and locally, from your point of view and from your day-to-day experience at the platform, how does that return of geopolitics, how does that affect civilian crisis prevention?
Thank you. Interesting question. I think Andreas already has outlined quite some factors what the return of geopolitics is all about, and I agree with a lot of them. I think from my experience, there are some other layers I would like to add. I think you mentioned the erosion of norms. I guess we are also experiencing rising political and social polarization. Not only, but also in our country, we are experiencing a rise of populist movements. And all these factors are shaping the landscape in which we are operating. So it has an immediate implications on civilian crisis prevention, peace building, and conflict transformation. I guess as a representative of a civil society network, I am particularly concerned about shrinking space, about the growing repression against peace and human rights activists, and as well about the, I'd say, perhaps diminishing influence, or in some cases, decreasing willingness to protect these actors. I think this needs to be discussed. And I think another factor is that at the one side, all these factors are shaping the landscape in which we operate, but on the other hand, it's also shaping how politics react on it. And this leads to, I guess, Kira also has mentioned it, in her keynote, that I think you said prevention often had to take a back seat. I agree with that, and I think this is the problem, and we are experiencing that we are more and more drifting further from prioritizing prevention as it was outlined in the guidelines civilian crisis prevention where we said, prevention first. And I guess this has a significant impact both on policy making and on the peace building instruments. And if I have another minute.
A very short minute.
Okay, a short minute. Okay.
We are a bit behind schedule.
A short minute. Because I have a wish. Because as the federal government is currently revising these guidelines, I think it is essential to both preserve and operationalize this idea of prevention first. and especially as global dynamics are evolving and constantly evolving, and that we don't understand prevention as a rhetoric commitment, but we need to underpin it with resources and institutional support, because I think otherwise, we are not able to actually conquer what's about to come, I guess.
Well, thank you so much. Talking about wishes, I guess that's the perfect moment to bring the minister back on stage. So let me thank you too for this very quick conversation. I will hand over the moderator's baton to the both of you and invite you, Minister Schulze, back here on stage.
Yeah, that's as you can see, there's quite some confusion on the stage about who's going to start.
We should start together.
Yeah, that's sounds good to me. Thanks a lot to you, Minister Svenja Schulze, for taking the time and for rejoining us on the stage. And this is a bit out of my, not really for my cards, but I would love to start by asking you, because I've been talking about the challenges, or we've been talking about the challenges we are facing, and I'm really curious about one thing, because I did not have the time to mention it, but I think we have a problem in the German discourse that we are actually we are losing public support, I guess, for peace building. I'd say we could actually speak about a crisis of peace, not only of peace building, because we see that the term itself is, how to say? It is heavily used by populists, and this has very negative effect, I guess, on peace building and. Okay, hi. And I would love to ask you, how do you perceive this discourse or this discussion? Do you actually already see how this trickles down on development cooperation? Because I know that you also struggled a lot with development cooperation and the BMZ against populist narratives on development cooperation. And perhaps you have an idea how we can actually tackle that.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. We have a discourse of populists, and they use the transparency that we have established. They use this transparency about development cooperation to fight against this cooperation. They use the numbers we publish and take that numbers and say why we invest so much money for people abroad, because money is needed here. And that is the discourse in Germany. And there is an idea that we are here in Germany, that we are a poor country, and that people need to fight for the money that goes to them, and that the cake is shrinking. And so if you like to take the same part of that cake, you need to fight for that. And that is the discourse that we have today in Germany. So money spent abroad is money that is not spent in Germany. That is what the populists are saying, and that is the mainstream, also in part of the media. And fighting against that means that we need to discuss about prevention and development cooperation also in Germany. We do that on the international level very, very good. We are very engaged there. We are one of the main drivers there. But we need to bring also to the German majority the idea of prevention is useful. We need to fight again against this, there is no glory in prevention. I can't hear that anymore, but I hear it every day. So we need to talk about our success stories. We are successful in prevention, but no one is talking about success. We only talk about the things that not work very well. So telling the people about their success stories, telling about it is about humanity, it is about people, it's not just numbers, projects, shortages that no one can understand. It is about people. And I think that is the only way to get out of this we and the others, Germany first. And we have not only a discourse about US and American first, we have also a discourse about Germany first. And to fight against that, we need to bring the people, we need to bring our topics closer to the heart of the people. And that is something we are able to. I'm very, very impressed by the engagement of the German NGOs. What they do in the last weeks to fight for a budget for development cooperation, that is really a tremendous efforts that they do there. And I think we should applaud them and help them to bring all these examples to more people, because the populists are very successful in that. And we need to take also the opportunities we have. We need to fight in social media. If only the other one's doing that, we get a problem in our society.
A question that picks up a point from your introductory speech. You talked about the nexus between humanitarian assistance, development policy, and also peace building. Obviously, there are often conflicts between these three issue areas. When you have to cooperate with autocratic regimes, how can you push them for peace building, because the regime itself might be one of the root causes of the conflict? Do you provide humanitarian assistance and also to autocratic regimes? Without their cooperations, you do not have entry points. So what kind of compromises are necessary there? And how can you create linkages? So would you say the nexus policy, which is very much, in public rhetoric, is this conditionality? Would you say, if we can't establish a nexus, we don't do it? Without the nexus, you don't even get the humanitarian assistance. So what kind of practical problems, contradictions do you have to cope with in your everyday provision of both development assistance as well as humanitarian assistance?
It was said in the beginning, I don't know who did that there are many shades of gray in that. Mm-hmm. There is no right or wrong. I think you need to take into account the situation on the ground. And we are still able to do development cooperation also in countries with very autocratic regimes. Not endless. There are, for example, we skipped out development cooperation for Myanmar because they fight against human rights in a way that we could not ignore, and where we could not say, okay, we work on the local ground and do that. There we need to stop. But where it is possible to work on a local level, for example, where it is possible to build structures that make democracy and democratic solutions a way to solve problems. I think in such a situation we need to do that, and we are still able to build this nexus between working for peace, building infrastructure, working for a perspective on a local level. And therefore, I think we need to broaden our perspective. It is not only about working together as a government. We are working together with the United Nations. We are working together with NGOs and building this network, bringing our power together. That is easier to say than to do. And making that on the ground. I see that as presidency of the Sahel Alliance. There we need to bring together 18 donors and all the countries of the Sahel. There are different interests of the countries, different interests of the donor countries, and bringing that together and bringing the interest together, that is the hard work that is needed. It's not only to talk about these nexus and talking about working together, we need to do that, and that is really hard, and there are no short solutions, and there is no oh, okay, they are there for 1 year, why nothing changed? It is a long-term engagement. And that is so hard to deliver in these times, because everybody expects us to bring the resolutions in a quarterly report. After 3 months, it's asked, do you change something? No, so skip out, get out of this country, then nothing will happen there. And that is wrong. We need more long-term engagement, and that is what development cooperation is able to do. Long-term engagements, changing structures, working with the people. And sometimes I would like to remind us how hard it is for Germany to change our behavior. Women have the same rights as men for decades. Do we have that in our reality? No. Should we stop to realize the law that men and women are on the same level? No. So we need 40 years to bring women into the ability to have our own bank konto. It is, and then we shout others that they don't change their behavior in a year. So I think a little bit more, a little bit more time and a little bit more long-term engagement and thinking about how hard it is to change structures, that would be good also in the discussion in Germany.
One follow-up question also to the reconciliation of interests that you mentioned in your introductory speech. So on the one hand, we could say, yeah, we have an interest in rare metals, we have an interest in green energy, we have an interest in getting political support from the Global South and the United Nations. We have an interest in export markets. We have an interest in migration control and so on. So these are our interests, and how are they linked up to the values? Are the values then an add-on to this basic interest, so that we say that's the one is the must and the other is nice to have? And how does this fit? And then you have, on the other hand, African countries who have maybe a prime interest in structural investments, in large-scale investments, in debt relief, in access to European markets, and in a reform of the multilateral development organizations, development banks, and so on. Therefore, they go in part also to the Asian Development Bank. So you have different interests, and how do you reconcile them in practice? And this is often not a meeting of equals, and what could also say, in the past, maybe Global South has less choices than they have nowadays. So they go shopping also.
Yeah, first of all, you ask for interest and values, and I think it is obvious, but I would like to mention it again. Human rights are not negotiable. We need to take them into the center of our politics, and we do that. And the values we are fighting for, they are the values of democracy and the social, the SDGs, where we agreed about. Everybody in the world, every country. So that is the framework, and that means human rights, international solidarity, gender equality, the rule of law, and that is the framework we are working in. But I think we need also to discuss about interest. And yes, we have an interest to have more, for example, H2 from renewable energies. And that is also a chance for African countries, because they have a lot of sun, they have, some of the countries, not all, but some of them have water, so they are able to establish new jobs on their countries. But doing that in a way that is fair, and not a new colonialism now with environmental questions, that is the task we have. And that is not easy. We have a program together with the Ministry of Economy to bring forward, for example, the production of H2 that is fit to the interest of the countries and to our interest, and bring that on an equal path forward. But you really need to discuss that and bring that together and do that in every of the topics. It's not not automatically that when we discuss about the interest of the countries we work with in our interest, that they got automatically in the same direction. That is part of the negotiation, that is part of the discussion, and that is the role of development cooperation to take care of our partner countries. We are the voice of the Global South in the government and in the discussions we have, and that is our role, where we try to bring these interests together and bring more light on what is in the interest of the countries of the Global South.
One follow-up question here also to structural investment. One sees the Chinese building, the railroads, the pipelines, the airports built by the Turkish. And if you look at German business in Africa, sub-Saharan Africa, you could say they are on place 12, I think. So it's not a very prominent role that German business plays when it comes to huge investment. So your ministry is also about economic cooperation and not just development policy. So what could you do? What do you think can be done to encourage, to stimulate German business to invest more there, to contribute to infrastructure, which is a basic precondition for job creation, for all the hubs that are necessary to attract larger business. And so when you travel to African countries, you see Chinese cars, you see Indian motorbikes, but in the past you saw the second-hand German cars, but it's replaced by others. So what could be done? What could your ministry do?
First of all, I'm happy that you say that we need to invest also in infrastructure, because that is was not the common ground for years, that we also should invest in infrastructure. Because there was a fear, is it okay when we think about German airports, if it's okay for us to invest in that because of the CO2 footprint? And should we invest in airports in our partner countries? That was a discussion, and we were not the ones who were invested in infrastructure for a long time. But that needs to change, because the countries of the Global South, they need infrastructure. Mm-hmm. They need also roads, they need trains, they need a healthcare system. And if we not invest, others will do, and they do that with other conditions, not with our framework, not with human rights, not with all the values we have in our backpacks. So investing in infrastructure is needed, and I'm really happy that we have agreed on the European level that we want to invest more in partnerships that build also sustainable infrastructure for our partner countries in the Global South. And that was not the common ground here for decades. Bringing the right framework for investments, that's not so easy, because the investors look where I have a risk that is not so high and get a lot of money. And the risk to invest in the Global South is higher. And it is not so easy to have the right framework there to get, for example, support from the banking system in that countries. You pay higher prices in countries like African countries or in Latin America if you want to work together with the bank system there. And make that easier, that is one of the main questions we bring forward, for example, with the Hamburg Sustainability Conference, where we build a platform for having a better environment for investment, make it easier, take some of the risk that is there, to take this risk together to make more investments possible and to have more standardized products. It is a hard work, because you need to convince banks and need to work with the banking system they have other rules, and you need to change that rules. It is possible. We do that by the World Bank and the discussion about the evolution of the World Bank. But it is also a step that we need to go to bring also German investors on the board to take more risk in our partner countries.
Maybe one more follow-up question, a short one.
Perhaps you can just keep that in mind for a second, because there's something which is another urgent question, I guess. Thank you. Because I would like to take a step back. Afterwards, you can just pick the idea up again. And I would like to dive a little deeper in something you mentioned in your keynote, and you've been talking about that a couple of minutes ago, and the importance of partnerships. And I think the same is true for peace building, but recently I think we are talking more about that German policies, German international engagement, how it is perceived globally, especially in the Global South. You also already mentioned that. And I think also many of our member organizations are reporting about how the perception is increasingly critical in some contexts, and that this also impacts the work and also the well-being of the colleagues on the ground in the projects. And I'm curious, how do you experience these concerns? How do you tackle these? And what is needed to rebuild trust and partnerships when you, as you just said, civil society is a key partner for German development cooperation, and this seems to be a dilemma. So what is the BMZ, and what should the German federal government do to actually be a trustful partner itself?
Yeah. I think it is obvious, and it's my daily experience, that we lose trust. For example, in the time of the COVID-19 pandemic, that the Africans were the African scientists who have this Omicron variant. That was the first an African scientist who found that. And what we do is not to say, hey, super, let that bring us together, let us open our doors for scientific research and let us share our experience. No, we do the opposite. And we do not share our knowledge, and we do not share the vaccines. And with that, we lose a lot of trust. And it is easy to lose trust, and it is hard to rebuild it. So we need a long-term engagement in building trust again, for example, in establishing healthcare systems, in establishing real partnerships, as we do that with our partnerships for climate change, where we have a more long-term engagement, where we take partnerships for 10 or 15 years to say, okay, we really work together. We know about the problems, and we will go step by step. And rebuild this trust is hard work. And that is the same with our engagement for Israel. It is not easy to explain why we support Israel. And we expect that everybody in the world knows about our history. I can't tell you from my daily experience, the most do not know why we stand with Israel and why it is so important for us. And we need to explain that. And that is what I do nearly in every discussion I have. I explain why we support Israel and why it is so important for us that there is an Israeli country, and why we support also our partner countries, and why that is also in our interest, and why we are investing a lot of money in that, more than others who reduce their support very hard. We also reduce, that's a fight against that, but we are still one of the biggest donors in the world, and that helps to build bridges and to talk about the situation and to have an exchange about that.
Thank you. I guess there are quite some colleagues in the room who would love to extend this discussion, but there are only, I guess, 2 minutes left. So perhaps I have a short question, very short question about the federal budget. And then I hand over to Andreas. because yeah, I think everyone in the room just already mentioned the budget and the budget cuts and how these will specifically affect international engagement and international cooperation. And I try to wrap it up because, yeah, I'm interested in, from your perspective, what will these cuts mean specifically for peace and security efforts from BMZ? And although a reversal of this trend seems to be very unlikely at the moment, what would it take, in your view, to bring about a shift in funding for peace? And perhaps you have an idea of how can we as a peace-building community contribute to such a shift. This would be very helpful for us to know.
And all that in a minute.
Yes.
Okay.
Or half a minute, so there's some time left for Andreas.
Okay, I think that is a discussion that we need to do together, because it is hard. I fight against these budget cuts together with the foreign minister, with Annalena Baerbock, because the cuts are in my budget and in the humanitarian budget, and that is really hard. And our first answer is we both go in crisis situation to the finance minister and ask for additional money. I do that now for the Lebanon, I do that for Ukraine, and I think I need to do that in the next year very, very often, because we have not enough money in our budgets. And that means that as one of our main challenges to react immediately in the situation of crisis, that these reactions are not so fast as we are used to have that in the past. We need always to ask for additional money then to react. That is one part of the answer. And the other part is, and you mentioned that, it was mentioned before in one of the speeches, we need to do more from the money we have. We need to go to the international organizations and build better structures and to deliver better on the ground. It's hard to say that in this room, but you know about that we have also possibilities, as we do that in the World Bank, we need to do that in the whole banking systems. There are still too many discussions that are not fit to the problems of the countries. And we have a lot of bureaucracy, a lot of a jungle where the partner countries need to go through to get to the money, and that is something we need to change, and we need more action to bring people together, like we do that with the climate shield with the shield against climate risk, for example, that we do with the most vulnerable states, where we work on a helping system that is in place before the crisis hit. And such discussions about prevention, you do that over decades now, but it is still needed to have that discussions and to do these discussions also in Germany. We need to build another common ground for that such discussions. We are affected from everything in the world. If there is a problem in Sahel, we get the effects in Germany. If there is a problem in other parts of the world, we are interconnected, we are intertwined. And this knowledge is not a knowledge that is a common ground in Germany anymore. And that is something that we need to do together to bring that into discussion in Germany again and have more allies for such a discussion. It was not a half minute, sorry for that.
Minister, Ginger, and Andreas, thank you very much. I think that was really a perfect scene setter. I think we're now at working temperature, as they say. So thank you really very much. Minister, we'd be very happy if you could stay on. Yeah, of course, that's your applause. If you could stay on for a moment with the members of the advisory board for a family photo. To all the rest of you, you're now free to mix and mingle in the coffee break. Have a good, strong coffee, and please make sure to be back here at 11 sharp for the next panel. Thank you.
Halt. Dann kann ich das hier hören, dann drücke ich hier drauf und ich höre hier nichts mehr auf dem Kanal. Also das schaltet tatsächlich live ab.
Aber ich habe es ja gesehen.
Gut, aber dann, also
Geht
da,
denn
da
das
ist
Licht bei dem anderen aus, an dem Mikro, wenn das an dem anderen
du
Pult
hörst
gemacht wird?
weiter in dem Kanal, aber wenn ich, also jetzt kann ich hier auf dem Pult hören. Und jetzt hörst du mich hier sprechen, wenn ich hier drauf drücke, ist aus.
Ja.
Den anderen Kopfhörer auch einmal.
Ja, nee, dann.
Schalte, du hörst Englisch, richtig? Und ich mute und ich bin durch.
Ja.
Dann hast du es vielleicht nur seitlich nicht richtig gedrückt.
ist er noch an? Ja, aber das.
Dann probieren wir es mal. Liebe Anne, ich höre hier vorne was aus dem Lautsprecher, das ist auch gut. Anne, du kannst mich hören. Ich höre dir auf dem englischen Kanal zu.
So, ich bin jetzt auf dem englischen Kanal und ich werde mal wild husten. Jetzt
Ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome back to our conference. I'm delighted to be moderating the first panel. My name is Jana Polierin. I'm with the European Council on Foreign Relations in my day-to-day job, but I'm also a member of the advisory board. And in this function, I'm going to moderate the panel. We are discussing what's the value of values, German foreign development and security policy in an age of geopolitics. And before I welcome my wonderful panel, I have to say that we had some unforeseen changes. There is the autumn flu and COVID, and we lost 2 speakers, but we were able not only to replace them, but to find like 2 brilliant minds who will, I think, bring great added value to our panel. But I have to apologize in advance for myself and my continuous coughing. So I hope I'll be able to moderate this in a quite decent way, despite my cold. I'll now welcome my panel, and I'll just ask you to take the chairs in the order I call you. First is Dr. Tobias Lindner. He is Minister of State at the Federal Foreign Office in Germany. Hand of applause, thank you. Next is Dr. Paul Stairs. Oh, Tobias, can you move over here? Yeah, thank you. Paul B. Stairs, he is General John Wesley Senior Fellow for Conflict Prevention and Director of the Center for Preventive Action of the Council on Foreign Relations. A mouthful, great reputation. Then I would like to welcome Dr. Sarah Brockmeyer-Large. She is head of the Berlin office at the Peace Research Institute in Frankfurt. And last, but certainly not least, is Professor Shyam Tekwani, who is a professor at the Daniel K. Inouye, I certainly have pronounced this wrong, Asia Pacific Center for Security Studies. Thank you very much for being with us. Thank you very much for being with us. And I'm looking forward to a lively discussion. We have some time to discuss amongst us. I know that you all prepared some introductory remarks, but I want to take you a bit by surprise with my first question before you go to what you've prepared, because the title of our panel is German Foreign Development and Security Policy in an Age of Geopolitics. But what does that even mean? So what exactly do you think are the new circumstances for crisis prevention? What has changed? What are basically the defining trends that you see? And what is the changing environment, and what does it mean not only for maybe Germany's approach, but also to Europe's approach more broadly? And I start with you, Tobias. Just a few thoughts.
Yeah, thank you so much, and thanks for having me. And I would say, if you look at global trends and if you try to apply it to crisis prevention or to crisis resolution, I would say we see, first of all, a bigger interconnectedness of crises. And that's true for both ones, for implications and repercussions. Giving you the example, you have a Russian full-scale invasion in Ukraine. You see effects on global food prices, on energy prices. You see North Korea supporting Russia vis-a-vis. So you cannot, it's not a 0-1 issue where it hasn't been in the past, but it's growing, it's increasing, that you cannot treat or handle a crisis isolated. That's becoming more and more unlikely. Second, I would say what we also see on interconnectedness is that other countries more and more have interest in regional crises. Looking, for instance, at the Sahel, where you see Russia, but also China being somehow on the field, being a part of that crisis, also a party and actor in that crisis. That makes it more difficult to look for only a regional solution. And last but not least, what we see is and I do not mean it in a military sense, but more coalitions of the willing, or let's say more regional coalitions. What do I mean by that? You see that coalitions, or let's say alliances, arise like Pacific Island Forum, Partners in the Blue Pacific. You have to interact with the Organization of Islamic Countries, the League of Arab States, and you name it. And what I witnessed over the last 2.5 years being in office is that the importance of those regional alliances, or however you might call them, increases, and that's also a challenge, and we'll discuss it later. What does it mean for our foreign policy and our approach to manage and to prevent local crises? But for sure it means we have to interact with these alliances more and more. We cannot just sit in the chair and say we only rely on the UN system, and that's it. If that would be our approach, we would fail, or we would not be heard. I stop here.
Thank you. So I think this already gives us some food for thought, and we'll come to that later. So there is a polycrisis, or interconnectedness of crises. We have difficulties to find regional solutions because regional conflicts get basically hijacked by great power politics, and we have regional alliances that increasingly play a big role. I have certainly the intent to talk to you about BRICS Plus and all this later. So, Paul, is there anything you would add?
Okay, is this on? Yes. Well, just let me thank the organizers, sponsors of this conference. It's a great pleasure and honor to be here in Berlin. I would be lying if I didn't say it's also a welcome distraction for me to be in Berlin today. As some of you may know, something's going on in my hometown today, and I think if I were there now, I would be a nervous wreck, constantly looking at my phone every 10 seconds. So this is a big distraction. And for those of you who are concerned that I may have missed voting, I voted early, so rest assured that I exercised my democratic right. I think Berlin is also, frankly, a very apt location for this conference. I can't think of another capital in the world where what's at stake today, you're reminded of that walking around Berlin. History shouts at you from every corner, and so I think to me it's a very, I think, appropriate place for us to be today because of the reminders of what can happen and how bad things can get. Let me focus on 2 or 3 broad trends. I think Tobias has captured, I think, one of the main challenges we face. I think probably the most concerning development in recent years has been the return of great power competition, the risk of great power conflict. It was only a few years ago, frankly, that many people were saying that was obsolete. It would never happen again. And essentially, mankind had rid this curse, scourge, and we had moved to a completely new world. But in fact, here we are, and that risk is very evident. We see it today in Ukraine. We see it today across the Taiwan Strait, in other parts of East Asia, South China Sea, the Korean Peninsula, even the Himalayas, although things may have improved slightly there in the last few weeks. But one cannot exaggerate the consequences of this development because it obviously has immediate existential risks, but also it affects our ability to cooperate on some of these major other challenges that we face, which are also existential. Here I'm obviously talking about the climate crisis. Let me point to 2 other sort of trends that I've been seeing, when we've seen in, frankly, recent weeks that also worry me. I'll try not to be too technical in the terms I use, but the first is what I have seen is an erosion of what I would call the vertical fire breaks on conflict. As many of you know, I think one of the major achievements since World War II has been the decrease in the amount of international conflict, state-on-state conflict. And it's been very rare. While there's been a lot of civil conflicts in the world, we've seen relatively little international conflict. But in the last few years, we've seen an erosion of this norm, in which states feel like they can take aggressive action against other states. We saw this, I think, initially in the use of cyber interference, election meddling, disinformation campaigns. But in the last few years, we've now seen actual physical, open military attacks by one state against another. Obviously, we've seen this in Ukraine. And the specter of conflict has returned to Europe, where we thought it was essentially banished for the last 80 years. An aggressive act driven by territorial aggrandizement, essentially Russia seeking to absorb Ukraine, something we thought was unheard of. But we've also seen this more recently in the Middle East, in which states are now openly attacking other states. It was only a few months ago that it was felt that Israel and Iran would never openly attack each other. They might conduct a kind of covert war with each other, but the notion that they would actually bomb each other was considered highly unlikely. But now here we are now. We are in multiple exchanges between those two countries. I don't think anyone here has any confidence that we've reached some stable equilibrium in that conflict, and we could see it evolving in other ways. We've also seen actors also using long-range missiles from on the periphery of the region, with the Houthi attacks on not just shipping in the Gulf of Aden and Red Sea, but directly against Israel. Extraordinary that we're now in a world in which we are openly witnessing these long-range attacks by one group or country on another. At the same time, we've seen, and of course, probably the most worrisome vertical fire break that we've seen in erosion over in the last few years is the specter of nuclear use. Again, we thought this was had been like permanently locked away, but now we've seen an emergence of nuclear threats, or the veiled threat of nuclear use in Ukraine, somewhat on the Korean Peninsula too. So that's the kind of the erosion of the vertical fire breaks, and the fact that things could, I think, escalate very rapidly, very quickly, in a very dangerous way. So that's one trend. The second trend is, picking up essentially on what Tobias said, is what I would call an erosion of the horizontal fire breaks. And we've seen this again in Ukraine. We're now seeing North Korean troops entering the combat zone and a party to this conflict. You could say NATO is a de facto party to this conflict too. Probably in the Middle East, you've also seen this convergence of what were, I think, treated as relatively isolated local conflicts, the Israeli-Hamas conflict, the Israeli-Hezbollah conflict, the Iran-Israel conflict, and Houthi. They've all essentially now merged into one larger regional conflict complex. And I think this is also a very dangerous trend, because its conflict is spreading, and I can see this happening in other areas, particularly if there were ever conflict on the Korean Peninsula or on the Taiwan Strait. So let me end there, because I know I don't want to take up too much time.
Thank you, Paul. So 2 fire breaks, eroding the vertical and the horizontal fire breaks. I think all of the room could relate to you in the very beginning when you mentioned the election and being a nervous wreck. I am one, and I'm not an American. So maybe we can later discuss how much this election is also going to potentially change the surrounding for crisis management in the future, for crisis prevention, for civilian crisis management. Sarah, just quickly, do you have something to add on the big trends and the environment that we are in as Germans and as Europeans?
Yeah, thank you, and thank you so much for the invitation. I also appreciated having something to do today. And I was involved when the original guidelines on conflict prevention and peacebuilding were, or the so-called crisis guidelines were passed in 2016, 2017, and organizing the Peace Lab debates back then, and so recognizing a lot of faces, and really appreciate being here again. And I think this relates to your question a bit, because I'd like to take it what the previous two speakers have said, and just make the point that I think this has had a lot of consequences for this policy field of conflict prevention, peace building, conflict resolution. Because essentially in Germany, at least as far as I can see, there seems to be a lack of basically political bandwidth and political capacity to really work on and strengthen this issue since basically February 2022. You've had this huge shift on debates on national defense, on alliance defense, which I find very understandable. And obviously we do need to have these discussions about how Germany can defend itself and how the alliance, we can defend our allies as well, and help Ukraine. But you have this issue, then you have politicians dealing with the consequences of the US elections. We have politicians thinking about the growing threat of China, about these growing trends that the previous two speakers have said, and obviously a major war in the Middle East. And I at least have the impression that this means that both in the ministries, but perhaps more importantly in Parliament, you simply lack the capacity, the time, the resources to have enough people and politicians strengthen these other policy issues. And this goes both for regions, but also for thematic issues. Maybe just to briefly mention, like, Sudan hasn't come up, I think, at the panel yet, but it's one of the major humanitarian crises and wars right now. And it doesn't seem the case that Germany has anything really substantial to add in this conflict to help, or to even, I mean, obviously we are providing humanitarian aid, but should be doing more. This is just one small example. Another one, and Lars Wagner already mentioned it this morning, is these civilian goals, the goals on civilian tools that the coalition agreement said that the German government was going to pass, and there's been no progress on that. And I think these are difficult issues, but it really is a capacity issue. There are not enough people or not enough time to deal with these issues because of all these other trends. And this is it raises the problem, and we can go into this maybe in more detail later, but that we have these major lesson learned processes going on. We have the revision of the guidelines going on. We have the Afghanistan Enquete Commission, which is going to provide a huge report on recommendations on this whole policy field next year. But there's a real danger, especially if the US election goes wrong, that these recommendations will be put out there and basically nothing will change because there's just not enough capacity or time or money to deal with this. So just wanted to say this. And it is problematic, not just for moral reasons and because we want to, for example, engage in the crisis in Sudan for basically to help people. It's also very much in our interest to be able to be engaged in a lot of these conflicts worldwide that we currently don't have the capacity for. It's also because it's also problematic because the very tools that we're talking about in the guidelines will also be relevant in Ukraine and are already relevant in Ukraine. This very issue of combining civilian tools, military tools, the different instruments we have are also relevant for addressing Ukraine, and we do need to talk about them. So it's good we have this conference, but it is in the major, kind of in the overall sense, we need more of this, I'm afraid.
So your basic theory is that all these trends, the age of geopolitics is basically overwhelming us, or kind of that we don't have enough capacity to react to all of them at once, and that some basically are then neglected or thrown under the bus. I'll give that back to Tobias in the second round to reflect on this. But first, Shia, when we discussed the panel and talked about kind of what we are going to discuss, you basically said, what is the age of geopolitics even? So I think that is a very interesting take. So what do you make of what you've just heard? How much of this is actually, from your perspective, new? Power politics, the vertical fire breaks collapsing, the erosion of horizontal fire breaks. From your perspective, have those fire breaks ever been that effective? And has there ever been an era where there was less power politics in the world?
Well, thank you. First off, I am the legitimate offspring of the unforeseen circumstance. So I'm very happy to be here. Thank you very much. Number one. Number two is what I'm going to say are my personal views. I do not represent the United States Department of Defense, for who I work, nor do I represent the organization I work for, the Asia Pacific Center for Security Studies in Hawaii. So these are my personal views. Number one, I did ask you, I was quite intrigued by the phrase age of geopolitics, because I always grew up thinking the world was pivoting around geopolitics. So what's new about it? But having heard three speakers, I think I'm beginning to get a sense of the context in which the phrase is being used. From my perspective, I want to open the aperture a bit larger from looking at international or global conflicts to local conflicts. And I think local conflicts are going to play a very big role. They're going to influence how the world or the rules-based international order, how that shapes itself. Whether you look at, South China Sea problem, the Taiwan problem, the Myanmar problem, or the northeast of India where there's an insurgency ongoing. So I think it's important to also look at how those conflicts are going to are shaping at least the global South's perspectives on the rules-based international order. So that's one. The second thing I would probably emphasize is we often hear of the word, we've been hearing it since morning, erosion of norms. Again, to my mind, it's not a new thing. Who's been eroding the norms all along? The rule maker has been the rule breaker. From the global South's perspective, who made the rules in the first place and who's breaking those rules? And so the finger that's being pointed often is the man, not the man, the region that made these rules, whether it's Eurocentric or whether it's Europe and America together. So I think these two would be my perspectives. I'm not seeing anything new here. The last point I'll make is the only thing that I'm seeing that's new is the emergence of rising powers, number one, and along with it, the proliferation of regional organizations. You never had so many regional organizations before. Everybody just sucked it up and went on. But now you're beginning to see many regions, geographic regions, combining forces together and obviously understanding that there's strength in numbers and there's going to be more possibility of being able to reshape and influence world orders if they group their voices together. So I think that's the major trend I see, the proliferation of regional organizations.
Thank you very much. I would like to zoom into kind of German foreign development and security policy now, after having now explored basically the changing environment. And I turn to Tobias with the question of, how do we as Germans react to what you all have just described? How well are we coping? Are we overwhelmed, as Sarah has said? And is our approach of a value-based foreign policy, we talk about the value of values here, is it still up to the task? Is it still kind of the right approach to face this changing environment? So maybe just be the advocate for the new strategies and the implementation and why Germany is doing great.
You know, I'm a humble state minister and I'm not a salesperson, but Jana, let me start on the capacity issue. And I would say, you know, we are not overwhelmed, but for sure we are not bored in the Federal Foreign Office at the moment. And I'm not bored either. Those who know my portfolio, I'm dealing with Near Middle East, Russia, Ukraine, Indo-Pacific. So eat, sleep, crisis management, something like that goes my day. But those who know me know I'm an optimistic person. And I would say, although we are at 110% of our resources when it comes to crisis management, at the moment there are two things that give me hope. First of all, we have some lesson learned processes, which we hadn't in the past. So we have the review of the crisis guidelines. In the FFO, we reviewed our own engagement in Afghanistan already. We have the Afghanistan Enquete Commission and the Inquiry Commission. We have set up the National Security Strategy. We have set up a China strategy. On Thursday in the Parliament, we will be debating the evaluation of our deployment of our troops for the first time ever, something this coalition has agreed on, to do a systemic evaluation of all the deployments of the German armed forces. So there are some processes. And honestly, if you would ask me what concerns me, maybe not this night, but maybe the next federal election in Germany. Because, I don't know when it will happen. No, but honestly, the point is, if you do coalition negotiations, you usually have a large agenda, ideas for policy, and you lay these lesson learned processes aside. That's my biggest concern at the moment, that we have set up these processes, we have the lessons learned on the table, so we are not naive, we are not stupid, but we have to implement them, and it needs to follow something out in practice, especially if you might have a new majority in the parliament. Second, what gives me hope was the process on the national security strategy itself, because at the time when I served in the defense committee of the German Bundestag, I got a feeling that we have at least two disconnected bubbles. We had a military, or let's say defense bubble, where you have your own language. Then you have this civil crisis management bubble or group or community, however you might call it. And very often they were not able to speak to each other, or they mistreated each other. And what the national security strategy, I believe, has achieved, that we look at things complementarily. So for me, it's not a contradiction to invest into defense and deterrence, while at the same time trying to strengthen and to improve our capacities on civilian crisis prevention. Last but not least, because I'm getting too long and maybe we could go into detail, what does it mean, especially for our toolbox, when it comes to the guidelines, when it comes to global partnerships, on the value of values, because that sounds on first hand very academic. First of all, I'm convinced that this contradiction or this conflict of interests and values very often is totally overrated. Yes, there are at some points conflicts, for sure, but we have to keep in mind there are also conflicts between values, not only between interests and values. If you look, for example, on the Near Middle East, on Israel security is part of Germany's raison d'etat, while at the same time emphasizing strengthening international law, especially international humanitarian law, that there are conflicts. But I'm convinced it's in our own interest that we have some values, because values are very often, first of all, attached to norms. So if you want to strengthen the international rules-based order, you need to have some values that are linked to norms. Second, it gives some predictability and reliability about our own policies. If you look at the world today, and you mentioned what's happening in the US today and over the next few days, and we know that there's one candidate running for the presidency who is very unpredictable if you put trade and tariffs aside. Values gives you some kind of predictability and reliability for other actors, be it other states, other governments, be it civil society. And I believe that's one of our unique selling points, even as liberal democracies. If we go to Africa, for instance, or the Near Middle East, to give some reliability and predictability. And last but not least, I believe the biggest challenge in these days is to restate and to prove and to emphasize, you know, that this is not a Western, so-called Western invention. These are not Western values or something. Very often when I'm traveling abroad, I'm trying to emphasize we are committed, we believe in the UN Charter. The UN Charter has been approved and drafted at a time when both German states were not a member of the UN system. It's not an idea of the so-called West in the end, especially if you look at the people who have drafted the Charter or the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And I believe for us that's our daily job to work against this narrative that it's a Western invention or that human rights are internal issues of some country and not universal. I'll stop here and maybe let's talk about the tools later on.
Before you stop, I need to squeeze you a bit or pressure you a bit on one issue. Many here in this community are afraid that human rights, climate change, civil conflict management, all these issues, peace building, currently in Germany fall victim to the prioritization of the military, the Zeitenwende, the strengthening of the Bundeswehr. And when you look at the budget, I mean, we already discussed this in the first panel, that there is a real issue. There are huge budget cuts. But would you say from your work experience that this is not true, that basically there is still the same prioritization, that those issues still matter?
At least in the ministry I represent, I could say. For sure, the budget keeps me awake at night. You know, we expect cuts in the budget of the Federal Foreign Office of roughly 12%. If you look at the percentage share, that's the biggest cut of all ministries in the federal government. But what I can tell you from our internal processes, we still have an emphasis on stabilization and crisis prevention. You mentioned the climate crisis. Please keep in mind, we have a new state secretary since 2.5 years, Jennifer Morgan, on international climate action. We have reshaped our former economics department. Now it's called geoeconomics and international climate action. So we have put a priority on that. And for sure, we need more money. That's no secret. And I would be happy if I would have a bigger budget on stabilization, on peace prevention, on civilian crisis prevention. But what we are trying to do is to get more empirical, to do reviews, to do updates, to get our lessons learned, what works, what doesn't work, and to deduct our priorities out of that process. That's what we can do. For sure, we need a bigger budget, but if we have the budget we are expected to receive, then please prioritize in an academic and empirical way. That's the best we can do, and it also shows that we are putting resources on it.
I personally think that it's also a huge mistake to basically play one against the other. I think we need both. Coming back to the bubbles that you referred to, I think all of Germany oftentimes is a bubble. We are very self-centered. We are focused on our domestic politics, and we think that we are the do-gooders in the world. I want to take this opportunity to have two non-Germans. I give you the floor then as well, Sarah, but to have two non-Germans that also are here, I think, to burst the bubble and to tell us a bit how maybe not only Germany, but Europeans more broadly are perceived as actors in the world right now. And Xian, I would like to start with you. When you heard kind of the universal values and our emphasis and that we are predictable, how does that sound for you?
Well, first off, I wasn't implying that values were Western-centric. It's the rules-based international order that is perceived as Western-centric, not so much the values. I think there's recognition that those values are universal and they were articulated by the West, so there's no damage to the values itself. The real issue is the perception is most countries in the West tend to pay more lip service to values as opposed to the fact that it's actually the interests that they pursue more than the values itself. And I think the world is littered with examples where you speak of values, but ultimately you compromise on them because it's in your interests, in your national interest or security interests to do so. Having said that, I think within the Global South, by and large, Europe is seen as more of a sleeping partner to the Western-centric rules-based order, somewhat benign compared to how the US is perceived, because US has always been in the forefront. So I think that's one area where Europe has an advantage of actually building relationships, and they start with almost zero trust deficit, almost, I won't say totally. I can't imagine the Indians and the British starting off without a deficit of trust. But by and large, I think Europe has that advantage, and I think the real issue is going to be to what degree is Europe going to be able to pursue its quest for values as opposed to interests? Because as far as the US itself is concerned, I think there's less trust in that country because it's espoused so much of this whole business of values for human rights and democratic norms, but it has been seen as probably the first spoiler of those very values.
Xian, can I address the issue of Germany's support for Israel with you? Because I think that is something I hear very often when I talk to representatives from the Global South. The first thing I hear is when I talk about Germany and values, they say, oh, your values are not worth anything any longer because of your what is perceived as unconditional support for Israel there. So would you say that it's the problem is, as the minister has said in the beginning, that the German position is not easily understood and we need to explain ourselves better? Or would you say that there is a broad understanding of why Germany acts as it acts, but it's still seen as wrong?
Well, this is tricky ground for me, but I'll try and answer it. I think if I'm going to look at from the Global South always roots for an underdog. And from the perspective of the Global South, who have all had colonial experiences, fights for independence, they clearly see Germany as being on the wrong side of history here. Primarily, I think because the natural tendency in those regions who have fought long wars of independence is you root for the underdog. And I think it goes back to your first point, which is obviously you need to explain clearer and better to countries in the South. And that's going to be one hell of a task to be able to explain to them the stance which Germany has taken vis-a-vis the Middle East conflict. But I think I'll go back to the fact that there is always a bias and preference for the underdog.
But what you said about the sleeping partner should give all of us hope, because then there is the possibility to be kissed awake. And so I think we can do better, and that's the positive notion I take. Paul, I turn to you now. You had also the possibility to study a bit of the documents that we mentioned here already, the national security strategy, the crisis guidelines that are currently reworked, climate strategy. So what was your take looking at them?
Thank you. Well, I'm always a little reluctant to make recommendations for other people's policies, but I've been struck by several things listening to people today and reading the documents. Firstly, Germany shares pretty much the same risk assessment and views about the world as we all do, and I think we all share the same concerns about what is happening in the world, the trends that I mentioned earlier. And so we all share what I would call a common sort of preventive imperative. We have to try to get ahead of the curve in many of these conflicts that are going around the world, because even though the situation is bad now, it could get a lot worse, a lot worse. In terms of some sort of broad observations, I would make probably three about Germany. One is, I think, the need for prioritization, the need for integration, and thirdly, the collaboration part too. To gain public support for conflict prevention, you have to convey a clear reason for why it is in the national interest, the common interest, to conduct preventive programming and peace building and foreign assistance. And there has to be a clear linkage between what you are doing in the world and the people that are essentially supporting you at home to do that, essentially paying the taxes that support this. And this requires, I think, some consideration of the prioritization of German foreign assistance and activities in the world. Listening to the minister this morning, Germany's very commendable work in Lebanon and the Sahel, but I couldn't help thinking, what does the average German think about the importance of those interventions and that support for their own security, livelihood? And for the last, I think, 15 years now, I've been surveying American foreign policy experts and asking them if they could rank the preventive priorities around the world that the US should actually focus their attention, what would they be? And every year I come up with the list of where the priorities are according to national interests, values, principles, and so on. And it's a combination of not only the likelihood of the conflict occurring, but also what effect it would have on US interests. And I think something similar could possibly be done in Germany, so that there is, so the average German can feel that this is really important for Germany to be involved in, and there'd be no question. I'm not making a judgment, by the way, about Lebanon or the Sahel, but I think that they're trying to draw that linkage, I think, to everybody's concerns and needs is important. The second area is sort of the integration, and I think Germany is probably behind the trends that I've seen in other countries in terms of how they think about conflict prevention. Increasingly, it's seen as a part of a continuum. It's not seen as a standalone activity, which I think leads to its marginalization in terms of policy priorities as well as bureaucratically. There's still some of this in the US, but we've seen a move more both in the US and Britain and France toward integrating conflict prevention within larger national security priorities and structures. You know, I'm struck that there are two kind of security documents, the one affecting conflict prevention and then integrated security for Germany. You know, conflict prevention, civilian prevention should be part of this. There shouldn't be two separate documents, in my view. I know the politics here, but to me, it should be an integrated approach so that conflict prevention, whether you call it civilian conflict prevention or what, it should be mainstreamed. There is a natural inclination for people working in conflict prevention to think, well, we are the good guys, the purists, we're not affected by geopolitics, we're doing this for good humanitarian, all commendable impulses. But to me, if you want the budgetary support, if you want the support of the German people, you have to mainstream conflict prevention. That also means mainstreaming the doctrines and the strategies around it. It can't be one separate one for conflict prevention. It has to be part of a broader spectrum of measures. Tobias is shaking his head here.
And he gets the floor in 2 minutes to answer to you.
And so, to me, that also extends even to the highest levels of the German government. Sarah and I have talked earlier about the need for maybe a National Security Council in Germany that would provide that integrative focus for German foreign policy and development policy, so that it's not balkanized, it's not marginalized, it's part of an integrated effort. And I think given all the challenges, all the burdens, the costs that are escalating, Germany should think more about how to integrate this effort into broader national objectives. Thirdly, collaboration. You can't do it alone. You're going to have to think more and more about how you work with others, how you sort of bring others along to your goals and objectives, but also how you work within a sort of common framework. Obviously, the EU is the obvious platform for that, but there are other partners, UK now, US obviously, and so thinking more about getting more bang for the buck, if you will. That's probably a horrible term to use, so 3, prioritization, integration, collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you very much also for the kind of hinting at foreign policy for the middle class of the Biden administration, and this idea that what we do in the world needs to benefit also the people at home, and we need to make this linkage. But I want to give, before I give the floor to you, Sarah, and then you can answer my question at length, but Tobias, a two-finger intervention. You were shaking your head when Paul talked about the 2 separate documents, and I think the whole idea of the security strategy was to bring, not to have these silos. So what is your reaction to this?
I hope that Paul does not get afraid. There are even more than 2 documents. I have a whole rack of documents in my office. So the idea behind that, when we drafted the national security strategy, we traveled abroad, we looked at other countries, what's their ambition, what's the size, what's the scope of it. And you know, the national security strategy, it's a document that is approved by the cabinet. It's a cabinet decision. So it has, I would call it, it's the master document in the end. And it refers to the guidelines on civilian crisis prevention. If you would have integrated every of these documents into the master document, we wouldn't have finished yet, I promise you, I guarantee you. And we had a delay in the national security strategy. So the idea is we have the national security strategy as a top, and then we have several documents, the crisis guidelines, which can be done not by a cabinet, which can be updated even not by a cabinet decision, but in interaction with the Federal Ministry of Defense, with BMZ, with the Foreign Office, so it makes it easier. We have the China strategy, we have the Indo-Pacific guidelines, we have the Latin America and the Caribbean initiative. So it's really the master document, and the details and the implementations, and the implementation, they follow out of such certain documents. That's our approach. I'll stop here, and later on, please let me make a comment on this National Security Council. Yeah, okay. You know how you can really bring my temperature up. Yeah.
We give you a pause. You can prepare. And I still would like to mention that many in the room, I think, sympathized with what Paul has said on mainstreaming conflict prevention, and that there was in some quarters, I think also in this room, maybe in our council, in our advisory board, the perception that the security strategy maybe did not wholeheartedly value the value of conflict prevention in a way that we would have liked to see. But Sarah, and then I open up to the audience for questions and sharp, quick speed dating with our panel. But first, a German criticism or a German view of the documents and the government's performance.
Yeah, so many points to address. I mean, I wanted to make one point on prevention, and maybe later another one, but there is also the danger that we never talk about successful prevention, and I think Moldova and the German policy towards that region so far has been a kind of preventative success, and that goes beyond the kind of, spending that the Foreign Office is doing. It's also about diplomacy and the kind of the attention paid to these countries. So that's, I think, a positive case we should also raise, because otherwise no one does prevention, because there's never any kind of political gain from doing so. I wanted to make because you raised it and we haven't really discussed it in more detail, still wanted to come back to Israel and Gaza, even though, again, it's extremely tricky to talk about in Germany. But I do wanted to say that even I also trying to, the other day, explaining German policy to a South African friend, I really cannot do it. Like, it is getting to a point where, I really can understand this perspective that you look at Germany saying in the debate, for example, the other day on the national security strategy in Parliament, every second speaker said how important it is that Germany fights for the maintenance of the rules-based international order and how important these rules are for our national interest. And a day before in Parliament, we had senior politicians get up and say there's no evidence that Israel is breaking international humanitarian law. And that is something that you can really, that doesn't match simply what you know from international courts, what you know from reading the New York Times, basically, or asking any senior German international lawyer at the moment. And that, I think that gap is a problem for Germany. It is a problem if you want to explain German policy. I can explain to the South African friend where it's coming from, but I do think we have a problem if we don't address this gap and if we don't also look at our own policy in the region. That aside, I wanted to make some points on prevention or on the going from a lot of places here, but maybe just to add on Paul's point and the whole strategy issues and the National Security Council, because I think they all relate, because we do have this, it is a question of how we make strategies in Germany, right? And because we have this political system that we do have a way of one ministry writes a draft and then all ministries write comments and negotiate, and it gets escalated to the ministers for a few points. But every single time the strategy process starts with the idea of we are going to set priorities, we're not going to discuss everything, but because of the way we make strategies and the ministries debate, usually everyone just adds on and they become longer and longer and everything is included, and the BMZ has to include their perspective and the Interior Ministry has to include their perspective, and this is how the guidelines became very long, and this is also how the National Security Strategy became very long. And then obviously the guidelines were also passed by the cabinet, but there is some kind of, I guess, so in theory they are on the same level, but in practice they're obviously not, because the idea is that the National Security Strategy is this overarching document. But I do also think it is, like Paul, if you could start from scratch, it would be better to have not a separate document for this whole policy field, because it gives the impression that it is an extra, or it is kind of not something that you should be doing to further German national security. And then just on the National Security Council, and I really also have had this debate so many times that I'm not sure I want to have it again, but I do want to say, because we mentioned the lesson learned processes, and we mentioned Afghanistan, we mentioned Mali, and every time you read any study on or evaluation on these crisis engagement by Germany, the one main point is we were missing a political strategy. The government didn't have a clear strategy, or not a clear strategy that would match the tools that we were employing. And that one of the problems was that we weren't we weren't adapting the strategy. We kind of went in because we wanted to be a good ally to the US, or we wanted to be a good ally to the French, or wanted to do any other kind of supporting of the United Nations, etc. And then we just stay. And we do kind of have criticism and evaluations in the middle, but we really never address the political strategy issue. This is one lesson. Another lesson is the lack of kind of local analysis, the knowledge of civil society actors from the ground, etc., and the lack of analysis then feeding into an adapted strategy. Again, this is something that comes out of all of these evaluations, and we still, as far as I can see, have not changed our policy-making structures in a way that we are able to have this overarching political strategy for each conflict and crisis situation, and that we're able to kind of nimbly adjust that to the new knowledge, to the analysis, to the new circumstances. And if it's not a National Security Council kind of in the Chancellery, then maybe there are other ways. I haven't heard a good solution, because every time you have a situation where you just have the different ministries around the table and there are lots of rounds with the state secretaries, etc., what happens is that, as far as I know, they basically inform each other what they're doing, but that is not the same as coming up with strategies and then adjusting them. So we still have this gap, and I think it would be essential between assuming the elections are next September, between now and the next elections, for all parties that are probably going to be, or possibly having a chance of being in the next government, to come up with ideas on, like, if it's not a National Security Council, then other ideas of really strengthening this political strategy capability. I'm going to stop here.
Strengthening our ability to act strategically, I think, is something that indeed comes, or is the result of all the evaluation processes that we've seen in the past. I would agree with you that there is still some work to do and some improvement. Whether the Security Council is a good way or not, we can pick up later if you want to in the discussion, but I would like to hear from you now. I would take 4 questions at the time, make them sharp and crisp and interesting. Introduce yourself, and I have 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, and we start with the lady over there. And yeah, introduce yourself in the beginning, please.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Penelope Wessel. I'm a student of International War Studies at the University College in Dublin and at the University of Potsdam. It's a dual degree. And I have a very sharp question, and I would really ask you to give me a sharp answer as well, because I would just ask, thank you for the debate and thank you for all the ideas that you already brought up, but if you were Chancellor now in Germany and you would have the chance to change one tool, change one strategy, do one thing to improve crisis prevention and to improve peace building, what would it be? Just one thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That is also a very good closing question, actually. So you all need to answer this. There was one question over here, and then I come back to you. Over there, the gentleman who was, I think, first.
Łukasz Mackiewicz. So I had the pleasure to actually spend the last decade in most of the places we talk about, from Afghanistan, Eastern Ukraine, Lake Chad region. So the perspective of somebody who has to deal with the issues on the ground. So yes, we focus on money, but more money is not a solution. If you give us in September and we have to spend by December, it's gonna basically start with a lot of headaches and sleepless nights. Second, we focus on providing evidence. We're trying to measure everything, hoping to convince that we are delivering impact. Nobody really cares about it in the broader public. So maybe we are over-focused. And number third, it is super bureaucratic. So how we can make sure that if we start to be engaged in Gaza, we can actually go there in 2 weeks' time and not spend half a year in a process of analyzing and writing the concepts.
Thank you very much. That was, I think, a very hidden, or not very hidden, but a criticism more than a question, and you are free to address this. Yeah, please, the gentleman over here.
Thank you. My name is Patrick Hamadi. I'm a policy advisor at a global but small humanitarian organization here in Germany. And my question is to any of the panelists, especially the Foreign Ministry. My question is titled, Beyond Shadows, but Still in the EU. I recall during the last Lebanon war, Israel and Lebanon, the Minister of Foreign Affairs then really worked very hard, but in the shadows of the then global order, and Germany played a very big role. I would like to know, is Germany still playing that big role where, you know, because the German charter if you look at the first article of the German constitution, it really talks about dignity. And I see Germany now using its soft power to really, at a time when many expect Germany to use the money power, but using the soft power to address some of these issues. And then it's a pregnant question related to that. There's this, because Germany is in the EU, there's this play of Germany and France playing the leading role. And I still think there's a big scope for Germany to play that still leading role. So that was my a bit confusing question.
Thank you very much. So it's about Germany not using its soft power enough.
Effectively.
effectively enough. And Joch Motte in the first row from our advisory board. And if the panel kind of does the job well and answers quickly, we go for a second and maybe even third round.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'm from the advisory board and also member of Forum Human Rights in Germany. And I think there was a very good approach and proposal integrating conflict prevention and security. That was a point you mentioned. And I also want to mention it with regard to human rights. In the strategy on security, you find it in the top. And in the foreign ministry, on the basis of embassies, etc., and in your house, there are a number of approaches on human rights. But the interlinking the human rights on the level upstairs from the top of the security strategy, there I think there is a place or a space really to see how can it be operationalized on the middle level in view of these global challenges we just have. And that would be my question also. Are there approaches into that direction?
I think actually, Tobias, most of the questions are directed at you. I would task everybody with answering the questions about the one tool to improve the situation the day you become chancellor or president of an important country. And so maybe, Tobias, we give you time to think, and we start with you, Xian, on the one tool to improve. And if you want to comment on, it's not only a lack of money, it's also over-bureaucratization, or is Germany using its soft power, you're free to answer them as well. But I force you on the first one.
Well, the first one is, could I ever become a German chancellor? If there is an opportunity, sure, why not? But I think I don't think I can answer it very specifically, but broadly, and I alluded to it earlier, which is, if I'm going to talk about values in broadening my engagement and also in trying to prevent conflicts, I would strictly adhere to them without I don't want to say without being seen to compromise it, but without compromising it. Because we have had experiences in the past where people have come and spoken about values, and as I mentioned earlier, they turned out to be, what are the words you use? Double standards, hypocrisy, etc., etc. So I would suggest you have an opportunity, and if you were going to engage with the rest of the world with the paradigm of values, stay focused, stay clear, and do not be seen as a rule breaker.
Sarah?
Yeah, I think I'm going to address several questions because they all come back to the money question. Because if I were chancellor tomorrow, I would reform the debt brake, or sure. But if I was the German chancellor, I would love, or at least, I would love to get the majority in parliament to reform the German debt brake, because it relates to every single policy issue that we're currently dealing with, I think, and also obviously affects currently German foreign and security policy, and leads to the pretty catastrophic cuts that we're currently seeing in the budgets of the Foreign Office and the Development Ministry. And I wanted to make that point relating also to the money is not everything, and I very much agree. And I think Tobias Lindner alluded to this too, that now the idea is to kind of be more looking at reviews and try to use the money more effectively. And I think it's a very good idea, but ideally it would have happened before anyway, but also in a less kind of a drastic manner, right? Because what's currently happening, at least in a proposal of the German government that's currently still in debate, is a cut. I'm always quoting my colleague Philipp Rothmann from GPPI, of the humanitarian aid and crisis engagement budget by 47%, so half of is cut. And this is an overall saving for the overall German budget of 0.26%, so kind of maximal impact or maximal damage for minimal gain in terms of savings. And I do wonder, and we do have this debate in this community a lot about kind of and this was in a coalition agreement, should the money for civilian crisis prevention, foreign policy, development, etc., increase commensurate with defense spending. And I am, given the money we're talking about now on defense spending, I do not think that should be the case, but I do think we should, it's not always about more money, but also about using the money wisely. But part of using the money wisely is being able to plan ahead, right? And use these reviews to kind of adapt slowly and not having to cut a lot of projects from one year to the other because the German government can't agree on where to get the money from, essentially. So just wanted to make this point.
Paul, if you were US president tomorrow morning, what would you do to improve our policy field?
I was getting ready for if I were Chancellor tomorrow morning rather than the President. I'll say what I would do if I were Chancellor, and maybe I'd think about the President. So Chancellor, I think I would make an address to the German people that would highlight the peril that Germany is facing, the challenges around the world, and why it's important for Germany to be active and leading, not just by example, but through active leadership to deal with these challenges. And I would do it less, and I think this has been the case in the past for reasons we all know, in a defensive manner, that this is somehow restitution for the sins of the past and a special responsibility. I would do it that, Germany faces these immense challenges, as does many other countries. This is a time of peril, and this is the time to really try to shape the future, bend the trajectory of history in a positive way, point to what has succeeded in the past. The European Union you could point to and say is one of the greatest examples of conflict prevention in history. But you can point to other particular cases too, and what Germany has done to really build a better world. And so I would probably do that if I were Chancellor. If I were President, there are so many things. I probably make the same speech, actually, and probably advocate for the same kind of leadership. A rejection of narrow-minded nationalism, narrow-minded, self-interested policy, and really laying out a vision for not just the United States, but other like-minded countries in the world facing this common peril that we are at this moment.
And what could we expect from a Chancellor Lindner in this regard? And is Germany not using its soft power adequately, or as it once did? And also the question from my colleague in the Advisory Council.
So first of all, as a Chancellor, I would be highly skeptical if there is one thing. So you shouldn't believe that there is one thing that changes everything. But if you would ask me what I would do, especially with respect to crisis prevention, for sure we need to speak about the budget, but I'm convinced, first of all, we need to invest in our own human capacity. So I would invest into CIF, into the Center for International Peace Missions, Zentrum für internationale Friedenseinsätze, because I believe it's about the humans, it's about your human resources, and if you strengthen that, then in a second step you are able to absorb the money in an increased budget. So I believe that's one of our bottlenecks. Also, if speaking about strategic culture and those things, we really need to invest into human resources. On the budget itself, let me make two comments. First of all, on humanitarian aid, the budget at the moment, the proposal lies in the hand of the Parliament. We have to wait and see. We are very grateful to the Parliament for the last 2 years when they have increased the amount of humanitarian assistance during the parliamentary procedure when the budget was amended by the Budget Committee. I cannot make any predictions yet, but we have to keep that in mind. Second, we should keep in mind that the proposal from the Cabinet says that also over the year there is the possibility to increase the spending on humanitarian assistance. as it happened over the last years regularly. When there comes a crisis, Germany will increase its spending. I'm confident that that will happen in the future too. I'm fully aware about planning processes and that there needs to be some reliability also on that. But that's what we can do, and that's the reason why we have taken decisions in our own proposal in the way as we did. Because if I for instance, close more Goethe institutes, or if I cut spending on let's say other things, I cannot do it within the year. To even if I get additional money, I cannot take these decisions back. So that was the decision, the reason why we have taken that decisions. On the bureaucracy you mentioned, you know. First of all, I'm totally in favor of multi-year spending, so that if money is not used, it can be transferred, and we need to change the legal framework for that. The good news is that the Budget Committee last year, in its decision on this year's budget, also adopted a motion where it makes it a little bit easier to spend money. I'm not naive. You have to be more flexible at the same time, and that's the sober message I have to everyone. Don't expect us that we will step back from what we call Verwendungsnachweis or something. So we have to stick to the law in the end. And if you expect us that we fund things and you don't have to at least document for what the money was spent for, that will not be the world of the future, to disappoint everyone. On our soft power. You know, my minister now has traveled, as far as I have counted correctly, 11 times to the region since October the 7th. I think I was there 6 or 7 times too, on a complementary basis. We are really trying to use our soft power. And please keep in mind, I would say, if the government of the State of Israel listens to some governments, it's the government of the United States, of the United Kingdom, and it's ours. They are listening to us. But they take sovereign decisions, as you know, and you know our opinion about that, and also a criticism on some things. Can we be successful? I would say yes, but not alone. So don't overestimate Germany. We can only act together with friends, with allies, with the 2 other governments I mentioned, but also with the regional partners, with the Arab countries. If there's no engagement from the Arab neighbors of Israel, be it on Gaza or be it on Lebanon, we will fail. But because in the end, you know, it's about soft power, it's about finding an agreement, it's about a plan for a day after, but you need to implement it. And we shouldn't be naive with respect to Gaza. Implementation means someone who guarantees security within the Gaza Strip, as well as security to the Israeli people in the Gaza envelope. So we are willing to do our part, be it on soft power, be it on financial issues, for sure. My minister also said if there would be a UN resolution, we would think about if we could engage by other means, but we cannot do it alone. Human rights, sorry. Maybe we have to speak about it, because the world in which I'm living, and from my daily practice, I do not see that human rights issues are getting lost on the way to my files and preparations. Usually when I'm traveling abroad, you know, there's no one-size-fits-all approach. With some countries you need to discuss issues more in detail, while with others not. Honestly, I'm in favor of this human rights dialogues, be it from the European Union, be it on a bilateral basis. Not because I would be too optimistic that a human rights dialogue changes everything, but you need some structured format where you really sit on the table with enough time going into the details. Usually when I'm traveling abroad, you know, I'm having 1 hour, 90 minutes with my counterpart. And sometimes human rights are even 25% of the time of that meeting, but you need to have the capacity to go into detail. And that's why I know that human rights dialogues very often are criticized that they do not lead to any results. I believe if you have an established format where you can really sit on the table and dive deep into the details, it helps. And that's the only way how to open the door a little bit.
So we are entering the final minutes of our race and we speed up a little bit. So I take maybe 5 questions this time, but only if you limit it to 1 question each and if your question is really sharp and it's not a comment, but it's really a question. And I prefer or I prioritize women because we had not many women asking questions. If women don't show up, I take men. I mean, that's for sure. So there is one woman over here, the gentleman over here, the gentleman over here, and the gentleman over here. Oh yeah, I have overlooked you completely, right? So yeah, so we take you too, but make it really, really crisp, and then we have a final round. You will not be able to answer to everything. So the lady over there, there is a mic coming.
Hi, my name is Nasrin Alamin and I'm the director of South Africa. My question is to Shem because I'm just wondering if you could provide context from a very global Southern perspective in terms of the fact that we're here at a peace dialogue in the middle of one of the most dire crises we've heard in years, but we've also heard from different kinds of panels that they don't think if it's sort of, if Berlin or Germany in general, sorry about that, if Berlin or this space is sort of a free enough space to actually discuss about Israel and Gaza, and I wonder why. Because I feel like if we're at a peace dialogue, then we should be able to sort of speak freely about the drivers of these issues, about what we feel, the responses to these issues are, or even our opinions as normal people, especially knowing how much the German government supports Israel. So I'm just wondering if you could provide your view as to how you feel about us being here, but being very restricted to discuss about some of the most dire, or one of the most dire humanitarian crises, despite talking about, crisis prevention when it comes to civilians.
We'll come to you in the end, and I would also just emphasize that nobody restricts anybody here officially, so there are no restrictions to talk or to address whatsoever. So panelists here are really free to express what they think. The gentleman over here, the gentleman over here, and the gentleman over here, but make it quick and sharp.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm Hassan Ismail. I'm the Interpeace country rep for Kenya. I want to just say that in the glooming world where peace is almost becoming impossible, I think there are a lot of good histories of communities becoming more peaceful. So I think we don't need to lose hope that the world is completely gloomy. I come from a region that is invested in violence some 6-7 years ago, and the communities are really changing in a number of areas. So however small they are, I think we need to join the dots. My question is, I think where we are missing the link is how to join the link between peace, humanitarian, and development, and how this nexus can be built such that we create a peaceful environment, provide the humanitarian needed, and the peace positive investment for people to move out of this. And I wanted to just ask, how is that aligned within the current discussion? Thank you.
Maybe Paul or Sarah, you can pick this up later. The gentleman who was very eager to get the mic.
Thank you. My name is Jörg Faust from DEVAL, the German Institute for Development Evaluation. I guess we are responsible for those evaluations you quoted. Just one issue. I guess that what we found was a lack of strategic interministerial capacity and a lack of interministerial learning. And if you do not address these issues by institutional means, by institutional engineering in the coming years, Germany will continue to punch below its weight, whether it's civil engagement or whether it's climate finance for development, where we also have 4 ministries actually involved. So actually there is no choice in thinking about how to institutionalize, improve interministerial coordination.
Thank you. That goes to Tobias. And yeah, the gentleman over here. And I think I need to make this the last question because I want to give everybody a minute to answer. So.
Yeah, my name is Siavash Eshke. I'm from the Heinrich Böll Stiftung, the Unit for Human Security in Vienna. My question is directed at Tobias. And that is, within international law is where values and the rules-based order converge. And there are things within international law that are above national interest and the raison d'etat of Germany. And prevention of the crime of genocide is one of those peremptory norms of international law that bind states above their interests and raison d'etat. What is the answer of the Foreign Ministry of Germany about this and about their position on the crime of genocide committed by Israel?
Thank you very much. Now, 1 minute each. We all see the timer over here, so don't pretend that you were not aware of your restrictions. I start with the lady for a change.
Yeah, I don't think many of the questions were addressed to me, but I would like to pick up on the first question to just make the point, which again goes beyond this this panel's topic maybe as well, but it actually very much relates, that there is a threat, as far as I understand, that if the Bundestag passes a resolution, the resolution on anti-Semitism on Thursday as it stands, then there is actually going to be restrictions on civil society actors in Germany, and very much restrictions on which civil society actors, also German civil society organizations, will be able to work with on peace and conflict issues around the world if the resolution passes as it is. So there's still, I think, debate on this, but I personally find that quite puzzling and shocking that we are in a situation that this is a possibility. Maybe let's leave it here.
Xian?
So if I were to paraphrase the question as I heard it, the question was, what do I feel about restrictions on discussing the issue? Was that the question? Well, obviously, I don't think anybody in this room would appreciate any restrictions on a free conversation or a dialogue. And I believe it. I believe there are parts of the world where these dialogues take place, and also agree that there are countries in the global south who would restrict any conversation from their perspective because of strategic interest. And so if the larger question is, what do I feel? I definitely would not approve of anybody restricting conversations or dialogues towards efforts of finding peace. So that would be my response, as I understood the question.
Paul?
Yeah, just very briefly, I think to this gentleman here about how to emphasize the link between, I think you emphasize it by being it part of an integrated strategy, getting back to what I was saying before, rather than sort of discrete areas of policy intervention, you make as part of a comprehensive approach.
So starting with the question of international law, my answer would be very simple. Germany fully adheres to the rulings and the decisions of the ICJ in that case. You've spoken about international law, so we have to be very careful. Speaking about genocide, it can be a personal opinion with respect to the freedom of expression. No, it can be. It happens on the streets daily here in Berlin that people go out and say, in my opinion, it's genocide. And I have respect for that opinion. It's not my opinion. And no. Yeah. Yeah, please let me make my argument. I know you have your opinion, but now I'm answering your question. And I see it daily here on the street that people have an opinion about the issue. Is it genocide, yes or no? That's part of, let's say, the level or the field freedom of expression. What you refer to is genocide as a crime being stated in international law. And we have international bodies like the ICJ who makes decisions, rulings, advisory opinions about that. We pay fully respect to that. You know that Nicaragua has sued us in front of the court and has demanded that the court orders us. They've sued us of support of genocide and demanded that the ICJ gives an order to the German government to have a full embargo on arms exports to the state of Israel. And I think you are fully aware about the decision of the court taken until now. The decision is that we are not obliged to have an embargo on arms exports to Israel, but we have to be careful, and we should carefully checking on a case-by-case basis if there are indications that German arms deliveries, and you have to distinguish that again from lethal weapons or lethal systems which haven't been approved over the last few months, as you are aware, also by media reports, that we have to be careful and have to check it on a case-by-case basis. And that would my answer to your question. If you are on a legal field, we have to pay respect to the rulings of courts in that regard. Last but not least, on the interagency process and on strategic things. You know, in the end, after 2.5 years, honestly, I don't care if we name the baby in the end National Security Council or Stuhlkreis or whatever. Honestly, I don't care anymore. I have learned that we have various bodies within the government, be it the crisis management unit, be it the meeting of the state secretaries of the ministries, be it the security cabinet, by the way, which meets regularly. It's just not reported. So if we want to rebrand those things, I'm fine with. I have learned over the last 3 years that really people matter, and if people are willing to interact with each other. If you look, for instance, paying attention to the venue where we are, looking at the cooperation between the Federal Foreign Office and the Ministry of Development Cooperation, it has really improved over the last 3 years. It's a total difference compared to the last election period of the parliament, by the way. And why? Because it depends on people. By the way, same was true, giving you a last example. We have seen what happened in Afghanistan, also with respect to the last few weeks and months and the evacuation. If I compare that with our evacuation mission from Sudan, by the way, and I only restrict to that evacuation mission, for me it was a total difference. And it were exactly the same structures. And why was it a difference? Because people were willing to interact with each other and to listen to each other. So we can speak about structures, we can speak about institutions, I'm fine with that. But don't miss the point, it's about the people and their willingness in the end.
I think this debate has shown that we have only scratched the surface of many of these questions. I apologize to the left wing of the audience for overlooking their questions. And for privileging kind of the center here. And I thank you very much for all your questions, especially for those addressing very difficult issues in Germany. It's the distinct wish of the Advisory Council that we discuss here free and fair and open and with mutual respect. I think that was a positive example of how you can do this. So I'm grateful to the audience and the panel for doing this. And we are now at our end, not of the conference, but of this panel. And please share me in thanking our panelists by a round of applause. Thank you very much.
Jana and colleagues, thank you very much for an extremely interesting panel, I would say. And Jana, I think giving privilege to the center is always a good idea in politics. So, yeah, I would say quite a morning. I jotted down some keywords to further think about. First of all, yes, this is a dangerous world. Paul talked about the erosion of vertical and horizontal fire breaks on conflict, and you said this could get even worse. Secondly, in this dangerous world, we need both. We need military, but also civilian elements of security. And the question is, do we really put our money where our mouth is on that? And a third point that I think we can all continue to think about is that as a crisis prevention community, I think we need to listen and get out of our own echo chambers. That concerns voices from the global south, but that also concerns interacting with our own publics here at home. So on this note, for the further course of this conference, you have a fair chance that there is either food or coffee outside when you see me on stage. That is exactly the case right now. Lunch is served outside, so bon appetit to everyone. And please be back here in this room at 1:30 sharp for our next panel on compromised peace. Thank you very much.
Wait a second, I have to change the microphone. So can you hear me now as well? 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me, Natalie? Yes, great. Okay, cool. Then our microphone is working. Thank you very much. See you later.
People are floating in, and I think we can get started. So very warm welcome to our after-lunch session on compromised peace compromises with autocrats, ? Systemic rivalry between democracies and autocracies is one dimension of geopolitics. I think that became very evident this morning in the discussions. But why should we care about democracy, autocracy, political order when dealing with peace and conflict prevention? And there are several reasons for that. The first one is that it is no coincidence that the number of violent conflict was lowest when democracy scored highest at the end of the last century and the beginning of this century. In this period of history, we also observed less international conflict, somebody mentioned that in the morning, and more intrastate conflict. And actually, as researchers, we thought that's the new normal. It's about intrastate conflict. But this is over now, because now international conflicts are increasing again, and the world is observing autocratization in all corners, actually. The second reason is that these trends, more international and intrastate conflicts, autocratization, all back to the levels prior to 89, are bad news for crisis prevention and peace. Because autocratization fuels societal disintegration, and polarization of societies has become a tool of autocrats and those who want to become autocrats. The third reason, autocrats and autocratizing countries violate international law and attack other countries. And the fourth reason, to make it a bit more complicated even, democracies are not on the safe side. And I think this became very evident in the last panel when one panelist said that values are lip service. Values of Western states are lip services. Because, democracies are not on the safe side because they are perceived so critically and they're set to pursue double standards. So on this panel, we want to dig a bit deeper and think about and talk about experiences, what can be done in such a context. And I'd be very happy if we came out of this panel with some answers to the three following questions. The first one is, what are major challenges that autocracy poses to conflict prevention? The second one, what are red lines for Germany, the UN, and civil society when cooperating with autocrats? And third, how to deal with trade-offs between interest and values in conflict prevention. It was said in the last panel, I think Tobias Lindner said it, that it's a bit overestimated, the values versus interest debate. But in a nutshell, it's about trade-offs, and all states and actors have to deal with such trade-offs. And actually, I couldn't imagine a better lineup to answer these questions than this panel, because our panelists are bring along different experiences in different countries and different organizations, multilateral, government, and civil society. And to my right, I'd like to introduce Ambassador Anka Feldhusen, Director for Civilian Crisis Prevention and Stabilization at the Federal Foreign Office. To my very right, Vianney Bisimwa, Regional Director for the Sahel Program of the Center for Civilians in Conflict. To my left, Elke Löbel, Dr. Elke Löbel, Commissioner for Refugee Policy, Director for Displacement and Migration and the Federal Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development. To my still very left, Ulrich Lechte, member of the German Parliament, also member of the Committee on Foreign Affairs and the Foreign Affairs spokesperson of your party, which is the Liberal Party, FDP. And I'd wish I could also point to my very left and introduce Nathalie Ndongo Sekane, UN Director, Political Affairs, Western Africa Division in the UN. She was with us, and yeah, now she's with us again. Perfect, very welcome, very warm welcome to you, Nathalie. Good to see you again on screen. Unfortunately, she had planned to come and could not be with us in the end for some important reasons. I'd like to start this discussion. So just to give you a short heads up how we go about this, we have a short input of each panelist, then want to engage in a discussion between the panelists and then open up to the audience so that everybody gets the opportunity to engage with the panelists. So I'd like to start with Elke Löbel, and given that you've got a vast experience in development policy making in different functions and countries and organizations even, I'd like to ask what are the values or democratic values that drive German crisis prevention? And I'm asking this against the background that BMZ introduced a relatively new concept to development cooperation, which is in German bevölkerungsnah und regierungsfern, a society, I would translate it, a society-oriented approach when dealing with autocracies and working in autocracies. That it means basically close to the people, far away from the government, and it would be really interesting to learn how you do that and what it looks like. And it would be great if you could illustrate what it implies in, for instance, West Africa, where there are autocratic military governments in place. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Quite a portfolio issue for 3 minutes. But I'm very happy to be here and to have all the people here this year in the BMZ. I think that's a great thing for us to welcome you here in the Ministry for Development and Economic Cooperation. And having heard the inputs in the morning, I think I have some points here, but there's one thing I would like to start with. I have always also been a development worker before I joined the ministry, so very first-hand worker in Bolivia. And for me, the most important thing is also, having heard all very interesting inputs in the morning, how can we still act? How can we still react on the world that is in a very difficult situation? And I think this is perhaps my first point, that crisis prevention and development policy are so much interlinked that we have to act and we will act. And even if the situation is very difficult, there's no other way. And we had the Hamburg Sustainability Conference, you might have heard about it, and there we talked to partners from all over the world, stakeholders, and one thing is very clear. In this situation, if we go on in this situation like we do right now, we will not fulfill the SDGs. And this is perhaps the most important challenge we have right now, because without fulfilling the SDGs, there will be no peace, there will be a lot more violence, we know that. There is a lack of economic and social prospects, and this is a real driver for conflict and terrorism, and it's a threat to global security. So this is my first point. This is what I think we have to think about. And this especially is relevant for young people all over the world who are excluded from making decisions, and they see no opportunities, and sometimes they don't even have an opportunity to survive. Perhaps when I come back to Sahel, I would like to talk a little bit about that. And it makes them an easy target for radical groups. So what can we do to foster this, to counter this? Our development policy, if you talk about values, is based on our commitment to positive and just peace for all people we work with, fostering democratic values and ensuring humanitarian security. And as mentioned in the morning, I think by the minister and other people, this has to be transformational, a process, and not something which is only short plays. Perhaps talking about global fragility and the conflict landscape, we often walk a thin line. on the one hand side, we want to stand up for values and development goals in our society, but we also heard in the morning about the budget cuts we have. Our society in Germany often do not agree to what we are doing because of the governments we have to work with or the societies in difficult countries we have to work with. So this is a real dilemma we are in with our development cooperation. And on both sides, autocratic regimes are opting out. They don't want to cooperate. On one hand side, they don't cooperate and they don't take care of their civil society. So to get the backing in German public for this difficult work is one of the main issues, and this was also discussed before here on a panel. And if we look at numbers, 1/4 of the world's populations are living in fragile situations, and 60% of those countries are not democracies but ruled autocratically. And as I'm the Commissioner for Refugee Policy, out of the 120 million refugees and IDPs, 80% live in fragile contexts. So this is just to explain, we have to work in these contexts. There's no other chance. And we choose staying engaged but differently as the principle. And you asked, and this is a little bit a time issue, but you asked for examples, and there was a question from one colleague here from Kenya. He asked for the HDP nexus. No? So we are working on different tools, instruments, also together with the Foreign Ministry, to find ways to still work, stay engaged but differently. And I'm absolutely convinced, this is why it's great that we have the UN with us, nobody can do this alone. We cannot do this as German development cooperation, as German government, we have to do it with other stakeholders. So when we work, and what you said, we work far from the government, close to the people we work with, but we need, when we work there, the support of local authorities, civil society, private sector, United Nations. And for example, in Niger, when there was the putsch, the bilateral cooperation got out of the country. We did not bilaterally cooperate with the government, but with UNICEF and World Food Programme, we went on strengthening resilience in a system which was structurally already formed before. So we could deliver without connecting to the government. This is the ways we are looking for right now. We are doing this in the whole Sahel. And I see the time is running, but 3 minutes, I said, is a challenge. Just to state perhaps one more point. The minister talked about the Sahel Alliance, where she plays a very important role. And the development cooperation and the HDP nexus is essential in the Sahel now. If we cannot support there, especially young people, we will have more people leaving their countries, more violence. We will have more young men who are engaged in terrorist groups and so on. We have to scale this up, and this is just one way. I have no more time to describe more ways, but we have to do that. So act in a very crisis preventive way, if possible, but doing nothing is not an option.
Yeah, thank you. Doing nothing is not an option, Natalie. So you're leading the conflict prevention efforts, and you provide senior analysis, advice, and action-oriented recommendations on the political and security situation of 15 West African countries to the UN. So, and Elke said it, the UN plays a key role when it comes to cooperation and conflict prevention in autocratic contexts, and Niger, Burkina Faso, Mali are key examples here. So how does the UN deal with this, and how do you cooperate with them, and what's your comparative advantage as a multilateral organization in this situation?
Thank you so much, Julia. Can you please confirm that you can hear me well?
Yes, we can hear and see you very well. You are part of the panel to our very left, to my very left.
Thank you. First of all, I wish to apologize, not only because I'm not with you. Indeed, there are a number of development or things happening towards the end of the year here at UNHQ. Today is election day in the US, so apologies for that. And another thing is that the system was tested yesterday, 30 minutes ago, and it didn't work. Apologies for that. So I would like to start by thanking the organizers, all of you, the esteemed panelists, and also Julia for the opportunity to contribute to this discussion on compromise peace, compromises with autocracy. And obviously I will address this from the UN work in West Africa. So the topic is timely, given the increasing autocratization in the region and in the Sahel. And clearly, autocratization manifests through military coups or UCGs, unconstitutional changes of government, or also through those elected leaders who, once in power, decide that they will actually extend their term limits or change constitutions. There are different formats for the autocratization. Clearly, autocratic regime are in the rise. We agree that they hamper the international cooperation, they threaten peace and security, they bring political division, which in turn bring more conflict, instability, insecurity, and as mentioned by the previous speaker, brings also the deterioration of socio-economic humanitarian conditions. So they compromise peace and also the cooperation that we have. So the UN, we cooperate with them. And we cooperate with them, first of all, with our approach to governance and peace building. This one is rooted into values such as human rights, international law, peaceful conflict resolution, and ethical governance. And those principles are rooted in the Charter, UN Charter, a Universal Declaration of Human Rights. But in a word, the mission of the UN is to promote peace, security, and human dignity. And I mentioned that just to make it clear that we always have to balance those principles versus, obviously, engaging with those who do not respect them. So it requires that we navigate through very complex political landscapes and that we ask ourselves a number of questions. Ultimately, our engagement is motivated by us being the voice of the voiceless, is motivated by us ensuring that we maintain dialogue, that we maintain engagement to ensure stability and to reach out to the vulnerable population, be it the women and youth groups who are marginalized, same for political actors, civil society actors. We must do what we have done in Mali, Niger, Guinea, Burkina Faso, and elsewhere, which is stay and deliver for the population through social and humanitarian programs, and at the same time, advance the political agenda. And if we speak of West Africa, we have on the political track the SRG, Shimao, who is the special representative for West Africa and the Sahel, who is engaging in preventive diplomacy, good offices. And we also have on the development track, UNIS, and the coordinator there, the UN country teams, and more recently, the Deputy Secretary General who visited the region. In a nutshell, we need to use pragmatism. And pragmatism means that we may engage with regimes that do not align with our ideals. So the challenges with that position is that it may not always be understood by all, including by organizations such as ECOWAS that we support, simply because our positions may not always strictly align. For example, regimes of suspension, sanctions that we do not have. We engage in softer diplomatic approach. Also, for people who may think that actually by engaging with those regimes, we legitimize their actions. And obviously, this is not our intention to embolden military actors or others to resort to unconstitutional measures. However, we must stay the course. Our focus is and remains to advocate for human rights, democracy, and also to support locally driven processes, and in particular, those that reflect core democratic values. I am closing here, Julia, for my very initial remarks to say, as it was said previously, that there are several challenges in having that policy which may not be strictly aligned to certain principles. I'm glad by what was said before on the German values of engagement, development cooperation, because this is precisely what we are calling for. We are calling for support to humanitarian development assistance in the Sahel. In the absence of that, political effort to restore constitutional order may be complicated. So we are really working on those two tracks at the same time, and it is our view that the international community should strengthen its support to consolidate the socio-economic gains that were made and avoid a further deterioration of the situation, a spillover into the other countries while we continue to engage on the political track. I think that I will stop here by making it clear that any compromise that is made is always justified within the framework of international law and human rights. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for these insights, and I'd like to turn to you, Anka. So we heard two different approaches now. One away from staying with the people in autocratic contexts, or being pragmatic while doing as much justice to values as possible. So my question for you from a German standpoint is, so if autocracies pose a challenge to peace, which I think became obvious now, how does Germany deal with that? And I think you can draw on your experience being ambassador and very knowledgeable about the Ukraine. I'd be especially interested because so far it sounds quite simple, right? We go there, we don't. So what are the red lines?
Thank you, Julia, for the questions. Of course, we have to deal with authoritarian regimes. Also, unfortunately, there are not only the peace-loving democracies in the world. And very often I hear this argument from people who want us to engage everywhere that we need to leave communication channels open. We have more than 220 missions all over the world, Germany, here, embassies, consulates. We are almost everywhere. We keep communication channels open. We do not need projects for that. We have our embassies, and I think this is very important. At the same time, when we talked before this panel, you asked also about peace deals with autocracies. Germany as such doesn't make peace deals with autocracies. Peace agreements are made between two sides of a conflict, and with our diplomacy, with our communication channels, or with our stabilization work, what we want to do is to encourage or facilitate, in the best of worlds, an agreement between the parties of the conflict, or very often just create better conditions so that the sides can come together or work on confidence-building measures between them. And I think Elke Löbel already started the discussion. It's about ownership. This is central for successful work towards peace, and the people who are suffering most from conflicts must be in the lead, not only the direct parties to the conflict, and I think Sudan is a very good example for that. Only if the societies as a whole are able to accept a peace deal will it be lasting. And what we do in our stabilization work is, we want to especially give the vulnerable and the marginalized groups who often suffer most from these conflicts, give them a voice and make them heard in peace talks. Not only we want to morally support them, but because there's growing scientific evidence that the inclusion of these groups, for instance, women, and that's of course also a reason why we have our feminist foreign policy and the feminist cooperation policy, because it is increasing the sustainability of peace agreements significantly. And since you asked about Ukraine, and perhaps, this is of course a subject that is very close to my heart, there too, real peace will only be achieved if it is based on the Ukrainian ideas how Ukrainians can feel safe from Russia again. Anything short of this will only be temporary absence of violence, but not sustainable, which we have seen since the start of Russia's aggression in 2014. And peace in Ukraine would, and I'm not saying anything particularly original, it would be very easy to achieve if Putin just brought back his troops to Russia, but he doesn't seem to be ready for this. So coming back to the autocracy issue, I think for us, and it's important also to differentiate between autocracies that still care about their people, and autocracies where there's a complete absence of political will to care for the well-being of people, where the political leadership only thinks about its own interests. There we have a real problem. In the first case, we can work together in our civilian engagement for peace, prevention measures, stabilization, conflict mediation can actually help to achieve solutions. And this is, by the way, also why we are the biggest donor of the UN Peacebuilding Fund. In the other settings, not acting is not an option, as Henke Löber said, it is kind of true. But we need to focus very clearly where we can do something. For instance, since we were talking about the Sahel in Niger, yes, we have moved out with about everything except our embassy, but we are now funding women-led mediation processes, locally led women projects, because we think that that can make the local populations more resilient, and by that start a process even in a difficult setting again.
Yeah, thank you. Ulrich, so I'd like to focus more on the values, and what is your perception how the government is doing about values in international cooperation and conflict prevention. So what are these values, and have they, or has the focus changed since the Zeitenwende and Germany's support to Ukraine? Then we had discussed shortly or touched upon Israel-Palestine. So do democratic values play a new role in German foreign and development and security politics?
Well, thank you, Mrs. Leininger, and thank you all that you're here and that we have time to discuss that topic today, and for the invitation to the Berlin Peace Dialogue. And I'm happy to be in the BMZ, and I'm part of a coalition that's behind the government nowadays, but we all see that democracies are under attack, and that's nothing new. We were talking about system rivalry, and if we can talk about partnership, competenship, or rivalry, and where we are discussing our position to China. Coming to China, you have to see the world after the Second World War is the UN system, the peace, the wonderful time. I'm a baby of the 90s, so I was born in 77, so the 90s were my decade, and everybody thought there will be peace all around. We will have a Star Trek universe once in a while, where we all are together and live in peace, and hunger will be out of the way. And nowadays we are talking about budget in Germany. We are talking about cutting money for the system, because we are spending 20 billion a year on Ukraine for 2 years right now. So 40 billion coming out of the German system for Ukraine. have you any idea how much China is paying for UN system, for UNHCR and all the other good organizations on the world? They still believe they are a developing country. They don't have to pay something for this stuff, but they can make debt traps looking to Sri Lanka and all of that. Russia is not paying for anything. Autocracies are not the ones who get refugees because no one wants to go to autocracies. Well, except Turkey has 3.5 million coming out of Syria, but because we made the border closed with the EU-Turkey deal in the middle of the last decade. So at the end, what are we talking about? We are talking about that autocracies are not doing what they should do. They are not value-based. They are only interest-based. Every foreign policy of all countries in the world is interest-based. Well, interest-driven. But the value-based stuff is done by the democracies. And the multilateralism system in the world is under attack as well by the same autocracies. Talking about NATO, for example, we have Turkey in the NATO. Does Turkey still has, after the changes done by Erdogan to Turkey, still the same value base that we would say would be the perfect one to be a part of NATO? What is going on in Hungary? What do we have with the president right now of the European Council, who is more in Beijing or with his friend Putin on the telephone than with his democratically partners in Europe? So what we are doing is the whole time crisis management. My day is fully of bad news of all around the world. You are going to talk about the Sahel region. We were engaged in MINUSMA. That was our biggest engagement as Germany, being in Mali. Mali MINUSMA was put out of order by one telephone call of Putin 1 day ahead of the decision on the Security Council. There was a telephone call of over 1 hour and 30 minutes between Putin and President Goita. So at the end, he is one of the coup d'etats in that region. We have 3 of them, Burkina Faso, Mali, Niger. But there was one telephone call, and then MINUSMA ended, and that was the net for all there. And peacekeeping is one thing that it's possible to have development aid on the field. Without security, I don't send any development people somewhere because they are dying. They are the ones who are dying the most all over the world, not soldiers, normally in that crisis regions, development workers who died the most in these countries. So at the end, you know what I'm talking about. We have to be really open and frank when we have to pay for war in the world as democracies. There's not much more money left for development aid and all that, and that's the bad news. And hopefully tonight we will have the correct president, because with the other ones coming, we have autocracies finding new ground all over the world to get out of a seedling into a big, big tree or whatever.
Yeah, thank you. Vianney, so this seems to be like kind of, don't want to sound sarcastic, but perfect bridge, because you have been working in the Sahel countries for the last years. You flew in from Bamako to this conference. You might have further insights on the phone call and why a phone call can be effective and under what circumstances it could be. But I'd like you to, of course, address these questions, but focus on the role of civil society as well, because it's given a role in these contexts. And so do you perceive the same problems regarding autocrats, and what's the role of civil society organizations in preventing crisis and building peace in such contexts, and how do you deal with the autocrats?
Thank you very much. Thank you, and thank you for having me. I think we can have a special discussion on phone calls, because you can see the power of phone calls when you work in the continent, either on one way or another one. But my point is not to speak about that, but first of all, to try to put a link between peace building and autocracies. And one important thing to say is there is a link and a connection between the two. And what I've seen in the Sahel is whenever the peace process has failed, that has led somehow to a coup or something which will look like a coup d'etat. Because we have failed to make peace processes succeeded. All of us was able to see what was coming in Mali. I was in Mali, and the coup in Mali was not a surprise for anyone. There was like long months of a very long blood affair between the president, Ibrahim Boubacar Keïta at that time, and one imam within the country. And when the coup happened, everybody was like, finally there is someone ruling this country. So at least, we can see with whom we're going to engage. We have been failing in our peace processes. Mediation effort has been failing. We've been sending English people speaking only English, to negotiate with those who are speaking only French. You will see delegation of people traveling without no one with mediation skills going to fix issues. Then he will spend 3 hours with the president and 1 hour with the other part. Basics mediation will tell you no. Niger and Burkina Faso, we could have also seen that coming in. So whenever the peace process fails, there is a risk that will increase autocracy or will bring in autocracy, and vice versa. Whenever you have autocracies in place, you can almost forget about peace processes because that will not be their priorities. Like the priorities of the regime in those 3 countries, just to mention them, it's been increasing military investment, increasing military operation tempo, with the risk we know for civilians. So it's important that because we are speaking about peace building, that we start questioning our effort when it comes to peace prevention. And here I'm questioning, regional organizations as the ECOWAS, as the African Union, as other, whatever region you took, you can mention their role and how far they're supported to provide preventive mediation. And my second point will be on the popular support that we can see sometime. When you look at the videos, you will see like million and million Malians were going out, to welcome the coup. And sometimes you can see some of them in Niger, not the same kind of number. Then there's a question about, is this really what people want versus, what other regime want? But there is one truth beyond that kind of like perceived popular support. One of them is there is a lot of nourished disinformation from the partners, of the autocrat and those doing the coup. There is a very populist argument as well. One of the presidents in the region said, I'm taking the power because we have been suffering a lot, and I'm going to fix these security issues in 6 months. If you look at Burkina Faso now, it is even worse than before the coup. Armed opposition groups and other jihadist groups has expanded their influence, and on the other hand, you have like the number of civilians killed has raised than ever. But another good reason, perhaps, of why this popular support is going there is a general fatigue of people about living in long-lasting, violent conflict. In DRC, when the government was buying drones, there was a popular support about it. People, because they are tired of, the long-lasting war, now they're expecting that they need a huge violence to end up their small violence they've been going through. This is why you will see some of them going out with like portrait of some president outside saying, we need a strong man like this one. The reason is not like they like the person. They believe like a stronger violence perhaps will end up the small violence they have been going through after many and many years. So people are suffering. And if we failed to provide solutions in terms of peace building, this will continue. So can we have some compromise? My answer is yes. On few things. One is on civilian protection. When civilians are at risk, we should discuss with them. Part of my work, actually, is daily engaging with ministers of defense, military, and those in charge on those countries to speak about civilian protection and the risk for civilians when there is a military operation. And they can be very tough discussion, but I think these are a compromise we should be ready to make on that. The second one is about humanitarian aid and basic humanitarian support. Those are some kind of compromise we can make, and which will be like engaging with them from time to time. When it comes to civil society, and I have a lot to say, but I will end up by that, one thing is we should not make it public that we are supporting civil society against the government. The French president did it, and every of us know what happened. They closed all the French NGO and all the NGO receiving funding from French. So we should be very strategic. If we want to help people, let's find a way to do it, and that's really protect them. Secondly, we should support civil society in very long term, because they will have to apply what I call strategic patience, to revise their strategies, not going public always and all the topics, looking for entry point. If we are pushing them too much, we are exposing them, and no change, we can get no change. And finally, we can support civil society organizations to increase regional networking so that, society from Ghana can speak from those in Mali. Those, I don't know, in Sierra Leone can be able to speak from those in Somalia or in DRC or any places where there is issues. And let's be sure that we are working the talk. Because the double standard is not helping all the effort we are doing in peace building. People will be telling you that there was an incident in Mali in a place called Bunti. There was a French-led mission called Barkhane that conducted an operation which resulted into the killing of civilians. And no one of the international actors in Bamako come out to say enough. Now, no one, from Germany to the US. A few months later, there was a military-led operation, Malian military-led operation in a place called Moura that resulted into the killing of civilians. Every international organization present in the country was speaking out. So when I sit in the meeting with the Minister of Defense of Mali, his first reaction is, do you see? When it's us, everybody is speaking, but when it's the others, no one is talking. We should walk the talk. And what is happening in Gaza currently is killing all our effort with countries. Whenever you go in to speak about civilian protection, they will look at you and say, this is a good message, but you are the bad messager. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I will directly open the floor, and this will be difficult to manage, but have a max of 3 questions, and then I'd like to close. I won't let you off the hook with the red lines, actually. So I'd like to close then after answering the questions with a very short round, 1 sentence. Is there a red line, or are there red lines? And if yes, which one is it? As a final question, so you can think of it already. Who has a question or well, not a comment, as Jana said, a crisp, sharp question. I see 1, 2, wow, 3. Okay, there we go.
Dorothee Hutter, GIZ Ethiopia, but I've been working on the Syria portfolio for many years before. So it's a comment which I then put into a question. I think civil society, supporting civil society in autocracies is really a very important topic, where I think the question is always what would happen if we wouldn't support them, even though it's very difficult also then to measure the impact what has been changed to support of the civil society. There's one thing that is extremely difficult for civil society organizations in these kind of circumstances. We all do a project financing, and we finance very small civil society organizations for project A, and then for project B, and then for project C. And there is a real necessity also to keep the knowledge and the experience within civil society organizations over a longer period of time. But with this project financing, a lot of these civil society organizations have huge problems to keep their expertise within the organizations. Are there any thoughts of having kind of institutionalized funding of civil society organizations that are so crucial in order to promote conflict prevention and peace in those kind of societies?
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Gerrit Kurz. I work at the German Institute for International and Security Affairs, SWP, here in Berlin. And thanks a lot for the panel also from my side. I think we are seeing also a crisis of peace building and especially of elite bargains in the last few years. So I work specifically on the Horn of Africa, which I know is perhaps a little bit less the focus of this panel, but perhaps you can reflect a little bit on that as well. Because my question is this, based on this observation, what do we do, how do we support or engage when there are peace processes that are very, very flawed, that actually we've seen contribute not just to further authoritarianism, but also that have led to more conflict. That has been specifically the case in Ethiopia, in Sudan, in South Sudan in the past few years. Clearly the way is not just not to have that kind of elite bargain, perhaps, not to have a peace process. And again, as Anka Feldhusen rightly said, parties to a conflict perhaps make peace, but of course they are supported in doing so. And mediation in particular is also supported, also very much often by Germany or the UN. So how can we ensure that there's more transformation, that the focus on transformation is not lost perhaps once a peace deal is signed? Thank you.
Thank you. And then the last question.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm Hassan. I think there is a general observation that governance systems are becoming very close. You know, the definition we knew for democratic governments and the ones we are calling autocratic, the behavior of how governments are behaving are becoming very seamless. They're almost becoming very close. So there are those who had democratic values who have lost the democratic values because of how the international norms are being abused, and therefore they no longer they are not the carriers of democratic values. So I think as we continue to work as peace builders, I think on the forum, dialogue becomes the key. And I want to ask the question, what compromises? Because the more you avoid talking to them, the more you avoid governments that are autocratic. They became autocratic because the seemingly democratic ones become very corrupt, very inept. They may have gone through an election cycle, but it is meaningless to say that there was an election, because if there are no servant leadership and service to the population is not going to be there, the ritual of democracy on voting does not have any meaning. So I think as peace builders, what is the compromise? How do we look between the two?
Yeah, thank you. So I'd like to distribute the question a bit on the institutionalization of support to civil society. I think that's an apt question for Elke and maybe also for Yanni. Should we take more care about transformation for Anka and Natalie? And what compromise is possible? I leave that to whoever wants to answer it, because probably... and then keep in mind we still have the last round then after these answers. So you want to go first?
Okay, on the Syria question and solutions for NGOs, I know that we do not have a solution for all NGOs all over the world to support them in such situations, but we are working on different, piloting different ideas. How can we get closer to supporting NGOs not only by projects? Two examples. One is we founded a network of women, refugee women worldwide, and they themselves, 24 women, refugees themselves from all over the world, founded a network, Women as Agents of Change, and they are supported by the UN to define their own programmatic program on what they want to do, where they can influence policy shaping in their countries or in the UN, for example. So we try to find ways so that NGOs, civil society organizations, can really participate in policy shaping. So this is one example. This is the network Women as Agents of Change, and they have over years a budget to implement programs if they want. Second example, which I think is also very interesting, because I think I said nobody can do it alone. NGOs always also have to connect. If you want to have a political impact, you have to have also the connection to political processes. So for example, one very interesting process is within the UNHCR, durable solutions in refugee context, where UNHCR says we cannot longer go on and have refugee context where we do programs for 1 year, for 2 years. Refugee situations take at last have 15 years of duration before people perhaps go back. So the UN system is working on durable solutions to work with refugees, with governments, and also supporting NGOs to build up systems in the communities where the refugees are. So there is a change in the mindset that NGO support has to be relevant in policy shaping and in political processes, and this is on the UN level and on a civil society level, the Women Network perhaps. So we're working on it. Within the German ministry, BMZ, we still do not have a funding line where we directly finance South NGOs. We are discussing on that, how we can better make use of the power of the NGOs, but we're looking for we're piloting different ways to make it really relevant to policy shaping, and I think this is where NGOs have to head to.
Yanni, is it necessary for strategic patience to get such a funding?
Yeah, I think when I was hearing the question, I thought of like few words in my mind. One was flexibility. We can't apply the same impact measures that we are using for NGOs operating in, let's say, democracy context, using the same as a way to measure those who are operating in context of like autocracies. So there should be flexibility in the kind of like funding and support we are giving them. Flexibility for them to navigate within the context, to redefine their priorities, and to adapt. The second one is long term. If you give them very short term, and I know there could be pressure to demonstrate change, but again, the context is changing. We need to be there longer. And if you are in those regions as me, you can see how the context is changing. It's very slow, but you can see how things are changing. The other one should be very local focused. I was talking with a colleagues here about like some very good example of like peace building effort that was happening, but very far from like capital cities and from political interference, where community can make peace together, people can make peace, they're dealing with resources. And sometimes, project at that level can really be able to provide some changes and can be very good examples, even to give hope to society people who are working in that context in terms of what they can achieve. And finally, less public. When I mean less public, I mean we should not push society to be public to everything and all the time, because otherwise we are really putting them at risk.
Natalie, do you want to come in on the transformation and compromise questions? And may I ask you to be brief, because we are running out of time. We can't hear you now. We can see that you're speaking, but we cannot hear you.
Sorry, thank you.
Yeah,
Was it the question on how do we engage when we have peace processes that are flawed? Was it the second question?
Yes.
Okay. On that one, I will say that it is also a dilemma. However, we have to balance. For us, disengaging will make it difficult to re-engage. That means that we should therefore remain engaged, whatever the conditions, the circumstances during the peace process and during the negotiations between the parties. There are different ways of doing that, including through what we call, and that you know, the discrete, subtle diplomacy. We will ensure that through the mediator, the facilitator, in particular on the UN side, we provide sufficient support to the party in the peace process that seems to be in the most vulnerable position. And we will advocate with all parties for the same values-based framework that I mentioned before: human rights, international law, humanitarian law, and so forth. But I repeat, we must remain engaged to ensure that the risk or the weight is not one that on the long term we may have to regret. So that's the position that we adopt. Over.
Thank you. Anka.
Perhaps one word on the project financing of local organizations, because I think that's important. We're now piloting a new fund, the Nexus Funding Facility here in the Lake Chad Basin region, which is specially designed to have also local organizations identify projects, design them, and then get them funded on the whole spectrum of humanitarian development and peace. So a trust fund that does not then, is not under German budgetary rules. So it's a fund, and this project can, especially if it's through these three aspects, can go on much longer than what we sometimes have, and especially with less funding now. Of very short projects where the expertise then might be leaving after the end of the project. On the flawed mediation processes and transformation, I can only repeat what I said actually last year. I think we need to be very honest with ourselves. And Minsk was one of these processes where we carried on in the hope that we might achieve a more lasting peace, when by the design of it, from the it was very clear that it was managing a conflict. It was not it couldn't find a solution for the conflict, only managing. If we are honest with ourselves, I think at least we can judge our efforts better, and and we could manage expectations also, what we can do with these mediation processes.
Thank you. So a last very short round. One sentence. You may have two or three because you didn't engage in the answers, but the question is, what is the red line for engaging with autocrats? And this is the question for everybody as a last remark.
There is no red line, because for the people, we have to cooperate once in a while with the devil. So at the end, without talk, there is no solution for anybody. So you also have to talk with Taliban regime in Afghanistan. You have to talk with coup d'etat people who just incarcerated the president you met 1 week before going to Niger. I've been to President Goita as well, and we talked about the next year of MINUSMA, and then it was over once out of a while. So my thing would be that we don't talk about double standards, because, as I said, it's about interests. But our interest as politicians, as democracies, is to find a way that all people can live in peace. So if we would have, use this picture once in a while, if we would have been in the world like Independence Day at the final, the movie, that's always heartbreaking, and I'm always crying a little bit, because that's so wonderful seeing that all people all over the world, with all their interests, have one enemy that they have to destroy so that mankind can survive. And so we have to find a way to get rid of war, hunger, and all of that. And the people by autocrats are not in the focus, but they are in the focus of democracies. Democracies are part of compromising system. We have to find compromises, solutions every day. But what democracies are not doing are striving to make the world a sadder place. We are striving to make it a better place.
Thank you. That sounded like a perfect final statement, right? But I nevertheless, one sentence, all of you, one sentence.
I was
Is
thinking
there a
about
red
what
line?
can I say smartly, but I want to perhaps put it a little bit in reverse. For me, the red line is to quit women their human rights. If there is this red line, I would do everything to try to support stakeholders that support women in a society where autocrats try to quit or to take away the human rights of women. So I don't know whether it's understood. For me, this is a red line I would set to go on working in favor of women and their rights.
Thank you. Natalie?
I would agree with the first speaker who said that there is no red line, because I said previously that we have to remain engaged. We have to keep the channels of communication open. However, there is also policy that says that we do not engage with anyone who is accused of committing gross human rights violations, who has been convicted of doing the same. But even in those circumstances, we will always use some quiet diplomacy if it is needed for the population, if it is needed for the continuity of UN operations. We will still find a way to ensure that we continue to deliver and protect the civilians at all costs. Thank you.
Thank you. Anka?
I think I can follow up on the idea that even if we talk to the devils, as Mr. Lechte said, what we have to avoid at all costs is impunity for the perpetrators. And that we have to make sure that the international criminal justice system improves, that we can use national systems like the one in Germany, the Weltrechteprinzip, I've forgotten the English word for it, so that we can prosecute perpetrators here also. We help Ukrainians collect evidence of war crimes in order to make sure that one day the perpetrators will be prosecuted. And I think this is the important other side of the medal when we say we talk to the devils.
I don't know if it's like red lines for what? Because if it's about supporting the government, Germany has already stopped its direct support to many of those countries because of just the fact that there was coup. Is it red line to disengage? We never encourage any partner not to continue supporting, people, humanitarian aid and provide assistance. I don't know if it's red line to decide to pull out or not, but I think the green line should be whenever people are suffering, we should do our best to be there and support them.
Yeah, thank you very much, and maybe that's one perspective we should take to talk about the green line. So I promised answers to 3 questions. We got many answers. I won't summarize them, but I'd like to highlight 3 things. The first one is, there's no doubt that autocracies, autocrats, and autocratization are challenges to peace. And I found 2 points. I found everything interesting, but particularly one is that it's harder to legitimize support to countries that are governed by autocrats, which leads us back to the funding question we discussed in the morning. And also the long-term perspective. So if more autocracy means more conflict, long-term goals like SDGs or climate, that's something we have in the next panel, won't be achieved. My second point about the red lines. So there is a variety of forms to cooperate, and it seems to be evident that staying engaged and non-cooperation with countries and societies is not an option, maybe with some autocrats and governments, and I think I could say a lot about that, I won't. And my third point, and that's the one probably dearest to my heart, I think we talked a lot about conflict management and situations of conflict, and less so about crisis prevention as such, because I mean the situation before a conflict emerges, here autocratization is key, and we didn't talk about what we, or the government, civil society, etc., UN could do in this situation, so stay tuned for the next peace dialogue next year. Thank you.
You go ahead, Julia.
Just say a big thank you to everybody for joining us on the panel. Of course, I missed it because of the time. And joining us in the morning, Natalie from New York. Thanks a lot.
Happy to reiterate that. Once again, your applause, Julia and colleagues. Thank you very much for very interesting conversations about red flags, red lines. To be continued, I would say. To be continued, that is the key word now. We are now at a critical moment of this conference, and that critical moment requires your active collaboration. Breakout sessions is the name of the game, so some physical movement also for some afternoon energy. Let me start though with our online viewers. Now would be the moment for you to activate the WebEx links that you should have received by now if you want to join either the session on early warning or the breakout session on environmental peace building. If you're interested in the workshop on Ukraine and Russia, please stay here in this room, or please stay logged on to the live stream, which will be broadcast here from the room, to be precise. We will continue here in this room in about 5 minutes or so. And Natalie, I'm sorry if I turn my back to you. I didn't mean to be impolite. For all those of you present here with us at the BMZ, now, there is, if you check your badges, there is a color dot on every single badge that you have. And that color dot indicates which session, which breakout session you're going to join later on. Now, here's the color coding. Green means climate challenges, peace solutions, lessons learned from environmental peace building. Please follow the person, the very visible person with the green sign over there. Second part of the color coding, red. Red stands for crisis early warning in a changing climate. So, same drill again. Please follow the person with the red sign. Now, again, also for those of you present here in this room, please stay if you want to join the panel on the war against Ukraine and Russia as the greatest security threat in the Euro-Atlantic sphere. Unfortunately, that's part of the rules of the games. There is no ad hoc switching between the groups. That's important. So. No, not liberal at all. Sometimes you need to be an autocrat. Please make sure that you go to the session indicated on your badge. By now, you may have realized that this is really a tricky logistical moment in this conference because we need to move about 70 people from room to room. So please help us minimize the chaos factor and move as swiftly as you can to your breakout rooms. And we will start here again in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to proceed. May I kindly ask you to have your seats as we're proceeding to our next panel. So, colleagues, please come up to the stair. Ladies and gentlemen, now it is my distinct privilege and pleasure to welcome the participants of our next panel here on the stage. Our next panel will be moderated by Andreas Heinemann-Grüder, and the topic is one which affects European security like no other. It's Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine. We have a fantastic lineup of speakers here. Andreas, with your permission, I will briefly introduce our speakers and then hand it over to you. And I will start with Major General Dr. Christian Freuding, who has joined us today. He is, as you know, the Director of Policy Planning and Command Staff at the Federal Ministry of Defense here in Berlin, and also the head of the Situation Center Ukraine. General, great to have you. Also with us is Lieutenant General retired Rainer Elglatz. He is a member of the advisory board, and we are very happy and honored to have him here as a speaker as well. I will continue with the far side of this panel, at least from my perspective, and welcome very warmly Roderich Kiesewetter, member of the German Bundestag for the CDU faction, and also a very vocal proponent, if I may say so, for the cause of Ukraine. Roderich, great to have you here on that panel as well. And we are very pleased to have Professor Dr. Tatiana Malyarenko here with us. She is the founder and director of the Ukraine Institute for Crisis Management on Conflict Resolution. She's also a professor of international security at the Law Academy of the National University, Odessa, Ukraine. Great to have you all here, and without ado, Andreas, you have the floor.
Thank you very much for your interest in this session. Of course, everybody asked to journalists and academia the question, how do wars end? And how did they end in the past? And are there any lessons learned from past experiences to the case of Russia's war against Ukraine? And that will be at the heart of our discussion here in the afternoon. Usually, theory says that there are 3 or 4 factors that inform the end of wars. The first is acceptance of the facts, of the military facts on the ground. Then second, assurances to the party of the conflict, so that the end of the war is not the pre-war. Then third, can you sell the peace to the public, or do you lose power when you sign a peace treaty? So these are issues of importance, and in Ukraine, opinion polls have been conducted about what kind of compromises would be acceptable for Ukraine over time, different regions, and of course also there have been repercussions, reactions to Zelensky's peace plan, and Tatiana will start with giving us an introduction into the domestic mode in Ukraine and how these different peace ideas are perceived inside the country. And I hope that the slides Tatiana has prepared, that they can be shown, and she will give you then a sign when the next slide has to be shown. Okay. Okay.
Sorry for this technical issue. Oh, yes, yes. So which topic? The big green one. Okay. So the first question which we want to ask, have the goals of Russia and Ukraine changed during the war? And the short answer is no. because Russian goals to the West expressed in its ultimatum, and Russian goals in the war expressed to its ultimatum to Ukraine, and these goals are mostly geopolitical and security goals. So Russia is interested to be surrounded by countries with pro-Russian political regimes and achieved these goals either by means of soft power or by military means. Territory was always not very significant to Russia, territory of Ukraine, with the exception of annexed Crimea, and Russia can use the occupied territory as a bargaining chip to achieve the geopolitical and security goals. On contrary, for Ukraine, territory was always significant. It's a part of our statehood. It's a part of our understanding of independence. It's the first point in President Zelensky's peace plan. And it's also a position on which Ukrainian society is not ready to compromise. That is why there are question is why public opinion in Ukraine changed for this year regarding the possible territorial concession to Russia. You can see that in the beginning of war in 2022, it was more than 80% of populations which were not ready to any territorial compromise with Russia. Now this share decreased to 55%, and the share of population which is ready to territorial compromise with Russia is about 32%. Of course, it should be mentioned that this survey was conducted only on the territories controlled by Ukrainian government, and the occupied territories and Ukrainian refugees were not covered by this survey. It could change the picture. And the second, it was not clarification what kind of territory should be given to Russia in the case of a possible peace deal. And several factors impacted this decision in public opinion. First is situation on the battlefield. I will be very short here. We have experts in this room. First, Russia is conducting an offensive operation along all demarcation line, along all front line with Ukraine. And however, the front is very far from collapse. And Ukrainian command is going to mobilize additional 160,000 troops to strengthen its position in the front line. The second factor is expected duration of the war. The research was conducted by National Democratic Institute. It's also monitoring research. And you can see that if in the beginning of the war, majority of Ukrainians believe that war will be short-term, few months, now majority of Ukrainians believe that the war will have a long character. That impact individual decision-making, individual life strategies, and for many Ukrainians, it's in particular for younger group, it means immigration. According to our Minister of Education and Science, during the last school year, more than 300,000 school-age kids immigrate from the countries. So it's a general trend which came from expected duration of the war. And a second slide is about expected results of the war. Here we are very optimistic. More than 80% of Ukrainians believe that we will win the war, and majority believe that we will win the war next 1-2 years. And some very optimistic group believe that we will win until the end of this year. And the next slide is about what impact peace deal. What impact peace? Here, 30% believe that only negotiations with Russia, and about 50% believe that permission from the Western countries to attack goals on the Russian territory will push Russia towards the peace. And very interesting how Ukrainians understand peace, understand their victory in the war. Here you can see variety of answers also related to the territory. And majority believe that return to constitutional borders of Ukraine, restoration of borders as it was in 2014, it means a victory. And 17% believe that collapse of Russia and disintegration of Russia would mean Ukraine's victory. So now is the most difficult question. Why, if Ukrainians are so optimistic about the end of the war and about the victory, why conscription process is so difficult? And one of possible answers lies in demographic structure of Ukraine. We had last census we had in 2001, according to which more than 48 million live in Ukraine. So-called digital census, very criticized for its methodology, was conducted 2020, according to which about 37 million of Ukrainians lived. A recent publication of Ukrainian Institute for Demography estimate about 42 million before the start of invasion, and now about 31 million who live in Ukraine. According to UN data, 10 million left Ukraine after the start of Russian invasion. About 5 million live in occupied territories, and according to estimate of International Organization for Migration, about 8 million left Ukraine before the start of war. It's labor migrants, sometimes legal migrants, sometimes seasonal migrants. And the visualization of Ukrainian demographic structure was conducted by Stockholm Center for Eastern European Studies. You can see that who left Ukraine is mostly boys, girls, and young women. So who remaining in Ukraine, it's all the population, which is very difficult to leave the country, and the men who are fighting. And currently conscription covered a group of men between 40 and 60. And if Ukraine perform the plans to decrease the conscription age until 18 and start to mobilize younger women, which is currently discussed in public opinion, it would not be decisive in the front line. So it may buy some time for some scene, for design of strategy, but it will not be able to change the situation in the front line. So our demographic potential to conclude and to be very sad, it does not allow us to wage long war of attrition without change of character of the war. So what kind of scenario can we observe and discuss? The first scenario is status quo, so we will ask more upon more money from the West, and we will mobilize more younger men. But this scenario will come to the end in 1-3 years because of demographic potential. The second scenario is escalation. The other countries joined the war. We see examples Northern Korea. Now it's more or less in informational war, but it may come to reality when the troops from other countries will support Russia or maybe Ukraine in this war. And de-escalation scenario is a peace deal with Russia, but this scenario may cause some domestic tensions and clashes because significant part of population still does not want any compromise with Russia. So I'm stopped here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I will immediately switch over to General Freuding with a question: what do these dire straits, which we hear about in the news, but also the demographic situation is obviously not favorable, what does this mean for the future of this war for sustaining the war effort? To what extent can the degree of support that Ukraine received in the past be upheld in the next year, in the next 2 to 3 years? And to what extent, if the support is decreasing, could Ukraine compensate for shrinking support?
Well, there were a lot of questions. Thank you very much indeed. And I'm not a futurologist, I'm a military officer. Perhaps I don't want to look too much into a crystal ball. But I think what we learned about subjects we heard before is that there is a dire need for us from the Western partners of Ukraine to support Ukraine as much as possible. And that we have to put even more effort into the military support to ramp up our efforts during the next months, the months to come, especially as the military situation on the ground becomes more critical, as we have seen during the last weeks and months. Can this be sustained? Yes, I think the Western partners are in the position from an economical perspective, from a military perspective, from a political perspective to support, to continue the support and to sustain the support for the Ukrainian armed forces. And I think that's politically needed and morally imperative to continue the support as we have done for the last 3 years.
On the other hand, maybe one follow-up question. We have debates about, should Ukraine come first and the Federal Army second, or should we care about our own because the Federal Army is already depleted and we have to think about ourselves and about our contributions to NATO obligations and so on. And what's your take on that? So the one argue, if Ukraine is lost, then maybe the Federal Army is also lost. So better all to the front, like during World War II, the slogan of the Soviet army was, or do you think there is already a kind of contradiction between the military support for Ukraine and the reform needs of the Federal Army?
No, I don't think there's a contradiction. I think there is. This is a kind of two sub-questions to one topic. It's the same topic. And I read a very good quote by Lloyd Austin, the US Secretary of Defense, during the last weekend. He said the price of principle is always lower than the cost of capitulation. And I think that says everything and is quite clear. And I think we have to invest in both. We have to invest into strengthening the Ukrainian armed forces who are in the current fight, and we have to prepare ourselves who will do or should be prepared to deter a future fight.
General Glatz, you have been in the past also a commander of different international missions. We have a kind of weird asymmetric war going on for the last 2.5 years, so where the one side uses all means available, and the other side is somehow restricted by its Western supporters, because, to put it bluntly, do no harm is one principle applied also to Russia, at least no harm to Russian territory. So, and the discussion over the Taurus rockets was maybe an exemplification of that. And what is your take on that? So can Ukraine actually win, or at least over the long run withstand Russia being restrained by its Western supporters?
Let me put it generally before. The Ukrainians started, if I recall it correctly, a deep strike initiative in August 23 with their own means they had available. For the first time, they struck in several places logistic knots of the Russian army, command sites and things like that. and especially logistics, depots. And the means available, to be very honest, from my perspective, are not enough. Therefore, they asked again and again for a long strike capability by the Western partners. The French systems came in, the American ATACMS, the British systems, and the question of Taurus arose. Let me put it in a picture. If you see a bowman having a bow and an arrow, then you can defend against the arrows quite defensively. I would put it in the picture as the capability to fight against airstrikes, air defense capabilities. If you want to fight the bowman who is putting the arrows on your side of the battlefield, then you have something, not only air defense, then you have to ask, do I have something to threaten the man at the bow in the depths of the battlefield? And therefore, this capability, from a purely military standpoint, in operational terms, really is urgently needed by the Ukraine. Whether we restrict it, as we did it in the past, this might be a possibility by our own national decision. On the other side, the need is urgently there, and we should, from my perspective, urgently reconsider this.
Thank you very much. On the other hand, we have to take the facts into account, and the pressure for changing course is politically there for the last 2.5 years. So, and then a year ago, Zaluzhny came up and said, you know, given all these facts, we have maybe to change the way we fight, because we can't proceed with this way. So he was kicked out. But do you foresee any possibility on the Ukrainian side when they say, you know, we can press as much as we want, but it's not going to change because
I think the Ukrainians themselves are working hard on this problem in their own arms industry, but this will last some time till they have this means available. And therefore, if you look at the victory plan, for example, as President Zelensky brought it up, and we have seen it in the numbers Tatiana just showed us, it was reflected there, to have long-range systems to fight the Russians on Russian territory. This was the 49%, if I recall correctly. And Zelensky asked for that because he is thinking, as I would say Jens Stoltenberg, the former NATO Secretary General, was thinking when he was in Berlin last week, and he said, we have a problem. We can't change Putin's mind. The only thing we are able to change is the calculus of Putin on the battlefield. And if we want to stop him, then we have to have a decision on the battlefield, not in terms of a victory probably, but in terms of the sustainability in the Ukrainian efforts to defend the territory.
Mr. Kiesewetter, we already touched upon this question, protracted weapons deliveries to Russia, and we have discussions over the, I would say, the last 2 years. What are the reasons for that? So why is especially our Chancellery so hesitant? Is this because they want to keep some political leverage over Ukraine? So when you deliver everything, you could become hostage to Ukraine's way of conducting war? Or is it domestic politics, so that they are fearful of the peacenik voters who might become decisive in regional elections and national elections, but it was also an issue at the European Parliament election? Or is it a prolongation of the pre-February 22 mode? So you could say the Zeitenwende in the head was somehow announced, but you know, the remnants of the thinking of the past, of the old thinking, they were never actually wiped out. So what is your explanation for that? Is it rational choice? Is it inertia? Is it simply misperception? How do we have to understand this?
Yeah, thank you very much indeed for this multifolded question. And to answer it, I doubt the topic of this panel. It's not Russia's war against Ukraine. It's a coalition war against our way of life. And Ukraine is one of the sacrifices. I mention this because we need to understand the character of Russian interests and the threat analysis Russia has undertaken the last 10, 15 years. And one result was to freeze the conflict in 2014 by believing if we appease Russia, even by purchasing an additional pipeline, we might comfort Russia and bring Ukraine to a peace instead of doing both, trying to negotiate and fostering Ukraine and supporting them in a double-track approach. And Russia has seen that they were successful. They have frozen the conflict. They started again with some conditions Tatiana has shown, which are not, I would like to say, which we cannot afford to fulfill, because we would change completely the order the European states have given themselves after 1990, Charter of Paris, for example. So I believe that we have a lack of strategic thinking, a lack also of strategic culture to understand what is going on, that Krink is conducting the war, China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea. And now we see an escalation of war by introducing North Korean forces. However, they have already introduced more than 3.5 million shells, and Iran several hundreds of missiles and thousands or 10,000s of drones. So it's a war on several levels. So the Chancellery, I would like to separate from the Foreign Ministry and the Ministry of Defense. The MOD, Pistorius, and also Mrs. Baerbock are very well aware what is at stake. And several times they have approached the Chancellery. I'm a member of the opposition, but I feel responsible so far as the former government my party was leading is responsible for the mess after Minsk I and Minsk II, and the mess in the armed forces, where we believed it is not necessary to fulfill the 2% goal. And this now is the harvest of Russia. And what is going on in the Chancellery, it's also a multifolded approach. They try in an unofficial way to convince Russia to stop their further aggression if Ukraine is handing over territory and is trying, and if we are successful to prevent Ukraine from NATO membership, to put it this way. But we are isolating ourselves, and I believe this is the second layer, that the behavior of the German Chancellery is not taking into account what this has for effects in Poland, in Prague, in the Baltic states, and Scandinavian states. Finland has given up its Finlandization, and there are some forces in Germany now proposing a kind of Finlandization of Ukraine. We are neglecting what is at stake, peace and freedom and self-determination. And I believe there are some dependencies we have to very thoroughly check, hopefully very soon. But we have to check it because some things are not explainable and others are explainable if you believe in Egon Bahr, who has said in 2014, Ukraine never must be part of East or West, it has always to be in between, a kind of buffer zone. And this is then peace. Peace is not an armistice. And if we want to defend the rule-based international order, Ukraine is trying to defend it and becoming part of it. We cannot exclude Ukraine from the Charter of Paris they have signed. So I believe that we have a continental thinking in the sense of Halford Mackinder, in the sense of Carl Schmitt, in some parts of the government, and it will not help German engineers' art and Russian resources to bring peace to Europe.
On the one hand, there's maybe this realist thinking, we can divide the cake. And deterrent policy in the past was somehow also about, there's a dividable good, and so you get your part, your chunk of the cake, and the other side gets another check. You are basically saying, this is not dividable. So we have goods here that are common goods, and we are defining common goods, and therefore we can't return to, let's say, the Congress of Vienna in 1815, and what was probably the idea of Chancellor Schröder and 10 years ago when they announced this. So why do you think that they are still living under the illusion we can divide the cake? Because you could say in 2022 it was a wake-up call for this policy. So no wake-up call, actually?
Well, I believe that the so-called Zeitenwende is already Geschichte, is history, and is only apprehended on our armed forces, but not on the strategic culture in our society, unfortunately. And second remark, look into our national security strategy. Within the first sentences, we are accepting that the 21st century is a multipolar century. By promulgating political science narratives of China and Russia, which say multiple order means also parallel orders to the rule-based international order. And we should not accept this. And therefore, we need to revise our national security strategy in view of how to defend the rule-based international order against hollowing out it by creating zones of interests, interfering zones, or zones where you not interfere, where you accept the right of might and not the rule-based international order or the rule of law or the right of law. I believe this is a fundamental difference we see in the government, and we have seen a book of Bingener and Wehner, the so-called Moscow connection. You see it, the split in the Social Democratic Party and in the Christian Democratic Union and Social Union. The only party in Germany which has freed itself from that are the Greens, and they are completely under pressure. Why? So we have to be very careful not to follow the ideas of the so-called Moscow connection, who was very successful in the middle of the last decade.
Okay. One question to Tatjana. We are all here, somehow talking about Ukraine, but on the back of our mind we have the elections in the United States. And probably there were also discussions in Ukraine about what could be the impact of one or the other result of the elections in the United States on Ukraine standing in this war. Could you share a bit with us discussions in Ukraine? So what is expected from Trump? Do people fear, then we are lost because we are left alone, or there will be a dirty peace with Putin immediately as Trump has announced? Or are they, among other circles, even expectations that maybe Trump may play the role of Nixon? He expands first and then he signs the peace treaty with the Vietnamese. So are there any discussions about scenarios that follow from US electoral results?
I think that Ukrainians are generally optimistic and believe that Trump or Harris will support Ukraine. Maybe a little bit in different way. From Trump, Ukrainians expect, I talk in expert opinion, they expect that it will be more control for Ukrainian government in the term of money, how a financial assistance is spent, and the term of corruption, that from my point of view is not so bad deal. And if Kamala Harris will be elected, we expect the continuation of support. So we have experience with Trump elections and his presidency 10 years ago, and it was support for Ukraine again. It was measures toward Russia were most strict and strong than during Democrats in power. So there is no such fears or negative expectations in Trump in office. So we are positive about American support because first of all, behind of every president is institutions and government and American foreign policy, which may vary in measures, but it is consistent with goals to deter Russia.
General Freudig, you said you are no futurologist, but as far as I know, military officers, they also engage in, scenario planning. They engage in, what could happen. So in this year, we had 8 billion euros for Ukraine. Next year, the plan is 4 billion euro, 2026, 3 billion, and then 27, 28, 1.5 billion. So that's at least the plan. So one could say, okay, this is not reality yet, and the parliament didn't decide yet, but I would say it is something you have to reckon with, and probably you have to factor these announcements in. So what does that mean? On the one hand, one has to see what could be the result of US elections, but also what could be, what would be the repercussions of the implementation of these kind of budgetary cuts. So you can't proceed and deliver as much as you could in the past.
Yes, thank you. As military, we also used to change plans, and we are very good on that. So we hope we must change plans next year. But you're completely right. The budget we see so far, it is not decided. It's not. The Bundestag has not decided yet on it. It's 4 billion for 2025 and 4 billion for 2026. That said, we must recognize that also in the years before, we always started lower than we ended at the end of the year with regard to Ukraine support. That's one thing. The second thought is you might have learned about international efforts to get money for Ukraine support, also for military support. Fortunately, especially the G7 nations have been successful with regard to a fund or loan, a G7 loan voluming up to $50 billion, which can be spent not only in 2025, but also in the years to come, which will help at least to mitigate the budget from a German perspective, which is not as high as we expected, as we hoped, and as we had during the last years.
In the very beginning, I asked you a question and you somehow avoided the answer, maybe because I asked too many questions at the same time, but compensation capacity. So the Ukrainians are building their own arms industry. Some of the arms should be produced there, repair closer to the battle, to the front line. So things take time, but on the other hand, Ukraine has not time forever. So what is your assessment? We have seen striking improvements. We have seen, things they didn't have a year ago or 2 years ago. So what is your assessment? To what extent could they become more reliable on themselves?
I think they can become more self-reliable with regard to weapons factories with ammunition production and so on. There are impressive progress in the defense industry, in the Ukrainian defense industry. And we, as MOD, we are planning to spend already in this year to invest in Ukraine defense industry and to procure in Ukrainian defense goods for the Ukrainian armed forces already in 2024. But it's not a question whether they can provide production capacities. It's a question of budget at the end of the day, because they have to run a state as well, and the costs of infrastructure, energy supplies, and so the normal costs are increasing as well. So I don't see that the rising production capacities meet or match a rising Ukrainian budget. So if we want to make use of the Ukrainian production facilities, weapon facilities, we have to invest and finance it.
General Glatz, I said in the beginning, one of the conditions to end a war is assurance that the end of the war is not the preparation for the next war. So, and Tatiana said that too, we need safeguards, and Ukrainians don't want to be left alone. So NATO could be one safeguard, but maybe Ukraine becomes a member of NATO when it doesn't need it anymore. And then you could say, we strengthen it to that extent that it can withstand Russia alone, but it doesn't look that way. So the question is, what would be needed for peace enforcement? So if Ukraine makes any kinds of compromises, it wants that they stick, that they are robust, that this is not a repetition of an OSCE observer mission with daily reports about sound bites from shells that came from southeast or so. So is there any discussion about what would be required in terms of robust peace enforcement? And could you outline what would be actually required to make a peace, or let's say a peace agreement or a ceasefire first stable, that it is not violated immediately afterwards?
I'm looking in the crystal ball again, as I did last year during this conference. The first thing we have to say, if there should be, and I explicitly say should be, a ceasefire, then we would have to have consent on one hand by the Ukrainians primarily and by the Russians as well, if there would be a ceasefire. Then is the question who will negotiate a ceasefire agreement after weapons silenced at a line which we can't foresee now. And then we are back in the question of dimensions. As I explained last year, the front line is more than 1,200 kilometers. The land border to Russia is 1,291 or so. 1,974 kilometers. Sea border, 321. This is a vast dimension. If you compare it to a demilitarized zone we had after high-intensity conflict in the 1950s, this is a demilitarized zone between North and South Korea. That is only 248 kilometers. So we have to look very carefully what really would be needed in terms of military capacities, not only to overwatch such a ceasefire line, but to enforce the prevention of violations along this ceasefire line. And there really, I have problems. Who will get in there? Who will give a mandate for that? If you look at the Russians' possibility of vetoes in the UN Security Council on one hand, and the second thing is really, if we wouldn't get a United Nations mandate for that, who will be willing to get into a coalition of the willing to overwatch such a long ceasefire line? And then you can question, and then I would turn to your right neighbor again, the capacities, for example, of the European militaries really to set up such a force without the Americans. The Americans probably won't be digestible for the Russian side. If you look at China, for example, it wouldn't be acceptable, I think, by the Ukrainian side. Then there isn't left many countries. You could talk about Brazil or India or countries like that, but from my perspective, they won't have the military capabilities to do so. And therefore, I well understand all the problems certain countries have, our own as well, with the victory plan of President Zelensky. The first point in this victory plan was an immediate invitation for NATO membership. Not the implementation of NATO membership, but the immediate invitation as a strong signal to Russia. And if we want to have security guarantees in the end, I think the only thing I could think about is membership of NATO, but the membership of NATO won't be granted as long as the conflict with Russia isn't solved. This is a problem. So I really have a problem to imagine who will be the true provider for such a force of such size really required to overwatch a ceasefire line in Ukraine. And if you talk about peace enforcement, I would be very careful. Peace enforcement would be received very well on the Ukrainian side, but on the Russian side, it would be open conflict.
Probably we have...
I can't solve it, sorry.
Probably we nonetheless have to engage in this discussion and to be prepared for scenarios and requirements, because without the light at the end of the tunnel, in this respect, the Ukrainians are not going to sign anything. So they need something that is robust and that is international, and they don't want to be left alone. Once, Putin said, oh, here I sign, and tomorrow they start again, but then the political capital in the West is gone. But Mr. Kiesewetter, you also know that in our regional electoral campaigns, we had parties, party politicians, Social Democrats, Sarah Wagenknecht, but also some from the Christian Democrats who said, we have now to engage and invest into diplomacy. And diplomacy with Russia being even a prerequisite for signing coalition agreements. So, of course, when one asks, what's the power of these diplomats in some regional governments or regional parliaments, nonetheless, question is, we have a couple of international players out there: Brazil, South Africa, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, India, China, who all also, when they met in Kazan at the BRICS meeting recently, said, we are in favor of, a negotiated solution to this conflict. So how would you see, the potential? Is this just rhetorics? Is this just, declarative politics? Or do you think it is worth to invest? I mean, there are limited agreements about exchange of prisoners of war. Qatar mediated that. Turkey played also a mediating role with the grain deal a year ago. So limited, but this is not anything that comes close to a ceasefire, not to speak of a peace agreement. So would you think it is worth at least to invest in the potential of third-party mediation among those just mentioned countries?
Yeah, this is, I believe, one of the key questions we have to tackle in the next months. However, that what General Glatz just has mentioned shows that Russia is in a win-win situation. If we avoid the NATO question, security guarantees will be tested as they were tested with Minsk I and Minsk II. And a second remark on win-win situation, Putin stated in February, why should I negotiate when Ukraine is running out of ammunition? Third remark, at the eve of the full-scale invasion, we saw huge investment of diplomacy. The Chancellor, the Foreign Minister, Defense Minister, but also France, the European Union, many others. And we remarked that two partners have met and spoke about Ukraine without Ukraine and spoke about Europe without Europe. Biden and Putin in Genf. So we Europeans should not afford a negotiation about the future of Ukraine without European participation or Europeans being in the driver's seat. Brazil, fine. They are very dependent from Chinese investment. India, fine. They were blocked by us in 2011 when they wanted to replace their Soviet Union weapons against European weapons, and Germany stopped it, and so they bought Russian weapons. So if we really want negotiations, we need two to tango, and we need a plan. And as long as Russia is assessing that we are weak, that we have nothing against their power, against their hybrid warfare, against their pressure on our own society. You mentioned Alliance Sarah Wagenknecht, and we need also to mention drone overflights, burning of enterprises in Germany, targeted killing of Ukrainian soldiers in Germany, destruction of railroad infrastructure in Germany by the GRU, drone overflights over critical infrastructure in northern Germany from drones coming from vessels and so from Russian vessels. As long as we do not formulate or stipulate demands against Russia, we will be a tool in their conduct of war. For example, where is the German peace movement to ask the withdrawal of nuclear weapons from Kaliningrad? Where is the pressure on Russia to withdraw troops from Transnistria and Georgia? And where is the condition making, it was mentioned Taurus, to say if you further destroy power plants or hospitals for children, we start training on Taurus. And then if you further continue, we deliver Taurus. So there is no condition against Russia. So if we want to negotiate, fine. But then conditions-based. An example, we were very proud of Turkey to negotiate the grain deal. One day after the signature of Lavrov and Kuleba was dry, Russia destroyed, I've visited it several times, the manufactories and especially the logistic hubs in Odessa, so that they were not able to export their grains. So strength and diplomacy and a clear will to contain Russia and their coalition partners. That might be an option, diplomacy and strength.
Thank you very much. I want to open now for questions from the audience, and I see already two. So the first is Jana, and then over there, three, and then Mr. Aust. So, and Steiner, two. So we have 4 questions. Microphone, could you come here to the front? We take them all in a row, 4 in a row. And please identify yourself and also to whom you like to address the question.
So Jana Polierin, member of the advisory board, and I have 2 questions, one to the generals and one to Roderich Kiesewetter. So to both of the generals, your perception of Russia's military at the moment, because I mean, there are indications that Russia is also facing problems when it comes to people, but also especially when it comes to tanks, and that there is no kind of constant flow of supply, but that they have problems with their resources. So what is your perception of how Russia is doing at the battlefield at the moment? And to Roderich Kiesewetter, so this morning this hall was also full of participants of the Global South, and it seems that most of them have chosen other workshops on climate change and environmental peace, early warning. So I think to a certain extent we've lost many countries in our attempt to convey the message that it's not a local or regional European war, it's not Russia against Ukraine, it's broader. What would you suggest also to us here in the room once we encounter people from the Global South and talk to them about the importance of this war and why they should care? What would be the argument that you would make? Because, I mean, they have every reason to say we have never cared about their war, so why should they care about our war now?
Okay. The next are you. I apologize for pointing the finger at you, but you are a little bit, we are here having the limelight at us, and therefore I can't see you properly.
Yes, Lukasz Mackiewicz. I had a rare pleasure to actually live and work in Lugansk, in occupied Lugansk, and talk to the people on a daily basis, and we often forget about them, and they felt left behind and betrayed, sometimes even by Ukraine. For me, the question is to Tatiana. We speak about oblasts, we speak about the regions, whether they should be returned, won again. Is it about the geography or is it about the people? So the question, is the answer maybe in offering a chance, supporting a chance for repatriation of those who are willing to move to Ukraine and just take the country, take the geography, but give us the people back?
Next question is Professor Aust.
Yes, Helmut Aust. I'm a professor of international law here at Freie Universität Berlin. And I have a comment to Roderich Kiesewetter and a question to Tetiana Melirenko afterwards. Mr. Kiesewetter, I'm in very broad agreement with almost all of the things you have said, in particular also with respect to the question of strategic thinking and strategic culture. But on a point which also follows maybe upon Jana Polierin's question, I would caution against framing this conflict so much in the light of this concept of the rules-based international order. You juxtapose that with zones of interest, with the multipolarity that we discuss nowadays. And I am of the opinion that the rules-based international order will not help us in winning over the Global South. Why is that? Because the concept of the rules-based international order is also perceived to be a very hegemonic and Western formulated concept because it blurs the boundary between international law and some other norms in a way which makes it very hard to define. And given that Germany, I think, for a long time has enjoyed considerable credibility in terms of its commitment to multilateralism and to international law, I would caution against using that concept of the rules-based international order so prominently. The question to Tetiana, many thanks for your insightful presentation. I was wondering about the 3 scenarios, you presented them at the end, and where you see possible gray lines between these scenarios, because you presented them very much as 3 clear-cut scenarios, and I think for the German policy discussion, especially the question where to draw the line between status quo and escalation is particularly relevant. So I would be interested in hearing more from you on this point. Thank you so much, and also to all other panelists.
Next is Steiner Brünn.
Hello, my name is Steiner Brünn. I come from Lillehammer, Norway, the Nansen Academy. Nansen had a very special position in Ukraine, and he gave quite a bit of the money from his Nobel Peace Prize to people in Ukraine. I've been visiting Ukraine regularly since 2014, and coming from Norway, of course, I have a Norwegian perspective. We are known as very supportive, but probably we have earned 10 times as much on the war as we have provided in support. So the war is very beneficial for the Norwegian economy. I also hear very often from my politicians that this is up to the Ukrainians themselves. We can just give weapons, we can give money, they have to decide themselves what they want to do. What we have been talking about today is interconnectedness, is that this war engages all of us. In other words, shouldn't all of us, like you do now here on stage, discuss this war? And not only the causes, but also the consequences. Because the consequences are starting to be very catastrophic for the people. And we have emphasized that here as well several times. It's about people. And I'm thinking about suicides, I'm thinking about divorces, I'm thinking about families, falling apart. And with all the refugees coming now, it used to be families in the beginning. Now it's soldiers that are very, very traumatized. So my work has been 25 years in the Western Balkans, rebuilding optimism, moral after the wars, reconciliation between neighbors, people living in the same village, in the same city, because after a war, we see some certain patterns. We start to suspect and we are accusing people, maybe even people that have been on our side. But when I have been traveling now in Ukraine lately, I meet people who say, I hate Putin, I hate Russia, I hate the invasion, I don't want anything to do with Russia, but I don't hate my own childhood, I don't hate my own upbringing. I cannot neglect that I've been influenced by some of this literature, some of this, etc., etc. And that kind of reconciliation is necessary, not because it's Ukraine, but it is necessary in every country that goes through that kind of experience. My question, I guess, to you is, there must be a point where the catastrophic consequences of the war become so big that we have to ask, is this the best way to help the Ukrainian people if the goal is to build democracy, fight corruption, become independent of Russia and part of the Western world? Is this going in the right direction? Or maybe the optimism in Ukraine is partly influenced by the way we have been communicating to them?
Thanks very much. The last question is, who do you think?
Yes,
you need the microphone.
I have a short question on Russian soldiers and Russian people who don't want to fight in this war or to be supporters of this war. What should we do, what can we do to help them when they leave the country, to give them security outside of Russia? Because in my opinion, it's at least as important to help people who don't want part of a war of aggression than to give the Ukraine the weapons to defend itself.
Thanks very much. I would say we start with questions to our two military officers. I don't know who wants to start.
You ask after for the perception of the Russian military. What we see currently is that Russia is able to compensate their losses with regard to personnel and with regard to tanks and armored vehicles. We are seeing that Russia is aiming for 1.5 million people in the armed forces in 2026. And from our point of view, this is achievable. They will match this mark. We are constantly seeing over the last years that they are developing their production lines with regard to ammunition production, with regard to tank production, with regard to airframe production. They have, I think, they have stated clearly what they want to achieve until 2026, and they have the necessary resources to achieve these aims, these capability targets, we would say in NATO language. And we can clearly see that they invest more and more into military and their whole security apparatus. It's more than 6% of GDP. And if you compare this, what they can acquire for this money, it's X times higher than we can do with the money we have for the most of the European countries we can use for military spending.
Mr. Glatz.
Yeah, for spending and compensation, I agree. That's everything I can read everywhere. I would add to that, in terms of personal resources, Russia has a clear advantage versus Ukraine. If you're looking at the demographic numbers, it's far more personnel available to get them into the armed forces. The second thing I observed, and I don't know whether General Freuding will agree or not, when the war started, the Russian performance was far more poor than I ever have expected, on the operational level and on the tactical level. Russia has learned in terms of techniques and using, for example, electronic warfare, drones and things like that. They have changed their structures again. It's looking like World War II nowadays. That really was related to beef up the infantry strength in the front lines, so to speak, where they not have learned, and they, from my perspective, are not eager to learn, is to change tactics on the front lines. It's frontal infantry assaults all the time, regardless of what really happens to the soldiers.
I would agree on that. The Russian armed forces are quite a learning organization over the last 2.5 years, especially with regard to, as General mentioned, regard to electronic warfare, but also on drone warfare. They are a learning organization with regard to tactics, techniques and procedures. And with regard to personnel, for Russia, they are not only in an advantage regarding numbers, they also value people, or don't value people, the life of the people they send into the missions. And from a military perspective, this is of course an advantage. I think they will achieve, as I said before, they achieve the capability targets they had set for themselves, and that's why we have to invest more in our own deterrence capacity, capability for the years to come. Yeah.
I switch over to Tetiana because the question was asked about the scenarios, and of course what has just been said has implications for the scenarios one has to prepare for. So holding the line, or is this a realistic scenario, or are the Russians with their superiority in a position that they can make major advances they couldn't do over the last 2 years? So what are the scenarios you are actually preparing for, not theoretically? And Steiner's question also about, the breaking point, or are people exhausted and simply voting with their feet and not just responding to opinion polls?
Actually, 3 questions. Yeah. One question about occupied territories. I'm originally from Donetsk. I live in Odessa, but I'm from Donetsk, and I have a lot of my former colleague who stay in Donetsk People Republic and now in this Russian occupied territory. I have to say that the policy of Ukrainian government was very controversial during the Poroshenko term towards the occupied territories. When Zelensky came to power, he significantly improved both communication with people and social assistance to people. He started to pay all social benefits and TV channels and programs and many programs for youth who want to leave these territories. Now, a disadvantage from my point of view is the adoption of a law on collaboration, which, according to the law, every person who just live on occupied territory pay taxes to Russian budget, buy something, it can be accused as a collaborant according to the law. So it's a great demotivation factor. But generally, policy of Ukrainian government towards the people who live there is very engaging. It's very engaging in comparison with Poroshenko term. The question about scenario, when I put these 3 options, I mostly thought about short-term perspective. In comparison with Russia, Ukrainian government, Ukrainians think in short-term perspective, not for 20, 100 years, but for 1-2 years. For 1-2 years, 3 general options: status quo, escalation with engagement, more weapons of mass destruction, and de-escalation, peace deal. Of course, in the longer perspective, it could be waves: escalation, de-escalation, shift to hybrid war again with some escalation wave and again de-escalation. But we have to consider this long-term perspective. Today, I have not seen any strategic plan for Ukrainian side. Maybe it exists, but it was not open. And the question about people who tired in Ukraine, and more for peace deal. Of course, there is a group of people who tired, who want to sign peace with Russia in any conditions. But this group first is not important for policy making, is not presented. And second, again, from my point of view, I'm always support bad peace than good war. But I'm very pessimistic about current situation. I'm pessimistic about Russia's willingness to stop, really. And the Russian diplomacy, they always ask more. If we imagine impossible situation, if we say, okay, tomorrow we implement everything you want, they just find what to ask more. They will go to Baltic, to Poland, they ask more from the European Union. So I agree with colleague that only strength and diplomacy combine it. Russia is a very difficult partner in any negotiation.
The question now to Mr. Kiesewetter about the lost global south, and also about what can we do with deserters from the Russian army. So can we take them in? Should we launch a program of desertion? I simply want to add that I know about interviews conducted with Russian prisoners of war in Ukraine, and one of the questions was, do you want to be exchanged? And the survival chances are higher in a prisoner of war camp in Ukraine. So for them, leaving the front line is more attractive than to fight for Putin's spiritual goals.
It's completely humane, such a thinking. First of all, I would like to align with the Norwegian colleague. It's really an interconnected war, and we have to look for the consequences. And as regards Russian soldiers, our country is aligned with Ukraine. I don't esteem it as very helpful to receive Russian soldiers. There are other countries who might have an added value to receive Russian soldiers here, and those who wanted to leave the country have already left, and we have enough debate in Germany with those young Ukrainians who avoid this war for very rectified reasons. I would like to answer to Jana Puljarin and to Helmut Aust regarding the rule-based international order and the global south. We should not so easily and frivolously give up the term of rule-based international order. We don't have a better one. The alternative is zones of interest, a multipolar world with different zones of influence, with different, I would like to say, codices of right. We should be careful, should not give it up so easily. We should also not be so eager to use the term global south. I believe that's a very complacent view and a lazy one. We have to cluster some examples. This is one theater, from the Arctic to the Red Sea, from Taiwan to the Black Sea. It's one theater. And you see how CRINC is working, how the BRIC states have delivered, and how some countries are seduced, like Algeria or even Turkey, which is playing a very interesting role. Also in the future, I will mention it. So let's cluster the global south. For example, Africa, a continent which is completely nuclear free on purpose. If Ukraine is failing, nuclear proliferation will increase. Iran will become a nuclear power because they will not accept security guarantees on a level of a Budapest memorandum, where Ukraine has handed over its heritage weapons. So for Africa, they should be really aware what China is doing on their continent and what is Russia doing there, exploiting mines or purchasing harbors and for aircrafts, military aircrafts, creating and building, constructing airports. Is this the alternative Africa is seeking, doubling its population in the next 25 years? So we have to defend the rule-based international order as a model which should be attractive against corruption, against organized crime, with a functioning taxation system. I'm just quoting 3 conditions of this house here, where corrupt elites do not accept. And this makes it so easy for Russia and China to convince corrupt regimes you need not to cooperate with the European Union. But have a look, for example, to Egypt. Egypt needs to bring in work 2 million people a year. They only can afford 750,000 to 800,000. We are asking for human rights. And Sisi has told us, well, then help me to take over 1 million people every year because I cannot accommodate them. So we must be aware that our role model needs to be rule-based, but needs also to be attractive for countries who have a very close look on us. And African countries see, is Ukraine going to prevail or is Russia going to prevail? And the international scene is as follows: the world goes with the winners and not with the losers. And if Ukraine is losing, the European Union and NATO are losing. Not because they are fighting there, but because we prevent Ukraine from further success in the context we are trying to contain the conflict, and Russia is exploiting it. And therefore, I see the coalition war against Ukraine as the greatest security threat in the Euro-Atlantic sphere, but not only for that. It's the question, do we have a slow hollowing out of the United Nations as Italy, Japan, and Germany did with the League of Nations? And will we have then a CRINC model, a BRICS model, replacing what we see in the United Nations? That's not the way I would like to invest my time. So I plea also to you, Mr. Professor, that we develop, you with your students, attractive concepts for the rule-based international order on the basis of the Charter of United Nations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our time is up. There's one takeaway for me, at least, and I think we have to invest in how peace should look like. We have to concretize it in terms of military requirements, but also in terms of principles, and to make peace sure, lasting, sustainable, and also sending a message to the rest of the world with respect to what Mr. Kiesewetter just said. Thanks for your attention. We have now a break, and Nora explains what the break means.
The nation. Let me very briefly join Andreas in thanking this fantastic panel very, very much. I think you discussed a very heavy topic in a very relatable and instructive way. I'll add a word of housekeeping to my thank you. Now it's time for coffee, as you said, Andreas. Coffee will be served outside. Please be back here 4:45 sharp for our next and final panel of this conference. Thank you all very much.
right, good afternoon, dear participants of the Berlin Peace Dialogue. Welcome back to the third and last plenary panel of today's conference. The topic of our panel is called Civil Society and Peace, Powerless and Powerful. My name is Antonia Witt. I'm at the Peace Research Institute in Frankfurt, and I'm also a member of the Advisory Council. And I have the honor to moderate this session, today's panel on civil society. We have one big challenge, and that is we have a complex and really interesting multi-dimensional topic. We have 5 excellent panelists who, some of them traveled far to be here with us, and we only have 60 minutes to discuss. So I would ask the panelists, of course, as well to be precise, but also you later on to be, as we learned in the previous sessions, to ask only crisp and precise questions so that we gain most of it. But I'm really sure that we will have a fruitful and constructive discussion here on the role of civil society and peace building. So why did we decide to discuss civil society here at the Berlin Peace Dialogue, especially in these times? Is it actually still a pertinent topic, civil society, in times of geopolitical confrontation, in times of systemic rivalry and increasing projections of military power? Isn't that a topic of the 1990s, of a time that has passed and that has, we have left behind us? I'm deliberately asking these provocative questions, of course, to unpack them in this panel. If we think of peace and if we understand peace as a societal process towards decreasing violence and increasing justice, then civil society is obviously at the very, very heart of peace and peace building processes. And civil society, in this case, meaning the sort of organized part of civil society. So we speak about something that is very much to the heart of what we treat and what we engage with in the Advisory Council, but also you all in your daily work. But of course, that might sound as a sort of theoretical postulate, the importance of civil society to peace. How does it look like in practice? And I think the previous or past decades have shown that there is a bit more ambiguity to that. There were cases in which sort of civil society turned up to be not so civil, in which political ideas were not shared in civil society partnerships, in situations in which it was difficult to really distinguish between what is a civil society actor and what is a state actor. Or where does the market end and where does the space for civil society start? So all these assumptions somehow led to some frustrations about the concept and the idea of the importance of civil society. And then I think to bring us back to what we discussed in the last panel, the rise of authoritarianism across the globe surely threatens the space for civil society, not only in distant places, but as we heard, really also here in Germany. So civil society actors across the globe are increasingly threatened in their work and sort of challenged in their potential contributions. So the aim of that panel was surely to bring sort of a bit more nuance to our understanding of what is it really that civil society actors can contribute to crisis prevention and peace building precisely in these times, not despite, but exactly because we live in a time of increased sort of geopolitics and systemic rivalries. So under what conditions can civil society contribute positively to it? What is the difference that civil society actors can make vis-a-vis state actors? And how can we learn from previous experiences, sort of both best practices and maybe also failures? We will also unpack maybe the understanding of civil society. As you will see, there are quite different sort of organizations and actors that are usually sort of catched together under this term. And we will learn a bit more about what does it mean for partnerships and for relationships, German civil society and civil society actors, and conflict-affected countries. And we will also use to sort of link it back to the broader questions of values and foreign policy that we debated in the beginning of this day. Is Germany actually living up to its values-based foreign policy and sort of development policy with regard to supporting civil society or cooperating with civil society in these contexts? So in this sort of big task for today, I'm quite happy that we have, as I said, 5 excellent panelists that bring quite different, I guess, perspectives and insights to this discussion. And I will briefly introduce the panelists in the order that I will like to engage with them. The first to my left, Dr. Bärbel Kofler, who is the Parliamentary State Secretary to the Federal Minister for Economic Cooperation and Development. Before being appointed to this role in December 2021, Dr. Kofler was the Federal Government Commissioner for Human Rights Policy and Humanitarian Aid, and she has had that, she was working in that capacity for 6 years, and she's been a member of Parliament since 2004. A warm welcome, Dr. Kofler, for joining us today. The next on the very left, spatially, is Musa Ansumana Soko, who is chair of the Executive Committee of the Civil Society Platform on Peace Building and State Building, and which is an international network of civil society organizations from the Global North and the Global South. And Musa is also coordinator of the Youth Partnership for Peace and Development, which is a Sierra Leonean civil society organization, as the name suggests, working especially with youth. Warm welcome, Musa, and thank you for joining us today. And then I'm turning to the right-hand side. I'm welcoming Rana Salman, who is the Palestinian Executive Director of the Combatants for Peace, an Israeli-Palestinian grassroots movement working to end the occupation and building peace through non-violent action and education. Rana, thank you very much for coming here and contributing to this panel. Next, I would like to welcome Oksana Potapova, who is a Ukrainian women's rights and peace activist and also a scholar. And she's the co-founder of Theatre for Dialogue, which is a non-governmental organization that works with women affected by the war, especially in the Donbas region in eastern Ukraine. Thank you very much for joining us, Oksana. And last but not least, on my very right, Anja Petz, a warm welcome and thank you for joining us. Anja is director of the Kurve Wustrow, an organization active in the field of sort of professionalized civilian conflict transformation and also active in the field of nonviolent social movements. And in particular, Anja has also been responsible for the German Civil Peace Service, the Ziviler Friedensdienst, which also has been mentioned earlier this day by the minister, one of the flagship projects also of this house. Warm welcome to you, Anja, and thank you for joining. So I would like to start with Dr. Kofler and in particular, so the ministry's recent strategic process to rethink engagement with civil society. At the beginning of, I think in the middle of this year, the BMZ presented a new strategy for cooperating with civil society, meaning both German civil society and civil society in partner countries. Why is civil society so important for crisis prevention and peace building, especially right now in these times? And what was the specific strategic approach that the BMZ is taking in that regard?
Well, for us, civil society always was important. That's not only something new now in times of very big conflict. Civil society always was playing a really big role for development as a whole, because we, as the Ministry of Working for Development, are here for working with civil society to bring development ahead. At the core of development processes, at the end of the day, is also a peace-building momentum. Because if you are really working for social cohesion, if you're working for development, if you're working for participation of all groups of people, young people, women, minority groups, and so on, if you try to work for that and for their benefit at the end of the day, it also has enshrined a peace-building momentum, because that is helping to establish peace or overcome also borders in between the various groups. And that's what is included in our work as a whole. And what we really changed totally is that we put in the center of our strategy discussion, not only for this special strategy on civil society, but in all our debates, in all our strategies, that we don't talk only with civil society or groups or science or academia or whomever in the global north about development in other parts of the world, but we really put the partners from the global south in the center of our discussion and our strategy development, because we don't want to talk about regions but with the regions. So that is in the core of our strategies. It was, for example, when we were launching our strategy on the African continent, we were talking especially with civil society, but also, of course, academia, politicians, private sector, and so on, with people from the area, from the region, from the ground. So that's for us important, of utmost importance. And if you want to come up with ideas of processes how to overcome violence, that can only be if we really use the power local actors have at the end of the day. They know best their societies, they know best the context in which they are working, and they know how we maybe can support ways of peaceful management, of prevention of conflicts, but also at the end of the day of overcoming the results of previous conflicts, which is, as we clearly see, also very important. So that is the one thing. And as a ministry also, you were mentioning the issue on values. That's very big challenge sometimes. If I look on some parts of the world where coups, for example, were taking place. So with whom to work there? If you cannot work with state actors anymore, because they are part of the violence, part of the problem, with whom to work there. So what is left, and at the end of the day, and what also can really make a difference then, is working with the civil society on the ground. That's very challenging in sometimes, because the circumstances in various contexts are challenging. It's sometimes dangerous also for the civil society in those countries, because we all know the variety of foreign agent laws around the globe, which is at the end of the day hindering a really direct also financial support and working together and coming into a direct exchange. That's very, very challenging. And we have to really adjust all the time newly how we do that. But it's essential if we really want to make a difference in the growing amount of fragile and conflict contexts we are working in.
Thank you very much. I would like to maybe ask one follow-up question that will also then maybe serve the others to react to it. You mentioned that sort of one of the main lessons also from previous times was that putting the partner in the center is sort of now the dominant approach. What does it mean in practice? How does it sort of change the you know, sort of day-to-day conduct, or maybe you know, the institutional structure? Like where do we see it apart from maybe the input into the strategy itself? How do we see that in practice?
Well, one thing which I already learned in the foreign ministry in my previous appointment was that local content is playing a big role. So it is, of course, important that we work with partners who are from the area, who are from the ground. That is, for example, one important topic, it's sometimes easier because it's easier than, it depends on the context, not always so obvious somebody from abroad who is then maybe some qualified as not been wished by an authoritarian regime or whatever. So really putting the partners in the center, but discuss that very carefully with them, because it's also a very challenging momentum for partners then, and listen closely what are their needs and what are the topics which can be addressed or which can be tackled, and where are the limitations we have somehow to accept because the partners cannot go further. That is very challenging and very sensible, and therefore that is important. And we also work, of course, with partners. What are their solutions for a conflict, for example? How can they bring in maybe ideas we didn't even think about? So that is one thing. And maybe a third example is we are working very closely also with women networks. So I really want to point out that gender is playing a big role, and we are really trying to involve more women, and also, because youth was mentioned, also young people in the action to find a solution. So I think that's also very important, not only address always the, I would say, typical male-dominated sphere, but really involve women networks and young generation for finding solutions or finding meditation solutions for conflicts.
I would like to bring in Musa Soko. Dr. Kofler mentioned the sort of specific role of knowledge and sort of insights that civil society can contribute that cannot be contributed by any other actors. So you are the coordinator of the Youth Partnership for Peace and Development, and yeah, I mean, in that capacity, really working not only in Sierra Leone but also regionally. From that experience, what is the relevance of civil society actors? What is the contribution to peace building that we cannot expect from state actors to do? How does that look like from your day-to-day work?
Thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me to this very important discussion. I think we have seen how much diverse the space for civil society has been, and whether powerless or powerful can be better understood by the role that they play, especially with the context that they do operate in, especially some of the world's most fragile democracies. We have seen civil society sleeping and waking with the problems on a daily basis, working with people who ordinarily do not trust their government. They don't trust their systems of governance because they have failed them over time. And in fact, those systems of governance only let the people believe that they are part of their governance system by voting. It is that system where people sit together, feeling oppressed. They choose one person among the oppressed to oppress them the more. And so it gets them frustrated. And so they come back to civil society as the only hope that can be trusted enough to provide the level of interface, as the only voice to be able to re-echo the very concerns that they face, whether it's about access to essential services, or it's about their agency in participating in major decision-making processes. Coming from Sierra Leone that has experienced war for the past 11 years during the time of the war, we saw the role that civil society played. We saw international diplomacy coming at play. But then when civil society mobilized, they marched to the war leaders. They went to the mansion of the head of the Revolutionary United Front. And that begins to put an end to the war, because there immediately the head of the Revolutionary United Front, was arrested, because it was in the power of the people. And so we have seen how critical civil society's role has been, especially in areas where government ordinarily cannot reach. Civil society connects with the people. They connect with them to the extent that, they provide those critical services as well as awareness. We have seen civil society providing social accountability to citizens so that they can demand accountability from their duty bearers who will not provide services even when they so promised. And so that level of agency that civil society provides, it's like that conduit role between citizens and their institutions. Members of parliament in our democracies will receive constituency development fund, but hardly goes to their communities, to engage them after elections. They will only go there when elections are close by. But civil society have succeeded in taking members of parliament to be able to account to their people. What is it they are discussing in the well of parliament? What is it they have planned as part of a whole one country, one plan, and one vision system? And so it provides that opportunity for citizens to directly ask their members of parliament, when they ordinarily wouldn't, because the members of parliament cannot go. But civil society provides that conduit role in being able to connect those institutions with the very beneficiaries of the decisions that they make. And so it is very important that we note that in spite of all these, civil societies have also come with very stiff resistance, especially from duty bearers. This has made the shrinking space. They've been amplifying the very issues that the people in power wouldn't want them to say. And so they feel that the more you get an enlightened citizenry, the more it becomes difficult for them to do business as usual. But for us, it is good, because the more we have enlightened citizenry, the more we get accountability, the more we get essential services delivered, and the more we feel like an open society is created. Thank you.
Thank you, Musa, for sharing these insights. And I think there's like one topic already that we will pick up later, hopefully as well. On the issue of sort of security of civil society work and where sort of civil society work gets more insecure and threatened. I'll come back to you later with a question on partnership, but I would like to bring in Rana Salman at this point. Rana, you're representing the Competence for Peace, which is a sort of literally sort of transformative organization, because it is made up of Israeli and Palestinian former combatants who have subscribed to non-violence after having used violence as a means to fight each other. And the combatants have a clear sort of commitment to non-violence through education, civil resistance, and also other sort of creative forms of engagement. Now, I know this is and we had talked about it before, I know this is a sort of difficult question to ask if we see the time running up, but I would like to know from you, from your work with the combatants, how can that important work be upheld since 7th October last year and since the war in Gaza? What is the space for non-violent action these days?
Yeah, thank you, Antonia. It's actually been a year of immense loss and insecurity for both Palestinians and Israelis, following the dramatic escalation and the tragic events since October 7th until the current moment. The devastating loss of life, the hostage-taking, the mass displacement, the humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza have compounded decades of conflict, cycles of violence and insecurity, and pushing the region into a new dangerous phase. Also, the violence in the West Bank, including settler attacks, have deepened more the crisis. Both societies have been facing different challenges, and we have noticed how the conflict have even escalated to neighboring countries, and it's even pushing the region into a riskier phase of instability. And for this, actually, those ongoing tragedies makes it more painfully clear that the path, that there is the urgency to find a path to peace is greater now than ever, because it is the moment right now. We have the momentum, and currently, because we can't return to the status quo, and managing the conflict is not working anymore, and it's not viable, and it's not acceptable anymore. For us at Competence for Peace, as you mentioned, we're a grassroots movement of Palestinians and Israelis working together to end occupation and all forms of oppression and bring about a just solution for both sides. The movement was actually founded by those who were previously active in violence, those who know firsthand that violence begets more violence and revenge fuels more revenge, and there are no winners in war, and that we must protect all life by forging another way. And since October 7th, we actually faced significant challenges as a movement, but our commitment to nonviolence and our shared humanity remains crucial. Due to the restrictions of movement and the cancellation of permits for Palestinians, we were unable to meet in the beginning in person for the first 2 months after October 7th. So we actually shifted to online meetings. We started to meet on a weekly basis, uninationally and binationally, creating this safe space for our community to come together and have dialogue and grief together, but also to transform this grief into nonviolent action. So to answer your question, there is still space for nonviolent action. We are still advocating together for a shared future where everyone in this place that we all call homeland will live in peace, in dignity, in justice, in equality, with respect to human rights. Our activists have been protesting daily in Jerusalem, in Tel Aviv, demanding a ceasefire, a hostage prisoners deal, and pushing forward for a political solution. And we are still doing field work also since then, and solidarity action, especially at this time as we are doing the olive harvest season, and protecting Palestinian communities, especially in Area C, from military violence and settler violence. We also provide educational programs and trainings, especially for young Palestinians and Israelis, on nonviolence, nonviolence communication, nonviolence resistance, different models around the world where nonviolence was actually successful, giving them the space to become peace activists and work on joint initiatives together. And we also partner with different peace organizations, locally and internationally, that align with our values and principles in order to enhance our advocacy efforts.
Thank you, Rana. I would like to pick up on the last point that you mentioned, and that's sort of international partnerships with civil society. The conflict hasn't only escalated locally, but really also internationally. I think we are seeing increasingly sort of confronted sides. How has that sort of international confrontation affected your international partnerships and sort of maybe the idea of partnership altogether?
So, like the events of October 7th, we realize have indeed polarized the global perspective on the conflict, and it actually poses more challenges on us as a movement. After October 7th, we quickly realized that not only our staff and our activists, but also our supporters, both regionally and internationally, needed a place to come together to grieve, share feelings and fears, and feel like part of a wider community. So we immediately set up Zoom talks, international Zoom talks, where we had many individuals attended from across Europe and the USA, And we gave people the opportunity to hear from Palestinians and Israelis about the situation affecting each societies and how we are still choosing each other and working together despite all the forces that are pulling us to divide us and pulling us away from each other. And we have seen different reactions. Some international partners feeling more compelled to support nonviolent initiatives and peace-building efforts, and while others may be hesitant due to political sensitivities. Unfortunately, after October 7th, some funding has been delayed, especially for organizations like us. Peace-building is usually underfunded and is being overshadowed by those who prioritize sending weapons and the continuous war machine. And currently, with the current situation, we definitely need more flexibility with the funding because basically we can't stick to deadlines as much as we would like to because of the instability. And it's important to note that currently with the polarization that we are not in a football match where people must choose a side. And actually being pro-Palestine or pro-Israel is not helping us, for us people living in the region. And it's actually dehumanizing the other. What we ask people, especially in the international community, is to stand for life and to oppose ideologies of hate, discrimination, supremacy that have led both of our societies to death and destruction. I would also like to call that we are calling for a political solution that is locally led, but also promoted and supported by the international community. We hope that the international community does not give up on humanity and respect all lives equally. Thank you.
Thank you, Rana, for these powerful words, and also for, I think that is a red thread that runs through the previous two panels. We spoke about green lines in the previous panel, and that's sort of the reason to engage. It is about humanity. I would like to bring in Oksana into the conversation and sort of move to another site of active warfare, and that is Ukraine. So when we speak about Ukraine here in Germany, we like usually speak about military support to Ukraine's defense. We also sometimes speak about how the war could end, but we rarely speak about what will follow. War ending is not necessarily peace building, and sometimes it's actually quite the opposite. So once the war might have ended, where to build peace from? What is it that peace building takes its roots in? You are a peace activist, as I said in the introduction, especially involved in local peace building efforts. What is a civilian approach to building peace in Ukraine these days, and what specifically is the role of civil society, maybe in particular women, because I know that you've worked intensively with women. What is that specific role in that civilian approach, and what does civilian really mean here?
Thank you. Another simple question to answer in just a few minutes. Thank you for inviting me, and it's a big privilege to be learning from my colleagues coming from other contexts and experiencing violence, protracted violence, and an honor of, also to speak about my own context. I was introduced as an activist engaged with NGO Theatre for Dialogue, and that is indeed the focus of my work that has been at the center of my engagement since 2014. And the work with the internally displaced women has led me in my interest and advocacy of feminist approaches to peace through the Women, Peace and Security agenda, and then later on to scholarship. So my remarks will be informed by this kind of evolution of my engagement with violence and peace from a feminist, and also more recently from a decolonial perspective, both analytically and as well as an activist. We spoke yesterday also about this concept of Zeitenwende that sort of informs a lot of Germany's approach to Ukraine over the last couple of years, and I want to try and speak maybe to that concept, but in a bit of a different way. As far as I understand, it's a term that signifies a complete turn of time that changes things forever, and both in terms of how the war unfolds, but also what it means to respond to the war. And to me, there's a certain linear temporality in this assumption that can also be, it's part of a particular logic, maybe like a logic of the international organizations that think about first there was pre-war, now there is war, and then there will be post-war, and then in certain places in this timeline there is more role of the military and more role of civil society. Whereas actually, as it is experienced from the inside, these timelines are very interconnected and interlinked. And as I mentioned, I have been involved in this work since 2014, which means that for us, the war started with annexation of Crimea, with armed unrest, Russia-supported armed unrest in Donetsk and Luhansk regions, as I know many colleagues in this room have also been involved in this work. And speaking of civil society and civil response, there has been a lot of that response already since 2014, both in terms of humanitarian response, as well as in analysis and understanding of the impacts of displacement, of occupation and then deoccupation on civilian populations, attempts at building bridges across, at the time still more possible than now, across the territories of occupied and non-occupied regions. And to me, this signifies the importance of that work for when the full-scale invasion erupted and the world sort of woke up to what is going on in Ukraine. The response of civil society was immediate and quite effective, both in terms of shouldering the humanitarian impact, as well as picking up, basically from the ground up, setting up initiatives related to dialogue, mediation, community resilience. And all of that was possible because investment and support in civil society has been in place before, also through German funding and other partners. And to me, this is a way of prevention, even though it's hard to imagine what prevention means when the full-scale invasion is happening. But if we think of peace in these multiple layers of structural violence and inequality, I am confident that much more impact of this war was minimized, the harm was minimized thanks to the strong input and reaction of civil society that continues to work on the ground. Just a few examples of these initiatives that I want to highlight, because I will come back to them later on when we talk about partnerships, one of them is a community of dialogue and mediation practitioners that was able to organize from the first few weeks of the full-scale invasion to set up mobile groups of psychologists and dialogue mediators in order to support communities that were welcoming a large number of displaced people and hosting them in temporary accommodations and experiencing different everyday tensions around logistics and around housing. And that initiative now is an established network that develops research, develops trauma-informed methodologies for community cohesion, and they work actively in Ukraine right now, as they have been since 2014. But the fact that that capacity was there and this new structure was able to emerge and consolidate very quickly, I think is a great example of the kind of role that that civil society can play for laying grounds for peace and cohesion in the communities. And another example I want to cite is part of a structure that I have been privileged to co-found and invest in, is the Feminist Network for Freedom and Democracy, which is a network of grassroots initiatives. None of them, very few of them are registered or established organizations, but many represent small community-led feminist or queer initiatives that have been active prior to the full-scale invasion, but also became even more active in receiving displaced communities or providing food, providing shelter, also providing education about importance of gender-sensitive approaches to humanitarian response, and more recently returning back to cultural work and strengthening sort of the understanding of the importance of diversity, queer rights, and women's rights in times of war, building solidarity with different marginalized groups of women. This network also exists as a co-funding mechanism that re-grants small amounts of money to grassroots initiatives and is one of the lifelines for support of grassroots communities. It is also now a structure that has emerged based on the emergency response, and we really hope that it will become sustainable. For me, kind of a red thread through this is a question of sustainability and an ability to understand what is emerging in the moment, what is needs-driven and needs-based, and how these efforts can be sustained in a way that is organic to the local context. And I say this because the other point I wanted to make, speaking of blurring the lines or blurring the boundaries of this approach to war versus peace, is actually, I'm sure this is part of other conflicts as well, but something that it became so apparent to me with the full-scale invasion in Ukraine is that there isn't a single family in our country that is not directly affected by the war in terms of members of the family being recruited or voluntarily recruiting themselves into the army. And that line of, here I am a civilian, but I am so involved in the life of a family member or a loved one who is in the front line by either mobilizing money for supplies or advocating for their release if they are already prisoners of war at the moment, or supporting the reintegration of veterans. And the whole society actually is involved and is impacted by war, and the initiatives that exist or emerge in relation to supporting people who are at the front line and who return are civic initiatives, but they respond to the needs that the war brings. And that is why supporting these initiatives, helping them structure, get resources, also politicizing their voices. A lot of these initiatives are women-led, are informed by women's experiences, is extremely important. Also in the context of thinking about the future, but from today, from this current moment. And this is where I often bring the conversation about recovery when we talk about peace, even though these are often very different conversations and they happen in different rooms. But I thought it was important and symbolic that it's the Ministry of Development that is hosting this conference, because that is the ministry that thinks about sort of more economic and development side of societies and international cooperation, and how recovery is shaped in Ukraine tomorrow has direct impacts on the capacity for human security, for inclusive peace, for sustainable peace, for what we theorize as feminist peace. In that kind of peace, issues of the economy, of care economy more specifically, also of social infrastructure are extremely important, because that burden of impacts of war, as Steiner was also mentioning in his previous question, will have to be falling on somebody, and they will either fall on individuals and communities and be shouldered by, oftentimes by women, as they are in so many other conflicts, or they will be shared and redistributed in society among the state, among civil society, among international partners. Here, that fair distribution of collective reproductive labor and care labor as part of component of peace and also equality is crucially important from a feminist perspective. And I'm very glad to see that the number of women and women's rights organizations increases from year to year in the recovery conferences. Especially this year's conference was hosted by Germany, and I know the German government has done a lot to increase that number, and I hope that this quantity also translates into quality conversations on what it means, what kind of policies, what kind of programs are actually in place, and what kind of reforms are needed in that regard. And I will mention one last thing. Perhaps we will expand on it later through the Q&A, is Germany is the country that hosts maybe one of the largest, if not the largest, Ukrainian diaspora at the moment, and it is a diaspora that has been shaped also over time, but of course the most recent flow of migrants and refugees has contributed to a huge representation here, and many of these people are qualified civil society actors and activists, and structures that would allow them to be engaged and continue to be engaged in what happens in Ukraine without completely breaking those ties is extremely important. Politicizing the voices of diaspora, creating programs and opportunities that make those bridges and link those bridges in this time and also post-war, I think is also a way to make the question of peace transnational, go beyond a border of a particular country, and also make Germany and other countries of the European Union take this conflict a bit closer, take this war a bit closer, because I think oftentimes it still feels like it's over there, but actually it's over here. A lot of it is over here, and I think it also is very much about civilian approach and human-to-human approach. Thank you.
Thank you, Oksana. I think you made an important point for this entire panel, but really also for our general discussion on the sort of invisibility of sources of peace that might often sort of be overlooked, really, especially in these times where we tend to look at, what is sort of who is shouting loudest, or who is, projecting potential power in the most visible way. So I think that is a very powerful contribution. I would like to bring in Anya, who was very patient with us. Anya, you're representing the Kurve Wustrow here, and with your permission, I'm allowed to ask a provocative question. Why does it need German civil society organizations in that regard? Why can't the BMZ sort of work directly with organizations in conflict-affected countries?
Yeah, thank you, Antonia. And I'll do a little bow to answer to your question. And I would also like to comment maybe briefly on the civil society strategy by the BMZ. We appreciate actually very much the spirit of the strategy, and I mean, I dare say also information channeled from German civil society, from international civil society went in there, and it's very visible. And also, I mean, important and maybe also uncomfortable aspects have included, which I would like to highlight briefly, like increasing dialogue and protecting controversy, like especially in times of, when democracies get under pressure, that's a very important value. I also read the declaration of intent to lower administrative thresholds. In practice, in our day-to-day dialogue, that's a tough nut, actually, but we appreciate to take on that challenge, and I think that's also would be one key to make BMZ resources also more accessible directly to civil society from the partner countries, which I would say would be, I mean, an absolute valuable goal to strive for. And sometimes we might take the role of the buffer translation, like as Rana said, there are situations when you can't deal with German federal budgetary law, And that is one role that we take on. That's not the one that's dearest to our heart, but if it needs to be done and if it helps to channel the resources to our partners, then we're going to do it. And I would like to highlight two things that also say something about the value of German or maybe international civil society, and that could be highlighted more or take more space also maybe within the discussions in the BMZ. So first being transnationality, interconnectedness, I would name it, a globalized world, and maybe highlight that by the example of Myanmar. And then also, like you mentioned, peace and security, but in the written strategies of the BMZ, I find it largely absent. And that's actually a pity, because there is like a quite developed understanding of civil society and its potentials here, but then the peace and security is missing, and maybe in other places it could be the other way around, and then we don't get it together. And maybe I'll say a few, like Sudan is a good example for that. So Myanmar, we had a military coup, like after a long military dictatorship, roughly 10 years of opening, transformative process, and then again a military coup and a radical closing of civic spaces of society, and also radically impacting the capacity, the scope of action for civil society in Myanmar. But still, I mean, we saw a very young civil society there, and who used these 10 years of freedom so in such an incredibly active, fast, creative way, and who also, like when the second coup came, one quote that I really like, that people said, you are messing with the wrong generation, so we've tasted something else and we're going to fight until we get that back. And putting themselves with their the protest forms, with their actions, also putting themselves, they are using regional, international symbols, so putting themselves in a bigger context, and that also saying, you use the word of lifeline, they are also, like all the connections to the outside are an important lifeline, and also this plea for please support our struggle. We can do a lot, and it's organized people who bring down dictators, but they need the support. And in that case, there are reasons, and also please keep supporting us, but please don't interrelate with the military government, don't give them any kind of legitimization. And that's a dilemma which, as I understand, makes it super tough for state actors to stay active, but civil society connections, networks are one way to keep up supporting struggles like that and keep them a part of a bigger picture. And this goes from the nitty-gritty administrative to how to keep contact in these volatile situations, and also international lobby work, like using our voice here to transport the messages of our partners who cannot. And also when war starts, when repression increases, like people start moving temporarily or permanently, like migrating, becoming refugees, shifting place. And also, like in Myanmar, the interesting case was there were structures still there in Thailand from the time of the last military dictatorship. People had built connections there, and they fell back on these connections. And that's when, like, country to country, Germany to somewhere project logics don't work anymore. And also we had to, let's say, work on how to transcend that to keep supporting these struggles, because then these, let's say, nation borders project logics, they make sense in a frame of project logic, but not if you look at the problems at hand. Then do I have to hurry up already? Okay, then I'll be very brief. I mean, that's an example also, it's peace relevant. If we think about Sudan, we used to have a very organized democracy movement, women led largely as well, that brought down, or was a very important part in bringing down a dictatorship and starting a transitional process. And that appealed to the international community. Please don't trust the generals. Please emphasize the civil part, talk to civil society, and it almost didn't happen. And now we look also at one of the largest humanitarian disasters, like it's heartbreaking to look at that. And also their civil society and diaspora connections, like almost nothing is possible. Like after the outbreak of the war, all international organizations were gone. And civil society organizations on the ground, also like you described for Ukraine, they kept up action, they tried to provide basic services, they tried to bring the message out, and they need the connections to the outside. And to conclude with one positive example, like in the frame of the Civil Peace Service, we have a Sudanese expert who works as part of the project based in Germany, and one of the things that she did is she ran a conference, like a diaspora conference, including representatives from all ethnic groups, from, let's say, all different groups in Sudan, in order to, say, also kickstart lobbying and peace activities from here. And all, these are potentials of civil societies in conflict, in war, in repressive systems that we can't leave aside, and they work, let's say, in global networks and interconnectedness, and not alone, or let's say in a one-way street. Thank you. Sorry for taking so long.
Thank you, Anja, for making us think about civil society as a transnational network rather than sort of as organizations. And surely also about switching roles and switching maybe channels. There is a potential on how engagement and conflict prevention can be realized. We are almost running out of time, but I have the instruction that we can exceed it for 5 minutes. But even those are running out. I would take 2 questions, and then everybody has a super short statement to make. I see one. Well then. And number 2.
Thank you. My name is Katarina Pavlova from NGO CRISP. My question goes to Oksana Potapova. There was a paper issued by the Ukrainian mediators and dialogue facilitators in August 2022, bringing 7 points why it is not time for a Russian-Ukrainian civil society dialogue. Nevertheless, especially this year, we observe an increase of offers by the German civil society for the Russian-Ukrainian civil society dialogue. And these are frequently funded by the federal donors. Do you feel seen by the German civil society, seen and heard? And what is your opinion on the Russian-Ukrainian civil society dialogue these days? Thank you.
Thank you. And another question, crisp and sharp from over there, and then I'll give the floor back to the panelists.
Thank you so much. My name is Shuvai Nyoni. I'm from the African Leadership Center and here representing the TANA Forum as a technical committee member. My question, and it's to anyone really, and spurred by one of the co-chairs this morning who talked about the need for change of terminology, lexicon, and everything. And I think the minister very aptly put it, and also the example from Ukraine. This is the first panel where we see so many women. It's coming at the end of the day. It's on civil society. But I'm wondering what needs to change in the lexicon of peace or peace and security, stabilization, etc., conflict prevention, that brings the voices of those that are not heard, but also brings to the fore some of the changes in peace and security, as we've heard from the Ukrainian example and the Palestinian examples, about what is actually taking place and what we do sometimes confined to the policy spaces. Thank you.
Excellent. So changing lexicon, now we would give back to everyone. But Oksana, you have 15 seconds to respond to the first question.
Do I feel seen by the German civil society? I'm grateful to be invited to spaces like this and to continue to be engaged. In terms of the dialogue, I cited the paper you mentioned, and in one of my articles where I talk about the reshaping of the concept of peace as well, where the centrality of voices of those who are fighting the war and who are affected are in the center, and I think this needs to remain the case. I don't know who and how wrote the other articles and policy papers, and I am sure that there are some actors from within Ukraine who see the logic and also the capacity within themselves to have dialogues with Russian civil society. I think the challenge is when a certain approach is promoted as the way or the most institutionalized way. That is when it becomes part of sort of epistemic or structural violence. And I think this time actually is an invitation for rethinking the way that peace interventions are designed in every specific context. And the Ukrainian context is one of the examples where local mediators and peace builders themselves said, in terms of trauma sensitivity and conflict sensitivity, now is not the time to invite us to these spaces and to fund them as a way of bringing us together. We have other ideas about what will contribute to peace. Please listen to us and fund those ideas, and let's co-design these initiatives together. And I think this needs to be the leading approach in Ukraine, in Palestine, in any other context, which calls for a plurality of approaches rather than a homogeneous understanding of this has been done before, this has worked in other contexts, so we will just do it again. I think in terms of Zeitenwende, this is the turn that local actors are actually actively pushing for. They are saying, we have agency, we have expertise, please engage with us equally in co-designing your interventions, starting from the concepts to programming and budgeting. We are here, talk to us like we are your partners, not just implementing agency or recipients.
I would like to bring the second question to Musa and also to Barbara Kofler. What needs to change for us to have a new, more plural lexicon and to really create the space to listen and hear each other in partnerships?
I think we need to go beyond business as usual and be able to deepen dialogue between the state and society generally. We must be able to create the enabling environment so that civil society can thrive and be able to take governance to where government will ordinarily not reach. We must be able to increase that level of dialogue as well as inclusion for people to be part of their own processes and increase peace while also deepening, reducing fragility at all costs. Thank you.
Barbara Kofler, what needs to change in the lexicon and how can BMZ contribute to that?
Well, that's a very challenging question because it's not only one institution by itself who can change everything, but what we are trying is really to enable, like you were saying. It's a little bit always also something I'm thinking, well, there is so much qualified civil society around the globe. Who are we to enable? But there is still sometimes some lack of information or some support which needs to be brought. So for especially young people, for example, can open up and can make their voice heard. What we are trying to do is really to insist wherever it is possible for us that those groups are on the table, that women are on the table, young people are on the table. So for our development cooperation, that's crucial because that's also part of the development we want to undergo in all kinds and all the stages of conflicts at the end of the day. For example, we have a network of refugee women here in the ministry, where we discuss and try to bring those women in the center of finding solutions for the conflict situations. We are working with the Ukraine Cavalry Conference, where I think was an example, to come up with a framework and a setting where women from Ukraine really could participate. You have to start that somewhere with very many practical, small little things at the end of the day to make it possible to be here. We are trying to have a look to get as much women involved in peace dialogues wherever it is possible. It's not all in our power, so I don't say I wouldn't say it's perfect, but we have to really say, well, we have to have women on the table. Sometimes it's challenging. It depends on the societies where the conflicts are, how much that is also possible in certain societies, but we are insisting on that as much as it is possible.
Thank you very much. The time that you don't see, but we all see, is red, and that means, unfortunately, we won't have the time to wrap it up and have a proper summary, but I would want to thank all panelists for their great contributions and would invite you to give them a big round of applause and you a big thank you for your patience.
I will say, Antonia, thank you very much, and thank you, colleagues here on the panel, for really yet another highlight of this great day of conversations. Well, it is 5:55. We're a bit behind schedule, but I would say we're getting very close to the finishing line, or in fact, this is the finishing line. So if I were to summarize this day of discussion, I would probably say that in an age of geopolitics, there is no such thing as business as usual for civilian crisis prevention and peace building as well. On this historic election day, though, I think, at least in this room, there is a unanimous vote for peace building and for crisis prevention. That's the good news of this day. So, before I hand it over to Kira and to Lars for some very final words of wisdom, let me move over to this side of the room and come to our graphic recorder, Ms. Viz. And I wanted to very briefly ask you what your picture of this day has been, Ms. Viz. And I have a mic for you as well.
Thank you. Hello, hello? Did I just turn it off? No.
Now it's working.
Yeah, wow, what a day. A lot of content, very, it was quite a lot. I will begin with a short overview of the talk of Svenja Schulze.
Please, super short.
Yeah.
I'm starting to get worried here.
You will find here the topic of polarization, then we go to the meaning of values, how important they are for predictability and reliability. Then we had the workshops a little bit later. Panel 2, the question of compromise peace, compromises with autocracies. I would invite you to check the details by yourself, because it's a lot and it would be hard to pick one here by myself now. The 2 workshops have disappeared. They will be on the other side for you also to check. And then the panel that we just heard is here. Thank you so much for the input and for trusting in my skills. I was happy to record and do a graphical record. It's not illustration, it's graphics. I did my best to help you remember the most important facts. Of course, I do have some curation that I do, but that's what we do when we book humans and not machines.
Thank you so much, Ms. Viz. Thank you. The urge to find a path to peace is more important than ever. That's a wonderful lead over to Kira and Lars for your concluding statement. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Nora. As time is going by, we will be really very short. Dear speakers, participants, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for participating at the Berlin Peace Dialogues 2024 and your constructive questions and discussions. Such a conference is only successful as speakers and participants are engaged in this. Regarding this, we, as advisory board, got a lot of thoughts, ideas, solutions from your side, and we are really very happy with that. But we cannot sum it up right now, but be sure that we will do it in our report and our working groups later on. So thanks again for that, and with this short word I would like to forward to Kira to say goodbye to you.
Well, not so fast. Yeah, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. The Berlin Peace Dialogue has shown once again that talking about peace is no easy task. We set out to have respectful but also frank and open conversations to identify adequate paths forward at a time when civilian crisis prevention is at a crossroads. I think we have been able to see in the conversations that we had today some of those plurality approaches and have identified some food for thought to take away. We heard about red lines and green lines, calls for action, about the different dimensions of peace, also in this last very thought-provoking panel. We would like to thank our panelists and moderators who devoted their time to travel here, who patiently tended to the diverse questions from moderators from the audience, and also to our audience who really engaged and made this such a fruitful endeavor today. But we would also like those who are often not so center stage, in particular the supporting divisions here at BMZ, our host today, which carried out many of the preparations. So the events division, the conference and technology division, the language service, and the public relations divisions. Thank you so much. Topically, I would also like to invite you to thank with me the Division G23, Peace and Security, in particular Jella Lamken and Johannes Dopfel. Thank you so much on this long road to the Berlin Peace Dialogue, for the first time to be held at the BMZ. This is really a milestone in our work together. Thank you. Also, on behalf of the entire Advisory Council, we would like to also thank our coordination office from the Advisory Board, which organized, implemented many of the discussions that we had, sometimes in chaotic situations. So really thank you, Laura Berger, Tom Wilms, Lukas Ellermann, Marie Vredenhagen. Thank you so much for today. And I'm very happy to announce that the next Berlin Peace Dialogue in 2025 will be hosted by the German Defense Ministry in November. So broadly mark your calendars. We will follow up with a save the date. And I look forward to staying in touch and engaging in this conversation with you together again over the next 12 months. Thank you.